यो व्हाट्स अप दोस्तों, क्या हाल चाल। वेलकम बैक टू अनदर ब्रांड न्यू लाइव स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है दोस्तों?
It's day number
कैसे
2
हो?
for Group B, and it was a bone-shattering performance from the West in day number 1 here for the group.
सिर्जो
As
टीम
they
क्या बनाए हैं
took
बताओ।
all the top
मैं दिखाता हूँ अपना
spots.
टीम।
Now,
मेरा टीम
the
क्या है,
question
ठीक है, फटाफट से दिखा देता
is
हूँ।
going to be able to
लोग भी बता
rise to
देना।
the occasion.
अरे
Will
हेलो
the
बैटमैन,
East
वेलकम टू द
fight
स्ट्रीम।
back against EMEA and Americas?
चलो
My
मैं
name is
अपना फैंटेसी टीम
Kalaris,
दिखाता हूँ,
joining me today
लोग
to
भी
get
देख लो,
things all done and dusted.
अपने हिसाब से कर लेना।
Tough is
मेरा
here to talk
टीम
about these teams because so
यही है ना?
far it has been West dominant.
It has been West dominant, and you know, if you
ये
remember
मेरा team।
Avenger being up here, as much as I hate to give him credit when he's not even on, he nailed the group. He said it was going to be slow, methodical play, and it absolutely
भाई
was.
ठंड बहुत हो गया
It
है
really leans
by
into
the
the
way।
play style that EMEA would
आज
like to
तो
set,
धूप निकला ही नहीं।
especially BB
So,
team,
wearing
who
a
is
jacket today।
happy as pie to sit still,
कौन-कौन है मेरे
play,
में?
get to the point where it's circle
Correct,
6, 7, 8, and only then
first,
we'll
ये दोनों
start shooting
day
our
one को
guns.
थे मेरे
Still
में।
first, Phil first. Those guys know how to play. You know, if you,
बस
I
उन्हीं
didn't
को
have them on
दोबारा से वो
fantasy
कर दिया।
roster because they
मैथमैन
missed
मैथमैन
9
बोल
and
रहा
10. They,
हूँ।
you know, I
फिर
thought
बताओ रे
maybe
अपना
they're
टीम
cold.
बताओ।
I was wrong. They were just a sleeping giant.
Now, of course, but what isn't cold is all our partners here for PGC 2025, Mr. Toffees.
Absolutely. A big shout out to Ben
15 मिनट है बे।
Hughes, our official monitor
जल्दी आ गया क्या
partner, for making everything perfectly visible when it needs to be.
Yes, thank you very much to them. Of course, we have TT Racing joining
Yo, Thakur,
us
what's
as
up?
well, keeping all of our players comfortable and situated, perfectly
आओ बे ठाकुर,
designed
तुम भी fantasy team बनाओ।
ergonomically. Chairs as well as desks, making sure that all of these players are razor sharp focused so they can get it done here at PGC.
That's the best way to earn some chicken dinners. Also, a big thank you to AWS, our official partner.
And finally, we got OP.GG. You can overpower your game if you head on over to OP.GG. Check out all the numbers that are going on. And then via that, you can confirm that you should have Hakatori as your captain on Fantasy.
Better have Hackatory, and you better overpower your ability to get G-Coin because you can play bingo right now. Scan that QR code, get the teams in there. When a team wins a chicken dinner or something cool, you have a chance to take home some cool rewards. So why not? Free stuff.
Very, very nice. And all of these players are going to be fighting for the ultimate reward of becoming the MVP here at PGC, which, no, it's not in-game, Toffees. It's not in-game. It's a real-life, true Porsche Cayenne or substituted cash value of the equivalent value. So, very exciting stuff for the MVP.
Listen, it was hard to get that in-game. It's going to be a heck of a lot harder to get it out of game.
Oh, yeah.
But it's awesome the players get to do this. I'm fascinated, though, because most teams, a lot of them agree to share the MVP prize. I'm curious how that works with the Cayenne.
I agree. One headlight per player, or I don't know what it's going to work like. But as you say, basically you need to be the best player in the world to win this on that global final. That's crazy.
But a big shout out to Porsche for making that possible because it's
yeah.
going to be very, very cool as far as rewards go for those players to take home that grand prize. I am really gassed up to see who takes it.
Gassed up. I like it.
Yeah.
That's not too bad. Sometimes you throw these in and I'm like, "Urgh." But anyway, that was the noise of a Porsche. Anyway, let's talk about Group B, the top 4 teams that have been able to represent so far across the board. It is a lot of EMEA, but you know what? Falcons is in there as well. They looked banging when it came to those 2 wins.
They absolutely did, and they started the day so gosh darn slow, but they came out when it mattered most. But again, you look at this, it's EMEA heavy. These guys have been insanely dominant, and we joked about 17. They won PGS 1 and 7. It's all about the name.
They did.
BB team dominating
ये
here.
तो ठीक है, ये होते रहेगा। मेरा
they looked fantastic.
shots ready working नहीं बे।
100% top 4 rate. This team, if you
insane.
let them have it, I got to agree, it is insane. If you let them have it, they will take it. And there is such a disparity between their poor performances, where they don't qualify in EMEA at all, to then this on the international stage, which is arguably supposed to be the harder lobby.
Yeah, and I love this shot. It's all 3 of these top teams banging it out here at the top of the hill. Navi a little bit different. They actually opposed to BB team at 100% appearance rate. They only had 33% in the top 4. Navi is playing a very different game. This is just frag forward Hackatory gaming. It honestly feels like Hackatory's wearing a Navi-shaped backpack, but heck, it's working.
He's terrifying, right? Well, of course, we're talking about, Tamvu. He might be the greatest player in the world. Example, oftentimes makes the comment that he is the greatest player in the world. Hackatory, we mentioned it on the desk before here, Toffees. He may be example 2.0. He is a phenom. He's insane.
I think it was QAD in an interview said we call example the cyborg. Well, then that means Hackatory's T2, right? Because he is the next generation of absolute crazy. But Virtus Pro adding Curexy, having Nixie, these guys have also been a breath of fresh air. Ever since their win at 10, they seem like they've been unstoppable. They have a really good system in place. Ibiza coaching is making some really good choices for this team. And watching them play has been action-packed and fun.
Small changes and a very high-profile pickup and purchase of Curexy from FaZe meant that they became truly the complete package to the point where they got that PGS win And honestly, they are angling for the whole damn pie, the whole global championship as well. And when you watch how they're playing things out and then continuing on into this kind of group stage, I don't know. I think they go straight to the finals.
I do too.
Yeah.
I think they look like it. The other one for me is interesting is BB Team. I think that they really benefited in some weird ways. I think a lot of the international sort of lost sight of these guys. And they came in with a really strong system and a good confidence, which again, is alarming for everybody else to see them miss that event, show up, and play this well right out of the gate. I would be very, very worried if I'm everybody else.
And a few of their members will take that top spot in terms of damage, but one member, head and shoulders above the rest, it's still HackAtory. And he, again, you know, I make quibs about picking HackAtory for your fantasy roster and making him your captain. Even when Navi doesn't do well, HackAtory does well. That's how scary this man is.
He can cost 35K on fantasy, and they could finish in 13th place on the leaderboard, and you would still get your valuation off of
Probably.
him. I didn't realize his damage was that high. I'm going to be honest. I put Shrimsy as my captain because I'm America's, you know?
Fair.
But after looking at these numbers, I think I've got to slip back.
That's the question. Did you realize his kills were that high?
I didn't realize this. I mean, that's the point, right? Because they only make 33% of the top fours, you sometimes miss out on that because they're happening elsewhere on the map. But this guy is absolutely unstoppable.
Yeah, word was that it was about 7,000 damage for Navi on that day one. 3.3
ये दोनों day one और day उस दिन थे ये दोनों रहेंगे
I will say on the right side
F1 first को लेना चाह रहा था नहीं लिया था लिया Zipian को लिया था Zipian को डाल दिया सब में
it's about the Falcons when we sort of talk about who can maybe compete with EMEA right now. These guys, they started so weak on the first day. They were in, I think, 14th
मन तो नहीं है इसको लेने का ये लोगों but
and somehow managed to climb their way all the way up to the top 5 because I think it's the veterancy status. These guys have been together for so long. They're so comfortable with the system that when they do get a game that should work in their favor, they maximize points.
I was very happy to see the back-to-back for Falcons, or at least the double wins for Falcons.
Similar price है तो दोनों में से किसी को भी ले लो चलेगा.
Is a bit of a return to form for Team Liquid.
दोनों में से किसी को भी ले लो
चलेगा but global championship because the previous PGSs were a disaster.
Disaster
for a team we have so many
Falcon का किसी को नहीं ले रहा भाई.
Coming out of last year, they got second at PGC. They were my pick to win PGC this year when we first started.
Yeah.
They made it very hard to keep feeling that way throughout the
leaderboard
year.
देख लेता हूँ.
That said, what we're seeing from them here at this event, they seem
अपना private leaderboard में कौन कितने पॉइंट है? 460 points है जो.
Like this is
440 पॉइंट में 420 पॉइंट विकी भाई ठीक है बाकी लोग तो लेट चालू किए हैं गट्सी कर दिया सही ये सही है
yeah that is a big question because there's so many teams hitting their stride.
अच्छा ये
the Expendables yesterday right in their group Twisted Minds looking the way that they currently do as well so when these groups collide with one another
that's the issue.
Oh my days are we going to have an insane grand final
और कोई है तो ऐड कर लेना
because I think this is such an organized
इस बार हम लोग का काफी लोगों का मिस हुआ बट नेक्स्ट टाइम से मैं सबको याद दिलाऊंगा कि ये टाइम पे करना है ताकि मिस ना हो क्योंकि सिर्जो विकी भाई और मैं हम तीनों तो टाइम पे कर रहे थे बाकी सबका थोड़ा थोड़ा मिस हुआ है तो नेक्स्ट टाइम मैं सबको रिमाइंड कराऊंगा अभी थोड़ा सा गेम चालू कर लेता हूँ गेम से मेरे को कुछ क्लेम करना था
a bit more aggressive try and catch out some of these EMEA teams especially in some of that mid game because right now they're thriving to the late game and they're giving these teams too much room I would say what do you think
I agree with that and I think because we're doing an 18 game series which is not what they're used to this is the day to do it right you have to shake that up
में पैसा दिख रहा था मेरे को कुछ
on the bubble for the cutoff in the bottom 3
ओ भाई आज मैंने कुछ चीजें बेचा था 100 रुपए आ गया आज मैं
top 5 right now if you're those eastern teams shake it up get yourself comfortably into the mid pack to go
ठीक है भाई
yeah definitely
देखते हैं सबका सिमिलर काइंड ऑफ टीम है गट्सी ब्रो अपना टीम बताओ टीम आज का क्या है तुम्हारा
the fact that you've got 2,000 esports points potentially there if you pick the winner of the tournament you want to get all those skins on board toffees to make sure you look suited and booted
you gotta look good and I'll give you
a
चालू
हो जाएगा भाई कितना टाइम लगता है गेम चालू होने
December 12th so wait till December 11th see who makes the finals then get those pick'ems in but if you want something in now because you're say traveling Twisted Minds is obviously a good bet I think Falcons is now too after I saw them play their first day
you'll take them okay
I'll take I got them
not third place no
No, I think I have, right, my picks are Twisted Minds, Falcons, and Liquid right now.
Okay, all right, exciting. Well, we've got 6 games coming at you for today to get things rolling. We're starting on Miramar. We'll go to the wild cards and finish things out on Erangel for today. I'm very excited for today because for me, this is my first opportunity to actually cover Group B. So I was excited watching the first game.
इसमें एक चीज बोला हुआ है करने को मैं दिखाता हूँ क्या मैंने नहीं किया है मेरे थोड़ा सा हेल्प करो इसमें
coded, right? Like they were slow, they were steady, and that really
जब मैं जाता हूँ इवेंट पे ठीक है
will be some of that turn of
यहाँ पे जाता हूँ
a team
ये
like
कहाँ है
anyone's legend
ये बोल रहा है watch tournament broadcast within the overview
I mean,
menu
you could see it. Anyone's legend was crying at the end of the first day. Okay, to call a spade a spade. However, they got a full day
ये
off
कैसे
and they
होगा
got 2 more days of play to get things back and turned around.
overview
So
menu से
expect a
देखना है
little
क्या
more chaos today, as I think those teams
यहाँ
are
गया
a little tired.
फिर overview menu में हूँ मैं
Yeah, trying to shake it up as well.
esports पे क्लिक करो
Made no bones about it. I've even tweeted it out. I don't think China's having a good time right now in either group, and we need to see that change because technically it should be a powerhouse. Try and bring some wins. Try and bring some wins.
Big viewership. They should have big
हो गया
wins.
क्या
I'm just not seeing it.
मिल गया क्या
Thank you very much, Toffee.
हाँ मिल गया हाँ
We
हाँ
have
हाँ
got
मिल
day
गया
2 for Group B.
यप यही मैं सोच रहा था मैं तब देख रहा था जब टूर्नामेंट नहीं चालू हुआ था मैं सोचूं साला क्या है ये
là những thành tích của mình nó sẽ bắt buộc phải tốt hơn, chứ không là những người hâm mộ người ta kỳ vọng quá lớn mà mình thất bại thì nó sẽ khá là buồn.
ये तो पहले भी कर चुका हूँ लोग अरे मैं नहीं किया था आज देखा मैं क्या है एक छोटा क्यों है फिर मैं क्या
네, 한번
이게 봐, 얘 मेरा team है
나가보고 싶다라는 마음으로 팀이 결성됐거든요. 그래서 이왕 온 거 좀 재밌고 즐겁게 하자는 마음으로 왔기 때문에 좀 즐길 것 같습니다.
सिर्फ एक लाइक ले अरे लोग लाइक नहीं कर रहे हैं गाइस लाइक तो कर दो इतने लोग देख रहे हो स्ट्रीम ठीक है भाई तुम्हारा भाई स्ट्रीम कर रहा है मेहनत करके तो थोड़ा सा लाइक करो यार सपोर्ट करो स्ट्रीम को क्या कर रहे हो
现在就是相对于以前心态肯定还是会有所好转。我们
ये इनसे टाइम पे भी करना था वैसे भूल गए कोई बात नहीं अब से हमने स्टार्ट किया ना तब से रेगुलर करेंगे अब से सारे टूर्नामेंट करेंगे
us and I think we will try to do our best.
guys like please सबको लाइक करो
발전을 했다라고 느껴지는 그런 한 해였던 것 같고 이제 PGC를 앞두고 좀 많이 기대되는
एडिट टीम में जाओगे ना तो यहाँ पे सारा स्टैट्स तो दिखता है भाई
Like for me, I left my family.
कोई रेकमेंड करेगा कुछ चेंज करूँ क्या इसमें
I am not gonna be taking care of my parents. I'm not gonna live with them and be around them. Then I need to make them proud and I need to win that.
Я б хотів би, щоб нас запам'ятали як найсильнішу команду у файтах.
कुछ चेंज करना चाहिए कि ठीक है
แข่งในประเทศไทยรู้สึกมีกำลังใจครับรู้สึกดีครับที่พวกเขาได้เห็นความสามารถ
ये तो मारा है 52 पॉइंट दिया है उस दिन
พวกเราเป็นทีมม้ามืดผมอยากได้
सेकंड प्लेयर भी
विनर चिकन डिनरให้
एलो पे डाउट है
เพราะว่าอยากจะเห็นทุกคน
एलो पे डाउट है ना रुको देखते हैं एलो का क्या है एक्चुअली एलो को क्यों लिया मालूम है उस इस बजट में कोई था नहीं दिखाता हूँ मैं क्यों कोई टाइम है ना कितना टाइम है
แล้วก็รู้จักเป็นพี่น้องกันก็อยากให้ผู้ชมได้เชียร์ทีม
ये देखो
ความสนุกครับ
एलो को हटाया तो बजट में ना ये लोग हैं
Before WCs, I would say we changed a lot since we got Corexy, the team structure, team roles, and I would say that is probably the biggest change that we've done this year. So yeah, I'm happy that we did it.
If we win PGC, yeah, I would say it sounds like
समझ रहे हो कुछ recommend करो अगर change करना है
to win. For sure, we want to win this PGC hard, make us want to win this event.
इसीलिए मैं लिया हूँ ये लोग मेरे को इनमें से स्पार्किंग ये सबसे तो एलो ही ठीक लगा अरे कुछ नहीं होगा मैं चेंजेस थोड़ा कर रहा हूँ वाह गया और वापस सिलेक्ट करो टाइम जाने वाला बेंच में इसको रखा 17 मिनट है बेबी के भाई मैच चालू होने के बाद रहता है आप इनफैक्ट फर्स्ट किल करने के बाद प्लेयर को डाल सकते हो अपने उसमें उतना टाइम रहता है गुस्ताव को कोई नहीं ले रहा क्या गुस्ताव इस बार गुस्ताव फैक्स फेस क्लैन आउट है आज फेस क्लैन मारेगी मैं बता रहा हूँ आज मारेगी भाई फेस देख लेना अरे होता है उस दिन किया था उस दिन फेस वालों ने किया था मेरे को गुस्ताव ने मारा था 3 बंदे उस दिन गटसी ब्रो ने वही किया था गटसी ब्रो आए फटाक से वही ले लिया तुरंत चेंज कर लिया था टीम में पिछले बार
Welcome everybody to sunny Bangkok for day 2 of Group B. Now day 1 saw us a European wave with a little North American chaser, but day 2 brings 6 more opportunities for all of these teams to play catch up. I am Poor Source. Joining me once again is Toby. And Toby, what are we expecting here on day 2? More of the same or a little bit different?
I'm hoping more the same. I'm expecting a little bit different because there are some, let's call them sleeper giants down towards the bottom of the current Group B leaderboard that we, of course, hoping to see climb to the top. But they will have fierce competition going up against the likes of Na'Vi, who played arguably as good of day 1 as you could expect them to.
I mean, Na'Vi had a fantastic day. It was kind of a break from what we've seen from Na'Vi in the past, where they'll have that one big game and then they kind of disappear for the rest of the day. Well, this time they did well enough all throughout to end up in 2nd place overall. Yeah. But that is not to take, you can't take the shine away from Na'Vi. BB team.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't finish lower than 4th place. Like, they were absolutely off the charts.
I like that halfway through the day we started actively tracking. We even told Jet, like, let's keep a watch of BB. Surely they cannot make anything off of this wild shooting range shift. We keep our eyes on them, and surely they go out and make it into the top once again. So it's not just them getting circles fed back to back to back. No, they made every single moment count for themselves, able to claim some good finishes out of that edge of the circle.
Yeah, and, you know, honestly, despite the fact that BB Team and Na'Vi, obviously we expected a lot from those two, but nobody really knew what to expect from Group B.
Yeah.
So to come out in the first day and kind of, you know, stake claim right there, 76 points overall for BB Team, really setting themselves up nicely for these last 2 days, especially when you consider the fact that this lobby hasn't gotten any less crazy, Toby.
No, true.
There's still a lot of teams that are a little farther down on the leaderboard that could show out here today.
And what's scary is the 2 teams that we have on top, being BB and Na'Vi, are 2 teams that usually come off to pretty calm starts and then get going as the show goes on. But nope, it was a great day 1 start for them. Let's see if they can start off well here as we go over to game number 1 of day number 2 here for Group B at PGC.
Double Miramars to start the day, and last time I saw some
मेरे किस्मत के लिए finger crossed.
I want to say exciting, always exciting, right? But they were kind of calm. You saw Na'Vi get the win in game 1, and BB Team followed that up in the 2nd game with their first win of the day, first win of 2. And so, yeah, I mean, you look at BB, it wasn't like it was a one-map type of deal. It was all day long. And like I said, when you have no lower placement than 4th, that goes to show that you are, your IGLing, your comms, they're on point.
They knew exactly what to do with the land laid out in front of them, and again, I mean, that's the terrifying thing, and it's very similar to how Twisted plays their game style. Is like, what do you do to counter it? They're not even in the best position all the time for you to try and contest. Like, you can't actively hunt them, because you might actually be in a better spot initially than BB is in, but they're the ones coming out on top, right? So are you willing to sacrifice what you've already claimed, which on paper should be better than what they have to work with, to potentially throw your game against them and give them even more success than they already have?
We'll see if they can keep that going here today as we watch closely on that eastern side of that playing path to see if anybody gets a little bit close to each other. Looks like Lucianos got a few shots being sent from Virtus Pro over towards game start win. GSW desperately need to get their ship righted as they are sitting in 16th place overall, and that's not gonna help all the way up north.
Not been pretty whatsoever down towards the bottom of the leaderboard. I think, I mean, as we look down towards the bottom of the leaderboard, I think anyone's Legend, the team that you gotta throw in the mix there as well. Soon to be almost the entire Cerberus roster of the past. They were, I mean, one of the, if not the best APAC team during their height. And now seeing the likes of him as his boys struggle to get anything going, that's not something we're used to seeing. They do get salute out of Picado here, so with a good central loot spot to kick things off, we're hoping to see that they get something going here in day 2 as well.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, these are teams that we had high expectations of, and for good reason. It's not like one day is just going to take those expectations away. As you see, the highest single-day placement points, 41 for BB Team. Absolutely bananas for those boys. But, yeah, you know, they don't even have to kind of replicate that performance from day 1. They just have to cruise at this point. And they should
करना है कैसी बात कर रहे हो casters इनको perform करना है भाई ऐसे कैसे चलेगा नहीं perform करेंगे तो हमारा point कौन दिलाएगा
76 points in a day is insane. But I've also seen a 5-point day for them before, and that was against the lobby that was on paper worse than what we're up against here. So I want to see them have the same success 3 days in a row, but unfortunately, I still get to see continuous success from BB to an extent where I can just every single day go out and say, yeah, of course they're there, the same way that we would expect from the likes of Twisted Minds.
And, you know, kind of ran into the boys and was talking to Besto and a couple of they took the success very on the chin, right? They were very level-headed. They're like, you know what, going to day 2, the job's not done. Obviously, like, even if we do have success here, this is group stages where it really starts to matter, where it really counts as that grand final. So that's what we still have our eyes on. Obviously, be happy with the success you had today, but start looking forward as quickly as possible, and that is just what they will look to do. Navi probably going to be in the same boat. It has always been the Hackatory show, but this time around, he had 3 shotgun riders that were more than capable.
Yep. Good rotation coming north for Na'Vi. No contesting between them and Liquid. FaZe ain't up there like we saw in game 1 of their first match day either. They opted to go far down on the southern side. And of course, Na'Vi well aware that Liquid is in Mina's province. Around that eastern side and should be safe.
See, Falcons kind of doing the same thing, just making their way towards center now. They don't have to... The problem here is that Theraton 5, right? Theraton 5 in that split around the mid, so that could be bad for Theraton 5, or it could be bad for the Falcons, depending on how the chips fall. We'll keep an eye on that, though. It looks like Theraton 5 is defending their territory aggressively. Meanwhile, anyone's legend coming from the south, it looks like they'll be making their way past Power Grid. Should find a pretty easy path in.
Oh, yeah. Pretty vanilla rotation coming through from AL when you're the Picado team backfill, the Power Grid looting team. I mean, Petrichor's been up there since forever, so you should have a lot of bots to go in and watch through to know exactly what their timings are going to be. And as you can see here too, Whodat and the boys with plenty of space around them on their rotation.
As you said, it's all about the timings, right? So you see them stopping down, trying to look. What the next move is going to be, but not too separated, just in case they might run into somebody. As you see, Rock was kind of making a rotation just off to their west.
नहीं गेम नहीं खेल रहा ना, ऐसे पीछे आइडल में नहीं होता गरम. 30-80 को चलना पड़ता है जब जीपीयू वो होता है, गेम खेलता है तब होता है गरम.
But no shots being taken just yet. As we check in with FaZe way down to the south. They're getting a little bit close to Pentagram.
I was gonna say, Jeeves living with the scare. That one came up over the road, kind of side off, and luckily able to spot. I believe it was Glass now making his way away from there as well as PO. I mean, you're not exactly quiet in this going uphill.
PO का वाट लगने वाला है.
What's going on? But how long is he going to wait before maybe peeking over?
We're not gonna talk about PO's transportation struggles on Miramar. It's already been pretty well documented from the last games, but it looks like he's kind of sneaking around up there. AZ, I mean, he knows that somebody's down there, right? But he's just playing it cool, playing it calm, and just
नहीं मेरे को फालतू का बिजली का बिल क्यों?
Hear PO pulling away is unfortunately the mountain goat just didn't in him today.
Sometimes vehicles just work against you, and this time Rock's going to help him out. Well, you said you wanted to see something from Strimsy. Well, let's see if he can do something in. He's been pulled up on by his fellow countrymen of Copenhagen Wolves. 3 men on the compound. Still have 1 player set on the other side. That Vox holding the crosshair.
Really nice day 1 for Falcons. Put them in the top 5, but they still got to hold on tight here. As you see Shrimsy just looking around, slowing things down with that smoke grenade, but a nice grenade coming through from Wolves. We'll pull things back, and yeah, as soon as they throw that grenade, they get the shots back. They know it's occupied. We've got a free pull away from this if we want. Let's go ahead and take it.
Simply too much to lose and trying to contest for this position early on. It ain't one of the real big prime positions either, because it's very difficult to keep your cars safe. So very mature decision from Copenhagen Wolves and making the run on in, see what happens. But as soon as they see Falcons collapse on the compound, immediately try and get out of there.
Boy, we saw this kind of
मेरा टीम में बताया था
messing around each other a little bit earlier, but now it's turned into a full-on fight between Asla, Pentagram, and FaZe. We'll keep an eye on there as we check back in. Oh, there you go, Owl. Or Howl, rather. Owl.
James भी down है.
Finish off. Gustav James is down. I think FaZe might just be down to 1. Yes, indeed. It is going to be Fex, and you can see him retreating to the north on your mini-map.
This is, again, one of those where this wouldn't have been the case at all a couple of months ago. But for now, I mean, given that this is 2 kilometers from the circle, Vex goes away now, hides in a building, waits for a good while, and then comes back to clean up blue chips, assuming Pentagram is not going to take him out. Completely Elo in the meantime does find Michael. Headshot, body shot should do it. Knocked in the middle of the open, and now it's up to Purdy and the rest of the team to kind of make use of the surprise element they got off of Purdy's peak.
Yeah, Copenhagen Wolves just not finding any safe harbor here on the north side. At least they were able to get away from Falcons. This one's going to cost them Michael, as they will pull away. I mean, even still, they're just kind of running around. And see where they decide to go is see the shots from Elo on high. There's a lot of bullets being sent your direction.
Yep, able to scare them off. And doing so successfully. I don't know, they're small space, I'm not too sure, but nonetheless.
Got a point.
Point in the back. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, but now you can. Tiggleton, noted mini abuser from way downtown, will spot out Elo. And just like that, that could be a flush as well. Oh, nice return fire for Purdy Curdy. Not going to let him free farm. We'll drop the smokes. We'll try to get the res on his fallen fragger.
He even took the headshot.
Got to take the block, and he does. He gets away with it. That is well done there by Purdy Curdy, but they're not out of the woods yet.
What a hero move from Purdy. Goes in, body blocks, tanks a headshot through the mini as well. Gets Elo back on his feet, and now they should be able to run off. Maybe one more smoke is going to be needed in order to secure the car as well. I don't think I heard any tire pops on it. So it should be all right. We saw Destroy get taken out by Santastico a bit earlier, but that was not to be for too long because he has made his way back here as well.
That is a very quick revive, and most likely
he'll be able
to get his rear gear back as well. Pentagram, after dealing with FaZe, they're going to move off to the north. Kills already for them, and they've got a pretty free and clear path into the south side of this zone. Now, we'll see where Circle 2 decides to take us. As you see Fex making his way in as well.
Yep, should be pretty straightforward coming in here. It's going to go towards the west, though. I mean, I think a lot of people's eyes right now go south, down towards Himas, down towards the crossroads and like valley compounds down there, because we've seen a lot of circles end down and around that area. But as I say that, a lot of people are actually opting to rotate further north.
Anyone's Legend getting their pick of the spots coming from that south side, and looks like they'll send Haisaki and Himas already. The trailing 2 need to get on the move, or else they're going to get cut off from the rest of the squad. Game start win, meanwhile, coming in from that eastern side around water treatment. They're just going to backfill the same spots where Virtus Pro just was.
Exactly. This east side is so insanely congested at this point. We have 2 out of 16 teams on the western half of this next circle. No one opting to make western rotates off it. One team there, though, BB, always able to find the quiet sides. And here we see the knock from a vehicle as well. Good shots come through. Oink, there you have it with the fadeaway.
Through the rock.
Yep.
Go ahead, BL. All right, Rock been showing some fangs here early on. As you see them up there. Well, I thought we were on the leaderboard, but they're not. Okay, 8% win percent. I'm not. Well, let's not go crazy with the win percent challenge. It's just in circle 2. But you know, who knows? They're on 5. As we see, we'll try to get Fluky and Rosseted back to the rest of the gang, but they are very surrounded as well. Meanwhile, Anyone's Legend were able to get everybody back together, but they do have PO right on their northern doorstep.
Yep, sure do. Bagel Pot setting the 2-2 split fix now as well. Actually rotating north on this. I thought maybe he was going to go down and try to pick up some of these blue chips, but not been able to. Maybe Pentagram opted to destroy. I'm not sure. Maybe just didn't feel like taking the risk. And now, well, that's Tyre's gone.
Himas is famous. Himas famous.
Get rewarded with a P90. A couple of bullets going his way as well, though.
F1 first, Himas. Okay. ठीक है भाई. Agatory मतलब सबके list में.
You know, this is just classic PO, isn't it? He just finds this thing out here in the middle of nowhere. I'm going to smoke it? Nah, don't smoke it. Just go send it. If I smoke it, then everybody's going to know I'm here, right? Like that's
every time you look at PO, it's a how has he converted this squad game into a solo rank match? Like, he's just running around doing his own things, and well, there he is once more.
He gets away with it.
हाँ, अपना team बताओ ना.
That 2-2 split that they've got working right now. They're getting a little bit of ADR here from long range as they keep track of everybody else. Looks like most teams have made it in. Navi coming in from the northern side into La Cobreria. You see Wolf sans 1 player has made it into the water treatment. So they're kind of they're taking their time. It looks like they might have. Yeah, they're going to go ahead and bust it. And yeah, why not?
Yeah, got the time, plenty of space to maneuver outside the east as well. So good on them to be able to get Michael back. And I mean, they were going to be late on that rotation regardless, and they know they have space now coming in. So wise on them to tank a bit of blue to get that fourth man back in the match.
Looking at the Doritos of the teams off to the east there, it looks like third on 5 and maybe game start win, the only one that we're kind of looking over in this direction, seeing that blue pillar into the sky. So we'll see if they decide to make Copenhagen's Wolves lives any difficult as we check in with Azul popping that emergency pickup, waiting for the circle.
I mean, this next shift is going to be huge. Again, look at the amount of teams out towards the eastern side, and we're centering up. We're going way up on that mountain up high from where, I mean, it's effectively Hayasaki, and then everyone is sat down below. The 3D graphic here to jump into the crate. I mean, you know what? I get the idea. The only issue is when you're jumping in because you have opponents set up so high.
Yeah, they're
going to be shooting at you for a long time. But this ain't just your average jump into a big city where everyone's down below type hot drop. This is a very, very dangerous pickup if they opt to go down inside the crater.
I think they might be looking for high ground as early as they can. We'll see if they get it. Game start win, meanwhile, going to move in a little bit closer, right at the base of anyone's Legends mountain as the helicopters cross in the night. Michael will rejoin the rest of his squad. Michael actually getting sent towards the middle. And yeah, you see Xiaopiang getting popped off. Begopa, Pio's got that P90. Anyone's Legend, they do go for the high ground and they end up getting away with it. All 4 players still alive. Now Pio's in trouble and Haisaki will go down. Glass is going to go down. A number of players getting taken out on this circle rotation.
You know what? Even if they stay alive as 3, I think just getting up there on top of that mountain is the win in of itself.
It's huge.
More people flying in. That's Michael trying to rejoin his teammates, or maybe land to get some loot and then get going inside circle proper. We still have some teams down on that southern side having to figure how in the world do we get up this mountain, because there's already teams set effectively in the only path we can cross towards.
Definitely hate to lose Haizaki there. Well, yeah. As a pentagram, they went for the high ground. Well, Michael actually went for the low ground, so I think everybody had eyes on Asla while Michael was able to sneak his way into that low side. So he'll be by himself. The rest of the Wolves still off to the east. And
in look high ground mein na as
very unlikely that they rejoin each other unless it's very late game.
They're playing a 3-1 split across the circle right now, and at least for Michael, he's alone and he can loot for a while. So
sure.
So there is that. For Na'Vi, they're technically inside circle, still up towards that northwest, but who knows? I mean, next circle's going to shift off of some of these mountains. It could go straight north on Na'Vi. I think that's part of the reason why they're not opting to move aggressively just yet, because they're actually maybe expecting this northern shift come through.
I think the one thing you worry about Na'Vi, they've been very, very slow and methodical about how they push in from this circle from the northern side. But the problem is they've got BB team off to the west, and they're going to be starting to look at the same kind of the same spots to play in the
4 में से एक बंदा को अगर कुछ अगर हो गया तो 5वें का फिर ऐड होने लगेगा वैसा
already taken a foothold. BB all looking over in that direction.
कुछ हो गया मतलब अगर नहीं खेल रहा
to come in from the south side. Fortunately for them, Game Start Win and Pentagram are all looking at each other, and both of them having higher ground over anyone's Legend has forced anyone's Legends to kind of play a little bit more cautious.
And to echo the difference in the lobbies that we have in Group A and Group B, the fact that we have this circle with teams this clustered and we've only seen 4 players eliminated so far. That's pretty impressive from the teams as Michael is set, using the mortar down from the low inside the crater. Circle shifts north as expected with some of the unplayable terrain we have on that southern side of the crater. Now it's up for, well, effectively half the lobby to try and maneuver their way in from the south side. But where in the world do you go when your entry point is the high ground?
It's rough. It's going to be interesting to see how these southern teams decide to play this out, especially when you consider teams like Asla. I mean, they can kind of hang out on this high ground a little bit longer, but once they have to move, they don't have any vehicles, as the Michael Mortars are sailing a little bit wide. But
if he hits that pentagram hill, they're doomed.
If he hits this, that'd be absolutely filthy.
I mean, you're a golfer. You know the difficulty in trying to line up the distance when you also have the height or the elevation difference.
Oh, just a little long.
A bit too far once more. He's got to count off a bit of the distance there, because obviously it hits way before it would had he been Aiming horizontal once again.
Good nade. GameStar win, they're in trouble. Nade comes in, they get to move around a little bit. Nixie gonna go down. Xiaotong will take him down. Xiaopian is gonna get traded out by Nixie as well, but the rest of VP are arriving. Nixie does get flushed out as Asla Pentagram start looking down here as well. Lucorux will go down. Anyone's Legend. They start getting active now that they have to be on the move.
And this is what we were just talking about. These Southside teams realize we just gonna have to brawl it uphill. There's no trying to drive through. We know how many teams have been forced to stay on this southern side. Look at how clustered they are now. VP were the ones to kind of ignite this fuse, and now it's all gonna blow up. Fex able to find one. That's Ranger X down. A little help from Ming Ming finding Russ there as well.
Fex doing what he can with what he has. He could at least go for that flush, maybe, if he's able to. Yeah, he will. And anyone Legend Corexi is the last player left of the last 4. Virtus Pro, GameStar win. There's still 4 left. Well, Corexi gets spotted out, and that will be it for VP. Out 16th place. Copenhagen Wolves now the target for Asla Pentagram. As you said, everything happening on the south side here is all coming to a head. It almost feels like this is just destruction, mutually assured destruction.
It is. No one gets out of here with all players alive, and whoever survives on the inside of these fights have to turn their back and go into a new fight of their own at some point soon. Only really that's a Pentagram who's feasting off of this. No one really able to contest them because they're looking at their opponents right next door.
Fex tried to get over there and get involved. Hammer sending it down onto GameStar Win, while GameStar Win tries to take the fight with Copenhagen Wolves, but they just can't do it easily. They've got a number of shots being taken. I'm looking at Hymas is going to be landing shots as well as AL and Asla just continue to rain down. Now Copenhagen Wolves, they still have that insurance policy of Michael that's left back inside the lower part of the crater. From that high ground, but they are going to have to leave it now.
Farming damage, getting some kills with it as well. Continuing shifting north. Falcon set up there alongside Myth and Liquid. Neither teams of whom we've really talked too much about this game because it's been pretty quiet up on that northern side, but fights slowly starting to erupt up there too.
Everything on the west is going to have to start pulling in as well. As you see Petrichor Road, they try to get out and get involved in all the fights that was going on the south side. They finished off Fex. They get the knock. Actually, that's Red Zone getting the knock. Destroy as Pentagram will finish off anyone's Legend. And Pentagram 8 kills now. A bunch of damage to be spoken for as well. They now have to worry about Theraton 5, what's left of Theraton 5, the duo. And meanwhile, Falcons, they've got Myth right in their doors.
Yeah, sure do. Myth trying to stand strong here and the push come through. Take on one side, will stay alive through that nade, so will Shrimsy trying to get the heals on up, allowing for H1 to come over and help him out proper.
Myth taking fights on both sides. They're fighting Falcons on the south, and they've got Team Liquid pushing in from the north. And they can't really pick one over the other, so instead they'll just kind of retreat and hold down the hills that they have. Meanwhile, here we go. The last duo from Theraton 5, Pentagram adding to their total 10 kills now. Can they get Hal back on his feet?
They almost have more points in this game off of kills alone than they did in the entire day one. That is probably the best rewarded epic I've ever seen. As Jurian now lobbed some nades down below. They're hearing the BB team vehicles come in and they need them at a distance.
Hell of a turnaround for Pentagram. Let's see if they can keep it going. Best BB team going to be taking the fight with Begopa on that high side. Look at Phil first going for that cheeky flank. Will he be able to get away with it? He's going to catch him while they're running away, but Navi gets him from behind. So BB team, they pulled off the trap of the century, and Navi just takes it away.
Yep, had a potential double lined up for him, but couldn't connect in time to get them both confirmed before Hagatori took him down. Gurion now. That slight reset gets a chance to run on down, but I mean, for Pentagram, they're just continuing. Hammer getting another double. Come through here, 4 kills for him now, 13 kills for Asla Pentagram, and they're still alive.
Body Petrichor Road there, and they will fight their way in as a duo. And they might be able to get away with it because you look, Rock is now taking their fight over towards BB team. They've got the high ground. BB trying to work their way around a doozy. Here's the footsteps. Doesn't see anybody just yet. It's going to spot him on the high side. Not going to see the low man, and that's going to be BL. But what a flick from a doozy. Takes him down.
That is an insane turn as well. He has no right coming out victorious in that fight, but able to do so regardless. Coles does find Moldog with a long throw nade, though. With the doozy and Bestelog both trying to heal on up. This is going to be a difficult one. Rock has to make an aggressive play right now.
Some nice util usage from Rock, but it's very tough to use going down that hill, as now they're getting flanked from behind by Bagopa, as BL will get taken down. Soul's going to go down, RBN going to go down, Santastico now the last player left alive. Hackatory will get spotted out by a Khan as Bagopa is looking in all directions.
And baffled, Rock didn't opt to engage quicker. They knew they had Bagopa on the other side. Unfortunately for them, hesitation is what got the better of him, and Bagopa will be the ones taking control of the high ground. Best of luck bleeds out. BB team not even top 4. What? 7th place for them.
Crazy. It's the lowest we've seen them in a while. Looks like Navi is going to get that revive onto Hackatory, so fantasy owners rejoice. Looks like the Demon King will be back at it once again, but Bagopa already on the way. You can see a Khan sending it over in that direction, change the game. Still have a compound to play from as well. Bagopa with that high ground, not going to go overstay their welcome or overstep their welcome. Grenade is going to be the one that helps.
Exactly. They're trying to regroup, get back to the compound. I believe there have some vehicles there, but I mean, a drive downhill from here. That is in and of itself. We'll see if that's what they'll commit to or not, as Purdy tries to flex out, but surprised by the fact that Hangi is set inside the compound in the end, taken down by H1 and take there to get the flush.
Oh, having to push into it. Pretty disgusting, and it wasn't even that did it. It's just Falcons.
Yep.
They've got the compound. They've got vision all over that. Now, once they defended their 2-2 split here from Myth pushing down in, they've been able to kind of hold it since then, but now Myth in a perfect position to stop Navi as they will get the knock on Sosa, and now Ferris is pinned up against the wall.
And it's some distance with an AK spray as well through that vehicle. Great shots come through from Olympus. It's not all like his show when it comes to Myth. He can definitely deliver as well as a Khan peeks on over. Catches Hackatory with his side turned. Gone down, he will. Flush comes through. That's points over to Bagopa.
And it seems like everybody in the lobby has some kind of angle onto every Navi player, and Myth is actually going to go ahead and push down onto this last duo. Sosa and Ferris, they'll get the heels off, but do they know that they've got Myth in their midst? They're going to know now, and they are dead. 6th place for Navi, and now Falcons turn their attention over towards Bagopa as they make a mad dash into the zone.
Yeah, we questioned whether the vehicle play was going to work or not, and well, it's turned out it wasn't. Not to be, as Myth continues their stride. More points garnered. Khan, the only player left uphill now, and what is he planning on doing?
We'll have to see. Guyon just listening for footsteps at this point, see if Myth actually wants to push him a little bit more. I think Myth knows. I mean, they lost one player to the Falcons, so they're going to do everything they can to avoid sightlines from that compound. Tianchan actually getting a knock onto Guyon out in the middle of nowhere with a perfectly placed mortar. So change the game from the south side. They don't have a lot of people looking over in their direction. Nobody shooting at them. So why not just send a beautiful mortar? God, I can't believe he landed that.
Does he get a knock before he bleeds out? 2 more ticks should do it. Nah, might as well go back. No reason to give that point over as Olympus claims one more with a knock Guyon, and that's going to be Myth now climbing once more.
All right. Circle pulls back over towards change the game. Keeps Falcons compound in it. Team Liquid will have to get on the move pretty quickly, but change the game taking random pot shots at them for the last several circles. Myth, they've got to figure out a play here.
Yeah.
Still lots of ways they can avoid this compound, but they really need to change the game to make a move before they can make a move.
I mean, it's effectively everyone but Falcons needs to make a move, and I think the first ones on the chopping block here is going to be Liquid. You can see the lining of the vehicles trying to prep the smokes now as well. They sent Purdy earlier, which I love, down towards where Hang Yi is. Little did they know he had made it there 10 seconds prior, so not able to claim that position, but now you can see the value of having been able to get that shack early on in this game. That's effectively what's allowed change the game into this next circle.
There you go. You get a good overview and an idea of the terrain that these guys are working with. Team Liquid dropping the deployable covers. You can hear the engine revving off in the distance. Falcons still just holding down the line. It looks like Myth, they might be thinking that their best option might be pushing into the Falcons compound here.
There's really no other play for them, are there? I mean, CTG would see them on last bullet before he cleared the corner as well. AK viable again, I suppose. For Luke, though, opting to pull up on Falcons now. Only player here. They sent him alone. I'm not sure if that's just mistimed or what it was. Maybe they were looking to get a knock and use him as bait, but not going to work for them. Kick finds one more.
Absolutely filthy defense from Kick, and Sparking will just go down to the blue. And that will be it for Team Liquid, but not a bad start, finishing off in 4th place. As we see Myth, they had the opportunity. If the entirety of Liquid would have pushed in there and taken a full 3v4 fight against Falcons, that would have been the best everything for Myth. But now they've got to take this fight one-on-one as Tickleton gets knocked low. Scappi try to back with the Molotov. He hops in the vehicle and kickstart, eats him alive.
What was he hoping to do with the car there? I thought he really was just going to sit there, hold the angle, especially with the molly, eliminating the building altogether. But ends up going down for it, and now Olympus and Baron are stuck on that southwest side.
All right, change the game. Meanwhile, they're laughing. They have everything they could possibly want to work with here on this southern side. Now, they still have vehicles as well, so if the next zone pop goes away from them, they can at least have somewhere to go. Falcons, meanwhile, they'll continue to hold on to this high ground as long as possible. The duo from Myth, that will probably be the next thing that Falcons have to look at. Yep, that circle just going to center up. So Falcons continue to hold on to their spot. Change the game should be okay as well.
Everyone is
technically still in outside of Myth right now.
Falcons have to tippy-toe the very corner of the most southern building in their compound, and for change the game, I think they can fit 2 players inside the circle on that east side of the ridge, and then you have Tian sat down towards the south.
It's like like when we hop in the elevator and everybody's like, "Oh yeah, Poro, come on, you can fit," and the elevator starts beeping, and then they never let me live it down. Okay,
yeah,
not triggered by that or anything.
I can tell your voice sounds very happy when you said that.
Exactly.
Change the game. I mean, they're in a waiting position. They need to find.
I like this from Tianchan though.
Oh yeah, they have to play it like this. I mean, for Falcons though, 11 smokes. Use them wisely, boys, because they're going to be the only cover you're going to have for a bit.
Yeah, Tianchan has a little bit of room on that southern side of the circle that he can work with.
ऐसा लग रहा है कि Falcon पे bet लगाना चाहिए
more of a high ground peak and an idea of what to deal with. But yeah, this is exactly what we thought was going to happen, right? Falcons has to take care of Myth before they can turn their attention towards them. And that grenade will be a hell of a way to start it. Baron also knocked pretty low as Falcons will try to get rid of these guys, but still retain some of their utility if possible. Tianchan going to steal the point away from Falcons as Baron has the blue licking at his heels.
Yeah, I mean, right now he's doing effectively all he can is try to get them away from here, force them potentially into change the game. Not saying that's going to win him the match, but maybe find the knock player, get a flush of it, able to find one as Hang Yi goes down. That's going to, I mean, again, Falcons, they need to make a move here.
Yeah, I mean, while it's a good knock, it's a pretty easily salvageable knock there for change the game. Hangi was right on top of his teammate, so he's already back on his feet. So good work by Falcons to clear out Myth, but you see what they're working with. Change the game, 10 grenades. Falcons have 0, only 2 smokes left. This is going to be really, really hard sledding for Team Falcons.
Exactly. What you see here is effectively what they've left to work with. They expelled half their util trying to dislodge Myth, and only now did it work. Also, kudos to Kickstart just casually like re-peeking with 3 HP to secure the kill on Baron. Very, very courageous act there to secure them a top 2.
अबे भाई ये लोग zone sneaking कर रहे हैं
right now. We'll see if they can pull off a miracle as H-Win will set up his deployable shield right into the smoke. That's a good way to start it as Shrimzy gets the knock onto Wangbo, and Hangi is right there with him. Hangi not even going to go for the revive. The blue zone just coming in too soon, so that is now 4 down, 4-3. Tianchan gets spotted out, knocked low, but Falcons is pulling off a miracle right now.
10 nades, no more smokes. They should have close enough to really throw them forward. Now they're starting to do so. Aries get inside that smoke, throw those nades over there. You still have 4 more left to work with, but somehow Falcons are still in this.
H-Win doing so much with that deployable cover. The flashbangs being sent over. Still 4 grenades left in the bag for change the game, and they will start sending them now, see if they can get a little bit closer. But Falcons have managed to find an angle here. They found a smallest little dip, and look at these flashbangs sending over. Change the game back up to full strength. You see Tickleton's low. He's got to be careful not to go down to blue.
Wenbo has a nade and a molly, and he's the furthest forward player in the end. It has to be it, right? But no, surely not just yet. H-Win able to respond, gets one down, but finally. Wow! Oh, wow! Was that a drawn-out finish? How in the world were Falcons allowed to stay alive for this long?
It was so close. We always knew that it was going to be really, really tough for Falcons to win that one. But change the game, opened up a little bit of a door there, and Falcons almost kicked it down. They almost were able to, but at the end, the blue zone being right on their backs, the smoke slowing things down, the barrage of flashbangs and grenades just proving to be a little too much.
Seen it already here from the start of the day. Hesitation getting the better of some team. The second guessing. We talk about the windows of opportunity. They ain't always big, but when they're there, you gotta capitalize. And
guys,
the game, able to live through that one. But kudos again to Falcons for making something out of a practically nothing type finishing situation there.
Tell you what, for a team that definitely needed to change the game a little bit after their first time, Game 1 win is a nice way to do that. Let's get over to the analyst desk.
पॉइंट्स तो कुछ भी नहीं मिला, देखते क्या होता है। सिर्जे ब्रो अपना बताना, टीम मैं नोट कर रहा हूँ, मेरे को ध्यान नहीं रह रहा है। तुमने लिखा तो था, रुको मैं देखता हूँ तुम्हारा चैनल एक्टिविटी में मिल जाएगा मेरे को।
We asked for the China fight back here, and they do it to start off Group B Day 2, match number 7. Change the Game is able to get the victory here as we have them going up against the Falcons that made a meal of it. They threw down those foldable shields for a little bit of extra room, and it did not work.
It was two shields, 4 smokes, and a dream. But the Falcons was not to be. CDG had a good spot, and honestly, I think it came down to Myth was holding.
भाई मेरे 4-5 पॉइंट आए होंगे, मेरे को लग रहा है।
No flex potential. They only had one access.
एक ही बंदा मारा है by the way मेरा। पैकेटोरी ने मारा है कि नहीं पता नहीं।
Triangle on him, and they can't be blamed for losing in that position.
No, I suppose not. Looking back at the highlights from this game, I will say a lot of this high ground fighting, I was particularly impressed by a decent game off the back of that emergency pickup. They used the high ground potential to its fullest here. Plenty of kills.
They did. They maximized in a situation that they'll probably never be presented with again, right? They got a great drop. It happened to have 4 teams scattered around them. They got to be the spoiler on just about every single fight.
A lot, yeah.
That VP fight in particular, I thought was a good push by VP. You can't count on Asla up on the high ground, right? So it's one of those situations where you make the most out of it, and they did. They got a ton of points.
Yeah, just really kind of threaded the needle on that as well, because there were so many teams technically around the location, but they're all not as high as where they would end up on that.
Well, and the beauty of that spot is worst case scenario, you take a headshot and just lay down, right? Like there's no mistakes you can truly make up there. Next to each other. So they maximized, and they were desperate to do so. And I think CTG in the same boat. They were desperate to maximize some points, put something on the board, and this is a huge pickup for them.
Yeah, very well done. Very well done. So some of the teams towards the bottom that needed the points to try and jump on up definitely got some of them. That said, though, as we said, Falcons being able to stay alive in that compound for as long as they did really made a meal out of it. It's just a shame for them, I think. If they'd had a little bit more utility against Change the Game, I think they probably could have won that one.
I think they could have, but I think they were under assault from Myth from behind. They had Liquid shooting from the high ground. They needed so many smokes just to survive long enough to stop Baron, that there wasn't a lot of options left for them. Get out first together. Fight. They did some good damage, but CTG just had a great spot. I will say, as we look at Liquid right there, Americas has had a roller coaster over here, up, down, not making grand finals for both of these teams at times. To see both of them, again, starting a strong game 1 here on day 2 was actually pretty exciting for me. Obviously, as someone from the Americas.
Sure. Well, with that, we have changed the game. It's not a huge win for them, but it is an important one. 16 points will go the way of Change the Game. As Asla, Pentagram, as we mentioned before, 13 points from kills alone. Such a shame for them. They were unable to get into the play some points because they played a bit of a blinder.
They did, and that 13 points is going to get them a good jump start. Remember, while we're excited about top 5 advancing to the grand finals, there's also that story of you just don't want to be in the bottom 3 because that means you go home at the end of the game, and they were. So to me, that's also what we're going to see today is while we're going to see this push to make that top 5, we're going to have a lot of teams who are in the lower 5 saying, I just have to get myself out of that bubble today. And Asla may have
still are.
Oh, no. Even after that, boys.
Even 13 points wasn't enough. That's kind of brutal. But for Change the Game, that bumped them massively up into that top 5 at the moment. So good stuff for them. They are currently, across 2 groups, the leading Chinese team here. So we need to see more of that here for the Chinese region. Aside from that, it was only really the Falcons that was making a lot of moves. The BB team and Na'Vi didn't really get too rich off this one. Not much going their way.
No, Na'Vi struck it out. We saw Virtus Pro with a decent push in the mid game that sort of got dismantled from the high ground. So the EMEA powerhouses, I don't want to say they faultily fell apart there, but they just didn't get the points that they were hoping for and opened the door for everyone else.
It's a tough direction to come in from on a circle like that when it's shifting east and you're having to come in from the west side, which is just a bit northwest of where that kind of crater area is, right? So for them, they were playing what was that EMEA PUBG, which is slow and steady, waiting for the late game. The circle did not come their way at all.
The first circle is Oasis. It throws everybody into a little bit of crazy. This is not a map designed for northern rotations, but I think everybody adjusted. We'll see what happens with a little bit more of a normal circle on this one.
The best face. Look, he looks too happy. Maybe that's an omen of things to come as we get into our second game. Any small expectations for this one?
I expect it to go exactly the same. I think our EMEA, our America's teams are going to thrive again on this map.
Let's get to it then. then we
Sergio का
have
देखो भाई skyrocket हो रखा है demotion बोलता है.
teams to get raring and good to go. And the fight back is now on, but even more points are needed to try and topple the Titans at the very top.
वो मैं देख पा रहा हूँ विकी भाई का आज का टीम.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, after a massive Game 1 win for Change the Game, we got to see them into the top 5, and we see a little bit of a shake-up in the bottom 3 as well. So these are the things that we are keeping a very close eye on as this day progresses. And now we've got another plane going right down the center. Once again, it is I, Porosaurus. It is he. The name is Toby, and we are going to be your hosts for this next Game 2.
इसने मारा वैसे रायन को मिला होगा पॉइंट्स.
Second game, second day. Almost halfway through. I'm getting there.
We got there.
I was waiting for you to pick it up from me, buddy. You were just letting me hang myself. I appreciate that.
We got there in the end. Playing already halfway through, and again with no hot drops in that previous match, I would be very surprised to see any action go down in the early game. It's almost as if this whole lobby has just kind of admitted that, or accepted the fact that EU playstyle, EMEA,
ने मारा है उसको मिला होगा.
Oh yeah, that's what you guys will tell yourselves.
Seems to be enjoying
इसने भी नहीं किया, सायो ने भी नहीं किया.
Yeah, sure. Well, can't deny facts, and the facts are that Hackatory is still the kill leader. Phil first and
there's no way FaZe
right behind him. What?
There's no way FaZe is contesting this now, right?
Who's contesting who? Is it FaZe contesting Liquid or Liquid contesting FaZe? Well, FaZe, apparently they won some of this. We saw this in Game 1 yesterday, and it didn't end up turning out to be much of anything as FaZe kind of pulled away. And now with that hard south shift, this whole area outside of zone already. So FaZe maybe dropping down there to see if they can get something cheap and free. If not, they'll just move on.
Yesterday, I mean, that's exactly it, right? Because yesterday they landed.
Guys, finger cross. अपने teams के लिए प्रार्थना करो.
Like, yeah, there's also vehicles over here. Let's just take them and get out of here. And I hope we'll see the same thing happen today. But still, though, surprising to me. I know that their Ultra was on that southern side, which was within reach this game too. But surprising to me that they opted to go for game 1. Nothing really happens. Then they dip game 2. Then we go back on day 2 game 1. They don't go for it, and now they're here once again. So 50% drop chance if you're FaZe and Minas, I suppose.
We'll keep an eye on it. They haven't left just yet, but they are still hanging out on their respective sides as we see the stats from Change the Game from that last game. Not
वो refresh नहीं किया हुआ था मैं उसको.
But you gotta
website को refresh नहीं किया था. My bad.
Oh yeah. After what was a very, very miserable and disappointing day 1, they have stepped in 13 kills to start off. Now, a lot of that had to do with that high ground position they had, but you get a good game like that going in your favor, and that gives you a little bit more confidence going into game 2.
I mean, hell, I didn't even expect them to make it up there in the first place. I saw them set up that epic. I was like, you guys are not going to get that. And even if you do, you're probably not going to play too aggressive because that's not something we've been seeing out of Pentagram. I oftentimes feel like they're very blunt force in their aggression. They're lacking that one spearhead that can kind of take charge and push through. It hasn't really been there, but the way that both Red Zone and Hammer played this one, like kind of 1-2 punching the way through a lot of what we saw, both from the high ground, but also after they started getting down from the hillside, if they can take that into their up-close fights in games where they don't have a position with that sort of advantage, I'm all for it.
Well, when you got two players, I mean, Red Zone and Hammer, Blunt Force might be the order of the day as we see Red Zone.
और बीबी का F1 first
a little bit close here to Shatong. Game start win. Definitely don't need this. As yep, he's gonna spot him out, and he's being the sneakiest Red Zone you've ever seen in your life.
That is true.
इतने मेहनत का क्या फायदा?
Air siren everywhere he goes, just like no.
Just a big red circle around the map.
Bye.
Looks like the rest of the gang is arriving as well.
Oh भाई पूरे पलटन आ गई.
Looks like
it's a bait.
Oh yeah, that was a massive bait. Okay, easy peasy. That's one down for game start win.
Let alone. Sorry, continue.
Oh, I was just going to say, as you see, CC108 was kind of hovering around here, but he's going to go ahead
First
and pull away.
Let alone the fact that they set up plays like this in the early game. It's so far from the pentagram that I've been used to seeing in the past. Like the way they already had Hammer up on that hillside, drive one in, say it doesn't matter if you get knocked, Hammer's going to hit those shots.
VP, BB, Navi,
we now go over
Team
to
Liquid,
and
do something, chicken lao.
Of course, winning an event is a pretty good thing. So what changed? I mean, in-game it hasn't changed much, but I feel like as a team we gained a lot of confidence because we finally won an event after, and it basically like all the work paid off. So I would say we just gained a lot of confidence from it. I mean, of course, we're carrying confidence because the time between the event is so short. So I would say the team actually doesn't really care that much about the past tournaments because we just know if we play our own game that we're gonna perform good and everyone's gonna be confident. So of course, yeah, we're carrying confidence from PGS10 and the momentum, but that's not really gonna impact how we play. So yeah.
Confident
day there for the Virtus Pro boys, and so far so good as they continue to fight their way in. Now we did see a couple of E pickups, and they were taking shots down there. It's going to be Theraton 5, and I believe Petrichor Road in the second one. And they'll have space on the south side.
12 से 26 हो गया उनका point अजला वालों का.
After that big PGS 10 win.
14 points collect हो गया आज.
So far, I mean, obviously haven't been at the top, but they're in top 5. So they're looking great.
Very much so. Very much so. Again, not always a team that comes off to flying stars either, but I mean, I love the fact that Nixis had confidence that many times because that's what, whenever there has been poor performances from Virtus Pro, which as of late has been pretty rare, it has been, I mean, you just look at the 4 players and you go, oh, where's that fire? Where's the will, like the eagerness to go out and win? And it's definitely a new face to see them after that PGS 10 win compared to what you saw prior, longing for just that trophy to get to lift it.
Well, and you know, it's, again, talking about the stuff that we talked about yesterday when you know we were the last time we casted when we were talking about BB Team having that let off after getting their win in PGS 8 and kind of like not being able to find that same motivation, that same hunger, right? So Virtus Pro right now in that same spot after getting that PGS 10 win, but this is where it's great to have, you know, obviously some teammates that have been around for a long time. You got a coach in Ibiza that's been around for a long time. So if anybody is going to be able to break that trend, it's going to be these Virtus Pro boys.
Definitely. Plenty of firepower among that roster, and in terms of synergy and how they play together, they only get better game by game. I mean, they're already way up at the top when it comes to close quarter engagements. Wolves, not quite there yet. I feel like synergy-wise, there has been moments of brilliance, but it's also been a little on and off in the fights they have opted to take. I'm still waiting to see them get like a fight where they get to fight on their own terms, so to speak. It's oftentimes kind of these forced pull-ups in situations where they really would rather not have to be, but they're, I mean, given circles and whatnot forced into them. I want to see them maybe try and take more charge of their own playing and be the ones to decide the battlefields in some of the fights they go into.
Yeah, it feels like at least through, I don't know, one game and so far 7 minutes of this game, they're sticking closer together this time around. Whereas in the first day, it seemed like they were kind of going for these information gathering splits, wide splits. This time, sticking a little bit closer together. Unfortunately for Team Liquid, they're a little bit close together with FaZe Clan right now. Gustav gets some very low shots onto Alo, but Team Liquid still dancing around. And actually, it's not even Team Liquid in full. It's just Alo and Purdy Curdy. But Fex, oh, he's reading them like a book. He knows exactly where he is. That's a well-cooked grenade, and that's a Purdy Curdy going down.
And somebody please bring some, what do you call it, like glue remover? Because these two teams, they land together, and Minas now going up against each other in Los Leones as well as Alo falls too.
Just can't avoid each other, and as a result, Team Liquid will lose 2, and that's going to be Sparking and Luke 12 having to play this one out as a duo from that northern side. So we'll see what they decide to do, but not too shabby stuff from FaZe Clan.
True.
Running into these random duo. You never know what's going to happen in Los Leones when you run into somebody at random, and they clean that up pretty quickly and easily.
Also, we had a very similar, if not near identical Phase 1 circle on their first day of play, and I think you look back at that bot, there was practically no one in Los Leones through that entire beginning of the match. I know this plane pass was a bit different coming north to south rather than south to north, but I don't fault Liquid at all for backfilling into Los Leones, because if you go through like data of what this lobby has done, that should have been available, but FaZe, of course, opting to hop in there, caught them by surprise.
Yeah, it's definitely something that Liquid has done many times in the past, and that might be more FaZe doing their research, as I believe last time we saw a circle down here, they kind of tended to wrap on the east, and kind of play those spots there. So this time instead, they find 2 from Liquid, and now they're fighting their way out, and boy, they are low. Gustav and Vard having to do a little casual seat swapping here before taking the high ground. Fex will stop out, hop out, do a little scouting, and the rest of the boys will have to stop down to go for the heals here.
Is it a 3-tire Murado? I think it might be, or maybe even a 2-tire Murado. I think it got very slow up on that hill. I know they don't accelerate too well on the sand, but even then, it was a slow drive-in. Good thing for them is they all get to stay alive. It's changed the game now. Last team to kind of join the server.
अरे मेरे लिए तो सब चीज unlucky है भाई.
Western side making their way through from.
अरे PUBG का reward छोड़ो भाई, सब चीज.
Pretty coastal, some might argue.
Okay, well that's brutal. Everything to the south of Resort is free and clear, and Theraton 5 actually is probably going to know that because they've got extras down there kind of scouting out things. So we'll see how many teams of these ones coming in from that north side will try to go for that long wrap on the coastline and make their way in. You've got 3 over here on the east, Falcons, Myth, and Copenhagen Wolves that could look to take that same path. So Theraton 5 will have to be ready.
It is a race for the south, effectively. Everyone knows how jam-packed the northern part of this new circle already is because of the shift we've seen of teams rotating out Los Leones. They all know this. I mean, all the edge teams know this. It's a hard coastal wrap. And who can get to the south and to the gold first is, well, it's going to be up for the teams to find out. Falcons actually, I think, might be setting up a trap, and same thing could be happening on the western side too. So instead of going for the quick play and claim it themselves, they're saying, wait, we could also just wait and take our teams on the push, because Myth is driving straight into the Falcons.
That is exactly what's happening, and now Myth is stopping down. Are they stopping down for... they're going to try to get the glider.
Oh, no.
And Falcons, they're waiting for it. You can see the trailing member coming down, but they stop.
They're setting up a race here.
This is so close. Okay. What are we doing here? Myth just taking their time with this.
Bye. Kickshot
perfectly positioned too. They've got the BRDM. Now they've got I mean, this looks to be a perfect thing for Myth if they're able to get away with it, but the shots start coming. Now you saw a Panzerfaust in the pocket as well. Baron will get shot out of the glider immediately. Scappy going to have to pull the BRDM down. He's going to go for the res almost instantly as well. Olympus has that high ground. He's going to try to see if he can spot anybody out as they make their push. But Game Start Win, meanwhile, has been eliminated by FaZe as they continue to fight their way through. But it's only Vard left alive. That would have been a heck of a scrap.
BP pulling up on this. They saw the kill feed. They saw the amount of knock players on the side of FaZe, and they want this compound. It's the next step inside towards Circle Center, and if they can take this out in a potential 4v1 against FaZe, they would love it. There's only one player up. Make that 2. He was able to get Ghost Stuff back on his feet, but so far, it's a 4v1. A 4v2 make that.
2 big fights going on at the exact same time, and Gustav will try to go for the revives. He will get it. He sticks it onto James Fex now. The last one left as Virtus Pro continue to make their way in. That grenade will find Gustav and finish off Fex as well. Vard has time to heal up before turning his attention as James will do the same.
Make matters even worse, Na'Vi starting to take shots from the east now as well, so FaZe feeling the pressure from literally all angles here. James trying to stay isolated in the back room, but the floor is lava, and he is soon to find out. Beamy swings the corner, able to find him. Corexi takes him down initially. And this return fire does come through, but it's Vard and Vard alone now to try and stay alive through this.
Vard dancing through the windows, through the walls, as he will try to drop these grenades right on the heads of Virtus Pro, just waiting for the push to come through. Virtus Pro, I think, realizing the situation, they'll pull everybody together and decide how they're going to get rid of this last remaining player from FaZe Clan while this was going on. Oh, never mind. We'll tell you about that in a second. Nixie will get spotted out on the staircase, so Vard not going down easy. Going to keep dancing around as you can just hear everything going around. And he's going to sneak around on the outside. The shot, he's going to find Lucarux. Beamy hopping out the window. He's going to spot him, and Vard will go down.
Had Vard been a meter further left on that push around the corner, he would have caught Beamy in the middle of that. But
let's go.
Going with south circle once more. We're going for BJ, and everyone is invited. Well, except for the teams eliminated, I suppose. Falcons now pulling up on Na'Vi. They were safe for a bit, but there comes fire right in the face of Sosa. Take there to find him as well.
Falcons left that camp and left Myth to survive just a little bit longer, but they had to push in. They catch Na'Vi as they're running away, so they'll take one away. Extends Ferris still playing around the edge of the zone. The Hackatory already has a foothold in the middle, but we have not gotten a chance to talk about this Circle Toby. Again, half water, everybody being forced into each other. 51 alive. There is just not that much room to play.
Arguably less than half as well. It's all the way down there. It is not going to be easy to find anywhere to call home unless you brought your scuba suit. That's
Scuba Steve.
That's what you're in for here. Get your harpoons, get out in the water, because, well, that's the only playable terrain we really have left inside the circle outside of a few spots towards that eastern side. Resort being fought over now as Luke able to make some more room for himself. He sat here on his own, solo player left alive for the team. Of course, not going to go for the flush here. He just wants to stay alive, man. But it's asking a lot in this area of the map.
Stick and move, Luke. Stick and move. He'll stay alive as Michael.
will
take shots over his head. I think the rest of his team might be down to the side. I don't even know if they can get to him. And yeah, he's just going to go ahead and donate his point over, I suppose, as the Pentagram holding domain over Resort. You can hear the fans going crazy for that one. They like that Roston was able to pick that one up.
Yeah, it was a fight for the 1 point, and Thailand gets rewarded. Home field advantage as they get themselves the flush on through. Falcons, in the meantime, again, the only team really outside of Bacopower with a decision to make here. How far coastal do we dare to wrap on this one? Bacopower saying, we're not going to wrap at all. We're going to take the E-pick up, but where in the... You know what, Bacopower? I want to try and put myself in your shoes right now, but I have no clue where you're playing.
Well, the problem that they've got to worry about is even if they decided to go all the way to the coast, they've got Falcons that are starting to wrap down there as well, and Theraton 5 still have this big wide split. They're going to see everything.
Surely they don't take this E-pick up. Like, where do you go?
I mean, Myth, you see Myth still kind of
Virtus Pro versus Navi.
They've got one guy way off in the north, still in the blue.
Maybe they go
another one picked off from Navi. So Navi now down to 2 as Virtus Pro makes their way in. We get to see a replay of just what happened with that FaZe Clan fight. Game Start win gave a good accounting of themselves, but ended up going down in the end.
Solid push from FaZe to kick it off, and it's going to be them going down. Venbo peeks, finds him as well. Big threat dealt with early on, so if they are to take the fight to AL at some point later, knowing full well that Himas is out of the equation, that is pretty important. Bacopa did opt to go, and here they come flying towards Resort. Well, I guess they are hot drop extraordinaires. They've been there before. Everyone's been hot dropping either Resort or Hacienda. I don't think they're going to make landfall.
That is ambitious. Hot dropping on a Resort 16 minutes into the game.
That is
very hopeful. Now Akan will be the last one left alive. Pentagram will send a few grenades in his direction. That's gonna bounce off. So somehow Pegapa, they're still alive through this because the utility just not there. Red zone, he's not gonna waste any time. He's just gonna push right in.
Literally nothing they could do about this. At least if anything.
Oh, look at Myth.
Yeah, they're coming in as well. I mean, they see Pentagram try to make a play on it, so might as well go down and take what they took. And now for Pentagram, they have a decision to make. Oh, that's the grenade! The other direction, Akan finds one. Do you backfill and push in, try and take them out, or do you go back now and try and deal with Myth? They're being indecisive again here. It's a little dangerous for Pentagram.
Yeah, they had Begapa almost lined up, and Begapa will go down in the end, and that's going to be Snaker's grenade that actually finishes them off. So as the Pentagram turn their attention back over towards the north to try to see if they can deal with Myth. They've got one down. Myth has one down as well. Scappy going to go down now as Hammer spots him out, and Myth now down to just Kiss.
Hammer locked in today, able to find one more. Scappy a big threat. Dangerous player to go up against. We saw him on their day one, how successful he was, and Pentagram now, they live to fight another day as Myth are fully eliminated in the end of it.
It's going to be Petrichor Road that actually does it as well. So a lot of eyes looking on to that Resort as, man, where has this Pentagram been? They have been showing out so far through 2 games, and they have managed to climb themselves out of the cellar, and no longer in the bottom 3 as we see Anyone's Legend sneaky snaking right on to Rock's doorstep. A grenade from Destroy gets cooked up, and it's going to go just a little bit too far. And now Rock knows that they have danger close.
They were running around with C4s in hand. I'm not sure what the idea is here, but they're setting it up on the building and running to the other side of it. They're backing off and saying, you know what, you can take the east side of this building. We don't mind. We'll run away, but it comes with a warning, with a few beeps every now and again. And
I mean, that's one way to make sure they don't push you, isn't it?
Yeah, there you go.
Anyone's Legend trying to see if they can reposition themselves and catch Rock from the side angle, but not going to happen just yet. RBN.
I like this.
I think they were hoping that Anyone's Legend would come from the south side, and then RBN would be in a beautiful spot, but AL just not falling for that bait.
Trying to hurt
perfect need.
To your preferred location as mates come through, but timing a bit off on them. Anyone's Legend able to dodge and weave and bye by Saber. I say that too soon. Red Zone from a distance able to find Haisaki.
Look at that. Yeah, Pentagram still.
अच्छा उसको MK
they've
लगा
gotten
फिर.
all four back up. They're defending Resort, and they're going to get to defend it a little bit longer as all these teams from the West are now going to have to make their way in. Petrichor Road, they are in the bottom three as well, but look at that spot that they have. Can they defend from anything that's coming from the East? It's not much.
Nope, not much at all. Hudan swings the corner, able to find the first one, gets the flush with it as well. It's just two left on their feet on the side of Rock, and for Anyone's Legend, they've been able to kind of reset here, remaining as 3 after Himmers went down earlier.
Change the game, got to make a long move, and they're going to pull just on the low side here of what's remaining of Copenhagen Wolves, but Snakers and Vox still very, very dangerous, and CTG going to have to be careful about how they approach this, as Fantastico will spot out Destroy. Haisaki's going to go down as well to Glass. So now it's just down to Hudad on that south side for Anyone's Legend. He at least has a building that he can hide in for some temporary shelter.
Yep, definitely. Holding on for a little while longer, but the blue zone is now starting to creep in, and well, everyone knows exactly where he is, so you have to imagine it's only going to be a matter of time before he's going to fall with 3.
इसका बंदा मार रहा है guys, मेरा तो नहीं मार रहा.
Eastern side has been quiet for a bit, but that's because all those fights happened way earlier in the game. So
Southeast shift हो गया.
Falcons, they can kind of linger for the time being.
shift है. दिखाएगा तब पता चलेगा.
Once again, it's BP team not inside circle, but well, that's not something they're unused to. They'll squeeze in and find a way into the top.
All right, Solds leading the way with that Panzerfaust, and that's going to be it for Hudat, as Rock will now try to fight their way in, but the blue zone has arrived, and it's putting them into some uncomfortable positions, as Fantastico will get taken down by Tian. Solds gets spotted out,
Fantastico किसका था? मैंने देखा था किसी का था. देखो मर गया भाई.
Want to mention as well that after the Pentagram went back up and took out Myth, no one has been able to claim the southern side of Result. There is actually space to maneuver, as Red Zone finds himself a double here as well. Again, Red Zone and Hammer putting up big numbers for their team. Snakers able to find one as well as Hammer down.
Catching CTG slipping. They weren't expecting the duo to be here. The first knock, first flush comes through, and so does the second. Snaker and Vox holding the line as Ares and Tian now with that low side will try to throw some utility back in revenge, but it's just not finding the mark.
This is the issue now for CTG trying to wrap around that southern side. Would have been a great idea 5 minutes ago, but Falcons are now in position to completely deny any southern rotations come through, and they'll realize it real soon once those vehicles get over the ridge line.
Oh, Vox gets spotted out by H-Win, so that opens up a little bit of a door here for Change the Game. Snakers still dancing around in that smoke wall. He'll get that revive. In fact, I'm pretty sure he will. As, see, he's just listening to those vehicles, trying to send some grenades and hopefully hit those Change the Game boys, but they're just looking for their spot. Meanwhile, look at BB team. They managed to come from the north, and they get this great spot that's out of view of Petrichor Road, but also puts them kind of in a place where they can take care of Azul Pentagram when they have to leave Resort.
They do it every time. They weasel their way in when everyone else is fighting on each their fronts. They squeeze their way in and find a way to lay low, and then, of course, to pop out at the end of the game and claim themselves a point. Actually, a surprise move we just saw on the feet there as well was only H-Win looked in the direction of CTG. The entirety of the rest, I should say, of Falcons were all eyeing Na'Vi. They know they have to have them come out of the compound, and somehow now Tick is looking towards the west as well, but you can see where they're feeling the threat coming from. Guys, we have Na'Vi players on that northeastern side. We need to respect its Snakers.
वुल्फ के बंदे ना मस्त मार रहे हैं भाई. पता नहीं कैसे 2 बंदे मिलके भाई पूरा संभाले हुए थे.
Tell you what, my man might be a part-timer, but those utilities are still acting in full time. As you see, he's just going to continue to make his way into as fast as possible. Snakers has the Molotov ready to go, but has to pull back as Falcons still have vision on all of this. And there's just not really much Snakers has left to use here besides his smokes. Just spray through and hope for the best.
Yeah, has one smoke grenade as well, but that's not going to cut it. Pentagram able to find more. Again, they were set miles down the bottom of the leaderboard coming into it. But here they are, claiming points again. 8 kills in this match, 13 in the previous one. They're out here to make a claim that day one was indeed a fluke.
Turning into a freight train all of a sudden.
Hecatory भी है. आपस में क्यों लड़ रहे हो भाई? दूर हो जाओ.
Continue to try to work south and see if they can clean out what's left of Na'Vi, change the game.
इधर टिकल्टन भी आ गया उंगली करने.
For Falcons right now, Falcons just taking their time. They've got beautiful ridge lines and a lot of space to play with around here on the southeast. They just got to clean out what's left of Na'Vi and just scare Virtus Pro away. I mean, there's no real reason that Virtus Pro would move this far south, I don't think. They've kind of got the same bit going here on the eastern side.
Exactly. It's you don't want neighbors, effectively. You want some buffer space. You want to be able to flex out and catch opponents at an off angle. You can only do so if you have more space to maneuver. So right now, I think Na'Vi is starting to feel the pain of two shoulders like rub from each side, squeezing them tidier and tidier in the middle there. Falcons currently, though, not moving. They're hearing these smokes bloom, shooting towards the north of Sweet to try and contain Na'Vi, leave them within the perimeter of VP and let that fighter up so that they can third party it.
Oh, absolutely. Extend's gonna.
अब ये लोग भी उधर push करें गाड़ी लेके.
And see if he can maybe find an angle, but he's gonna get spotted up by Lucarus. That'll be him going down. And now it's all down to the hero Hackatori. Dorito to hide behind, but that's not gonna happen as Falcons continue to make their push in. They won't get the kills, but they'll at least get a little bit closer to VP.
Both teams in positions now from where as well they can both still back off. If this next circle swings west or even goes away from them, expect them to back off, and I think that's exactly what we're going to see here. We are seeing nades being deployed, but I would imagine VP is not going to aggress anymore on this. They have a play to make potentially to the north into Petrichor. And for Falcons, I'm not sure. I think they have to try and push into VP.
I feel like this VP Falcons fight has to happen because there's just nowhere really for either team to go to. I mean, Theraton 5 is four-man deep right there on the southeastern side. Tig, we'll try to do a little bit of trigonometry, throwing a few mortars over in that Virtus Pro area. 121 meters is very close, but it's not gonna be.
They're pushing. They're forcing them to push up.
Keep going. Yeah, they're forcing VP to push through the smoke clouds as that wall of artillery right behind them.
Exactly, I love the idea. Force them closer, then lob nades to follow. Try and pin them in with your util. Not working though, at least the damage done, but here they come pushing on forward. Correction, a wide with a triple nade shuts down VP!
And it worked like a charm, as you said. The mortars forced Virtus Pro's hand, and Shrimsy is there with a perfectly placed grenade. Falcons not out of the woods yet, so they've got to find a way to get into the zone.
That is how you take out the likes of Virtus Pro. Not a single bullet fired, all done with utility in hand.
देखा बे मोटर का क्या use किया?
Change the game. Still haven't found a way to get in yet. They've got a vehicle to work with. Falcons do as well. You see Theraton 5. They've all got grenades in hand. They're waiting for this inevitable push. Falcons going to go for the south side first to see if they can maybe catch them from a different angle. But Rossett right on top of it. And just like that, Falcons will get taken out by Theraton 5.
Nowhere else to go. They knew they had to make a play eventually. And not really in a position from where they could smoke anything off. Had to try and send it. Hope for the best. It did not work. But here comes CGG. Aaron trying to make a run for it. It's going to be Chelsea. Moving the vehicle forward. There is a C4 on top of it. Should be safe though. They will be both down to half health though.
Holy, okay. Theraton 5. Drawing the crowd out. They love to see them being successful, and that was a fantastic hold against Falcons. Pentagram will lose to Bestalot. The grenades looming large here on Miramar.
As well from that northeastern side. As soon as BP tried to run in aggressively towards Petrichor, they were sat down. Two players knocked already, and for Petrichor, while they're inside circle, you'd have to imagine they need to somehow capitalize on this. Two players down. Make it only one now so music is up, but still, you have the high ground. You can take the fight up here without anyone else's involvement.
And this is classic BB team. Even though they are getting pressured, they're still pressuring as the Pentagram in return. That's a good grenade. Might find a Uzi. Ooh, gets him low, but doesn't get the knock. Petrichor Road still looking around in that area. They haven't completely left their compound just yet. They may have run out of utility at this point, and they're just going to hold that that hard cover as long as they can.
Got to keep in mind as well, mission accomplished. Luke is still alive for Team Liquid. Grinding placement point, 5 second. With how this is going on right now, he could finish in second place because everyone's about to fight.
Okay, Hammer being that point man will throw a flash and immediately goes over. He's going to find one, going to find, almost finds two. There it is. dropping the hammer on him. 524 damage. Can he finish off Bestalok as well? As a BB team down to just one player. Asla Pentagram, where have you been?
I was going to ask the exact same question, regardless of where they have been. Great to have you back, boys. Now it's Bestalok 1v2. Doable, but tricky. Great time once again. It's the 1-2 punch. Hammer, red zone, shutting down team after team.
Absolutely textbook flashbangs from Pentagram, from Hammer, as he throws it and immediately makes that push. No fear whatsoever. But they are down to just 2. You've got Theraton 5 on the south side. You've got 4-man squad, Petrichor Road, and then you've got that wild card of Luke that's still in the middle. He could jump up and strike at any moment.
Baffling to me that it's the duo that has taken the fight to the 4-man squads. I mean, you have Petrichor chilling with double level 3 gear and an MK. You have T5 set on the southern side with a Lynx and level 3 gear. They're hiding as well. In the meantime, you have Asla Pentagram just sprinting into people, taking fights galore.
What a performance from these guys so far through 2 games. 12 kills now for Pentagram. And they have a path into this next zone. They have a path to the dot. Where
basically bottom teams का fight हो रहा है अभी बढ़िया.
Decide to go. Where will Petrichor Road decide to go? You get a good look up the top there of all the utility left. Petrichor Road has been just sitting on it, waiting for this moment. 10 grenades, 15 smokes. Asla Pentagram trying to make that push in and see if they can get another knock.
Let's see if they can get it done. 2v4.
इस पे 10 ग्रेनेड है बाबा पेट्रिको रोड पे.
Oh, Luke's been seen. That smoke is Molly's going to get him down. Will be taking up, but you know what? Those 4 placement points for Liquid, it could easily have been a 0-point game. So converting that into 4 is great. As Red Zone finds Nan, opens up with the links, and look at the health bars on the side of Petrichor, mingling down to low speed.
They are just bopping right now. Hammer gets spotted out by AZ. He's going to have to drop down and heal up with whatever he's got left in the pocket. Fluky, though, that grenade will take him down. Red Zone, the last player left alive amongst the Doritos, as Fluky and Theraton 5 wrap around on the south side. They are closing the fist on this lobby, and they will get the win.
What a performance. It takes 2 sets of level 3 full squads to dismantle Asla Pentagram on Miramar. In the end, T5 reigns supreme, out victorious in what was a quiet game for them, but a hell of a hectic one for everyone else.
Asla Pentagram showing out. Theraton 5, they're back in the mix once again. And look at this, Petrichor Road up there as well. All of our teams that had a little bit of a rough day finding their footing here on Miramar to start things off. But will that remain the case now that we are leaving the Dusty Dunes and heading over to the wild cards?
Face smiling, able to get some kills in this game, but of course with these games being played out very calculated, they know this is their home turf. They like this type lobby, but they haven't been able to claim as much of it as they would have wanted to. No more Miramar for us here today. We're going to go to a break before we hop over to the Rondo and Takeo.
Third on 5 with a huge win here to get Game 2 done and done. But oh my God, was this game explosive. We'll get to that in just a moment's time here. Third on 5 making this happen against all odds with Petrichor Road over there as well. Asla Pentagram going ballistic once again. What was this game, Tom?
I mean, that's part of T5's recipe for success in this game was the fact that Asla Pentagram was like, we're just going to eliminate everybody in the end game. They bopped out of links. I was like, we'll never see that again because they had high ground in the first match. It doesn't matter, apparently. We did talk about this idea that the teams that struggled on the first day would come back after the break and say, we have to go for chaos. We have to cause some trouble. We can't allow this to be a quiet lobby like it was last time. Perfect triple nade from Himsy, only to be answered by a counter grenade from the ones who end up winning.
I couldn't believe it. I was back in the green room. I said to you, is that the best grenade of the tournament? And then this nade happened.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh no, it was a bit of a disaster, all things considered, with them crashing into the spot exactly where the nade was. But this is... And then there was more nades from BB Team over against Resort, and then it just continued on. I couldn't believe what we were witnessing.
I absolutely. So we don't often get to see Resort finishes, right? Because it's so close to the water. This is a really fun place to fight. You could also, the players aren't used to seeing finishes here. Some of the choices we saw, like Kiss driving his Murado up onto the stairs, Bagopod hot dropping Resort at 16 minutes. These are things that I have never seen, and I don't think I'll ever see again.
Yeah, I don't want to see that again. The Bagopod hot drop into the Resort. I'll take anything else.
Even PUBG social media account was posting how many people were shooting at them while they came in.
Yeah, I think they realized as well that maybe this is a bit too much. I mean, they could have probably even gone down to the south on the beach, right? Anything, and then tried to get kills from there. But it was a bit of a gamble of all or nothing, really, I think, for Bagopod.
I do. I think that's what it sounded like. It sounded like when you and your friends are playing, you're like, but if we manage to land it, we could win the game. It did not happen. That said, the win did come from that location, as we saw T5 play out a really smart move from the north. It was a really fun end game, and it was night and day from what we saw on day one of Group B, in my opinion. Things are much faster paced now.
Totally agree. Totally agree. Let's take a look at the points coming on in Therathlon 5. Will get themselves 23 points. That's a big game for them. That's going to bump them up quite nicely. It bears repeating, though. Asla Pentagram, 26 kills in 2 games, and then now they got the 5 placement points. What a performance start for them.
A reminder, after they did it the first time, they were still in the bottom 3. That's how bad day one was for them. But to have back-to-back games with those kind of numbers, I mean, they're obviously going to jump up into that mid-pack, which is not far from making it outside the bubble. Also, to see Therathlon 5 get the win in front of the home crowd, you could hear how excited they were. Rosita Jr.'s kids are here watching today, so this has got to be a really exciting time to take that trophy.
I was saying when we were coming here, I would like to see the baby. But unfortunately, it's not here. I don't know where it is.
Rosita Jr. is having a nap.
It is adorable, I must admit. But anyway, here is the
calling
total...
it.
I know, you know me. Total leaderboards. We have got ourselves, technically BB Team Falcons in that second place now. Navi's not done much at all, but Therathlon 5 jumps up to 5th place here.
Yes.
Great position.
That's a huge move for them to get up to 51. Again, top 5 advancing to the grand final is a big pickup, and while we know BB Team's probably in a good spot to make that jump, the fact that there are so many teams that are currently pushing into that bubble means if you don't get way ahead today, it's going to be a very chaotic last day if you want to try to confirm that spot.
And again, to look down a little bit further towards that 8th position, Asla Pentagram. This is a team, from me coming in, I religiously watched Korea. And I did think to myself, okay, I think this team's going to have a very difficult time at this tournament. However, with me thinking that they were going to be bottom 3, those last 2 games, if they can continue that, yes, more of that, please. That was amazing.
I agree, and I think it also highlights something that everyone should be aware of. At the halfway point of this series, the difference between an automatic bid to the grand final and being eliminated from the tournament is less than 20 points. That's one decent game. So not even the guys in the mid-tier or the top are secure yet.
Yeah, and it's making it even more scary and egregious considering that there's not actually that much sponging for the start of day 2, with those teams from day 1 looking ridiculous, and then they're not really the ones to start off hot here for day number 2. But anyway, that's by the by. We are going to go to a break. When we return, we have got more action here from Group B.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
That's me. And you're probably wondering how I ended up here. Well, it's pretty standard. Check this out. Music player in my chest. It's powering up my new robot arm. Whoa. It's making everything sync up with the beat. Let's rock. This is awesome! Vandalay Technologies isn't just coming from my arm. They're after all of us. That's the defense!
I caught the one I'd been waiting for. In Thinkum. Find adventure in every direction. I caught the one I'd been waiting for. In Thinkum. Find adventure in every direction.
Welcome back, everybody, and it has been 2 games on Mirabar, and that has been the return of some names that we have not seen in a while, one being as a pentagram, the other being Change the Game, Theraton 5 with 2 big wins, but we are now headed over to the wild card maps where anything is possible, even a back-to-back Falcons win.
True, technically possible, you're not wrong about that, but how lovely it is to see that we have some of these teams, give them one day to go home, watch through the matches that we've seen, and we'll see a big change of performance in the top of the leaderboard. Having said that, the very tippity top of the leaderboard, your Virtus Pro, your BB team, they still find success.
Exactly. You know, look, BB team, Falcons, Na'Vi, they're still finding their points.
Yep.
Despite the fact that they're not getting the wins, they're getting kills, they're adding to their total, they're not getting goose eggs, they're not getting caught up too. The top 5 has changed around a little bit since we've been here. We now have Theraton 5 jumping 8 spots into that 5th place spot, but now we are headed over to Tago, and we are getting ready to see what these middle maps bring us.
And to echo what you're saying there, they jump 8 spots in one game, goes to show how insanely tight that MIG pack is.
It's nuts, isn't it?
For those of you guys who might not have kept track of formats and whatnot coming into this tournament, what's really important through these group stages, and that goes for both Group A and Group B, is that you want to be in the top 5, because that is you punching a ticket straight through to the grand finals. If you're between 5th and 3rd to last, that's you for the last chance, but if you're in the bottom 3, you are out after group stages are done. So avoid bottom 3, preferably make it into the top 5.
Get that top 5, you get a nice, what, 7-8 day break?
Yeah, a little bit chill.
To kind of figure things out and get ready for the grand final. Yeah, I mean, we've seen, obviously, Theraton 5 has now jumped up into the top 5. Pentagram has jumped out of the bottom 3, but now Copenhagen Wolves down there. Anyone's Legend still down there. Game Start Win, they have yet to kind of find their footing. So, you know, these teams that are in the bottom 3, they are desperate to try to make a move, and you don't want to leave it to the last day, Toby.
No, for sure.
Don't want to have that pressure on you.
For sure, and I think today has already been a proof of what we said coming into the first day, 2 days ago, was that this is a lobby of teams where some are, I mean, very mainstay top-tier teams. The others are all teams we have seen go out and do really, really well. It's just been too inconsistent. Circle back up north, we've been there before, we'll go there once again. But, I mean, let alone the fact that we now see Pentagram pop up. Who would have expected that after their day 1, right?
Boy.
Every team on this server is capable of going out and making things that happen, making those things happen. So it's just a matter of who's able to bring it as we now crest towards the halfway point of Group B.
You saw that circle popped, and the Theraton 5 fans in attendance were very happy to see that, as their team is all the way up there already. Checking in with Rock Esports. They're off to the west coast, big wide split. They've got Bagopod just off to their south, so hopefully they'll get back together pretty soon. And so far, only in circle, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 teams. So Virtus Pro, Liquid, Theraton 5, and Change the Game. Everybody else is going to have to make their rotations in.
Again, I mentioned it yesterday, and I'll say it once more. 2 days ago, I should say. It's very confusing when we jump back and forth.
It's like this. Everybody gets it. Right?
Petrichor only getting 2 kills this game has me bewildered. I know that they're without Ixlift, but I also know the capabilities of the likes of Ming Ming and AC. When you are in a position like this, where every team's fighting all around you, I know they're on a bit of a hill in that building and not able to fight too much, but not going out to throw a nade, not really doing anything to try and claim extra quote-unquote free points. I'm a bit surprised by it, and it's like I said yesterday, it's as if they're lacking that punch, that oomph to with the lack of Ixlift here.
Yeah, I mean, and I agree with you. You know, whenever we were looking at them and I saw them kind of retreating back to their shack, their shanty, I was kind of under the assumption, okay, well, they've been there for quite some time. Maybe they just don't have any utility left. But then when we made it to the top 4, we saw what they were sitting on: 10 grenades, 15 smokes. They had plenty of opportunity and plenty of tools, but they just did not have the drive to get on over there. So we'll see. We'll see if they can shake this one off and find some more success here as we check in with Falcons, one of our first E-pickup teams. The other one is going to be Myth.
I love the immediate response to this circle shift as VP going, "Abandon Palace! We have a bridge we need to run down to!" And here they are, sat ready and waiting in the woods across this one. They're ready for anyone's legend. Haisaki will be secured early on. We'll see if more is to come with it. One should be able to drive off. That's going to be him, as I'm sure a lot of fantasy teams will rejoice seeing him not, don't want to curse it, but not get -3 early on.
Finally, Mara.
Ooh, almost cursed it there. That was a nasty little shot from Luca Rux, but one down. So anyone Legend, their struggles kind of continuing here as they try to find their way over. This is Na'Vi actually taking long-range shots over at Virtus Pro, not even going to let them get their loot, as we see.
Guys, fantasy team का क्या हुआ? मैंने देखा ही नहीं.
Know that the center of the zone is occupied.
I don't recall the last time I've ever heard a K2 being shot in this game. But with that said, let's get a listen to Chan and hear what he has to say.
And now we're with Tintian from CTG. Would like to say congratulations on your first chicken. So I would like to ask about how the mood in your team right now, and do you feel confident to keeping this monument?
感谢，恭喜 CTG 战队吃下第一击。所以你们现在队伍的心情是怎么样的，并且对于是否有信心保持这种势头？
अबे ये क्या मारा बे?
心情哈哈哈。
अच्छा replay
肯定是有自信的，就不想打那个突围赛，想直接进前5。
We are very happy about our first chicken dinner, and we'll fight until the last match, and we are so confident about next match.
All right, so now we are cheering you, CTG. Go go!
सिरजो दल्ला साला बोलता मेरा बहुत बुरा हाल है और है वो 500 पॉइंट पे.
Very many people had CTG as a potential top 5 team. In fact, I would be willing to say more people would have had CTG in their bottom 3, but they have been able to put together a nice little run here. The big win to start things off today, putting them in a good spot over there in 6th place. 48 points overall, but job's not done just yet. Although this game, they find themselves dead center circle, so we'll see how they react to that positioning.
Oh yeah, Chan and the boys, legends of the game, really. I mean, the early days of Chinese PUBG, they were in the very top AMGs and 4 AMs of the time. A little quiet since then, but great to have them back in global competition as Falcons. Get blessed.
इनको drop मिला बे.
Get a chance to
Falcon को drop मिला है एकदम.
Duck hunting up above.
Sure do, and not only that, they get vehicles.
Yeah, red zone, let's go.
Also a bevy of presents, so everything coming up Falcons off of that pickup as they're able to push Myth away. Check in with those kill leaders and also with Pentagram, who's been having a a doozy. Yep, okay, we got this. We got this. Come on. Vesalag, you got no way. There's no way. And now we've lost 2.
And we lost 2. It is now up to the
We've got this. We've got this. There it is. There you go. Easy peasy.
PUBG can be a team building exercise.
There we go.
You know.
Done and done. Very excited.
Amazing.
Very excited to get those. Yeah, give them a little honk. Let them know. As you know what. Sometimes you just gotta work some angles to get that going. But I mean, look, it took them a little bit long, obviously, with that going on. But now the Petrichor Road is starting to make a rotation just off to their east. So we'll see if they run a little bit closer as we see these replays from that last game. BB team doing everything there at the end.
I saw the stats just before kills today. That is perfect. Going in between the smokes there as well. I saw the stats of the total, like the kill leaders of this group just before, and I saw Red Zone up there with 15. I had to look up how many kills of those were from today. Red Zone today, so far through 2 games, has 11 kills. Hammer has 9. Them two are on fire as the helicopter car comes riding on through. And well, if I scroll, I don't think there's any getting out of that one. That's easy pick and spiel.
Unfortunate for Theraton 5. As they will lose 1 early on. It looks like Fluky will be able to get on out of there pretty safely. They're going to get some defense from the Overwatch of Rossadid and Ranger. But they do lose X-Grozit. But they have a nice little compound, so we'll see what they can do with it. Rock being pretty active once again. I feel like we've been seeing Rock in the late game, and they've been doing okay, but they're still hovering around that cut line area.
Yeah.
We have yet to see them really kind of make their way into the late game, it feels like.
It's, I mean, what they do here and what we saw them do right now is actually what I want to see them do more of through the mid game as well. Even though it gets more difficult because teams will eventually get closer to you, is try to, when you are an edge team like Rock plays like, you want to maintain buffer space. You want to maintain a certain perimeter around you can maneuver back and forth. And while Rock is able to claim that both in this game now and also oftentimes throughout the early game, you reach a point where in phase 3 and 4, that maybe 500 meter reach is now down to 100 meters. And then, I mean, it only takes one bad angle for you to get popped and then pulled up on, and they just aren't fast enough to respond in those situations. So maintaining buffer for longer, I think, would set up Rock for success.
You see Songjang looking over on the other side of the bridge. He has not yet heard BB team heading over in his direction. He's going to hear those shots They're sent over towards a doozy, but doesn't really put 2 and 2 together as to what they were shooting at. Yeah. So he not really doesn't really have an angle to look over there either. Oh, okay, now he's going to see it. He's going to hear it. He's going to see it. He's going to realize that.
Get the hell out of there.
Yeah, we might be in trouble here. Let's call the rest of the boys over, and indeed, the rest of BagelPa is arriving. So a doozy going to be the first one there. The rest of BB team will arrive a little bit later, but all parties will have to make their way off to the north now that that circle has popped.
Exactly. Falcons sitting circle center in and around the roadside.
Yeah,
will probably be the home to a few teams. FaZe, in the meantime, they're backfilling the remaining anyone's legends with their BRDMs, and it's never fun. Looking behind you and there's a tank coming after you. It's like, nope, get away from me. I'm trying to get to the circle with my team.
Definitely don't like to see that. Not enjoyable at all. Songjang waiting to see if any of the Na'Vi boys will peek over and take shots at BB.
Probably will.
Hackator going to be right there. Oh my goodness, extends. Phil first. You never want to be the last guy in the caboose, because that is the guy that is going to get lit up like a Christmas tree, and indeed, he will go down. Rock actually looking over here as well, so we'll go back to that shortly as we check in with anyone's legend, who are now very close. Pentagram in dead center circle. Red zone will start things off, getting Himas down to half HP.
Well, look at what he spawned in doing so. Him and his teammate now set circle center with the red zone.
प्लेयर बहुत हगेगा गेम में, मैंने देख लिया भाई. अब मैं कल के टीम कैसे बना रहा हूँ, मैं चाहता हूँ जो टीम हारेगी ना कल बनाऊंगा.
We're never going to hear the end of it, chat. It is going to be, Toby's going to remind us of that for the rest of his career. That he called out red zone getting dropped by a red zone.
Imagine. Chat, you're with me. I know you guys. I know you, Chat. I know you. You're with me in this. You want to see this happen. If this is your name in-game, you better get red zoned.
Udat getting down to 10 HP. Red zone going for the push again. He'll get a little bit of assistance from Fex and Himas, but he'll flush it out, secure the point for himself, as now Himas and Destroy, the only 2 players left here for anyone's legend. They get 1 knock. Hal, though, has that side angle as we hear the bombs dropping around.
I'm sorry, I can't focus on anything but explosions right now, bro. I'm just waiting. My eyes are hovering at the kill feed, waiting for this to happen as BagelPa try to make their way to safety, able to jump and steal the BRDM away.
No.
POC swapping his way through it, go back inside, though, to try and stay safe. Lost Gurion in trying to claim the vehicle and will fully do so now, as well as the... No, actually, yeah, he will get flushed out in the end, but there you are. BRDM stolen.
Just base.
Oh, that's a Panzer.
Base thievery. Oh, yep, okay. Well,
nice.
You know what? You stole it temporarily, and now the fight's continuing as Akan and Songjang have arrived. Vestalok will finish off PO, but Songjang will find a doozy. Molodog going to get flushed out by the exploding vehicle, and now Akan and Songjang still have a little bit of util left in the bag to try to send over towards Vestalok as we see. Oh, well, Glaz is already dead. Otherwise, that would have been a beautiful mortar.
As great as BB Team On have been through this tournament so far, this right here is a perfect example of when they tend to struggle. It's when they don't get to play their edge, in control, slow, avoiding confrontation, because that's when stuff like this happen. You get caught in some of these more tendencies of wild lobbies where you can't really predict the movement of teams around you. BagelPa, no reason for BB Team to expect BagelPa to pull up the way they did. It goes against the way BB Team like to play the game themselves. But they got surprised by it and taken down with it too.
BagelPa going against how most people like to play the game, as they're finding some success with it as well. Down to 2, but they've got 4 kills, and they're continuing to climb up the leaderboard as we see Na'Vi running into FaZe. They're going to find James to start things off. They are forcing them into a bad position here towards the center. Number of fights going on as that hard shift towards the west has forced these teams to make their way across that road between Godok and Wolsong.
Na'Vi trying to maintain control of the inside of the circle. This one, if they can take off base, they'd be happy with it. The issue is now they're hearing the vehicle of Destroy revving around them. Oh, they need to kill their headshot connected to start things off. Don't try and stop just yet, though, and they will be able to get out of this position alive. I say they, it's just Destroy left alive.
Yeah, Na'Vi just basically doing some camping here, as we see a number of teams also trying to make their way around on the north side. We'll keep an eye on Petrichor Road and Myth as they're right close to each other. More mortars being sent down from Copenhagen Wolves but they are just not finding the spot as Begopa has managed to get their duo back. So Guyon and Pio will drop down, but they are already, they're dropping on a spot that's being fought over by Virtus.pro and Theraton 5. Meanwhile, Pentagram, they're just going to send it right through the middle of all of this.
Just going to say, no one's shooting at them. Now finally they start to open up, but somehow they've been able to really squeeze their way through in this one. Smart pathing, staying out of line of sights for the majority of the time to get to where they now are.
Okay, anyone's legend does get finished off, so they'll be our first team out of the lobby, or second team out of the lobby rather, as they follow BB team.
Kill mil gaya hai Navi,
you
let's
can see
go.
them still in the kill feed, finding some more
kill,
knocks
Captain.
onto
Captain
FaZe.
kill hai bhai,
FaZe
dead
has
kill
managed to get a little bit closer and no longer getting shot in the back. But you gotta wonder how long that's gonna last, James. Oh, nice shots from Fex. Will take down Hackatory, and that is a big boss down.
And this is what we've been waiting to see from FaZe, that 1-2 punch capability of having one guy bait the attention initially and then the swing around the bottom side from Fex gets one. Ferris surprisingly winning the battle against Gustav there. Gustav had to drop on him, but not able to connect the shots to find the kill, and Pentagram out there stealing points once more.
Red zone just on top of it here. And now this is where Navi can answer a lot of questions. What can you do when Hackatory is down? Can you still hold the line? As Ferris started off things pretty nicely. He'll finish off, he'll find Fex again. That's a nice start as they will collect their second point. So said, having to stop down, heal up just a little bit. James now the last player left alive for FaZe, but the job's not done. You've still got teams off towards the east. Falcons, Copenhagen Wolves. Wolves already in vehicles, starting to look over in that direction.
They're chasing. They want this beam. He's trying to drive his car sideways. I'm not sure if that's going to work. They're hunting down Begopa. They want all this space to themselves. They know there's only one left alive, but Akan somehow, with 2 tires left of the vehicle, able to get out and just exactly get inside Hamusa.
With barely a wheel to his name, Akan managing to survive just a little bit longer as we see Game Start Win is able to get their man back. Xiaotong coming onto the north side where the rest of Game Start Win holding off in Wolsong. Nobody up there, so that should be good news for them. Navi still trying to find that last player in James, and they have spotted him out. Nice shots from Sosed will start things off. Now James will get spotted out, and there you go. Extends, gets taken down, and Navi showing that they can still move forward as a trio without Hackatory.
Definitely great peekaboo there from them. Once again, a case of baiting the attention. I love seeing these.
उस दिन खाली लेटे-लेटे मर रहा था.
You know you have the numbers advantage using
क्यों तारीफ किया? अरे भाई.
Copenhagen Wolves, meanwhile, does come from the north side. They get a little bit too close, though, to change the game, and they'll lose Bizzler for it. And at least the other trio will find a path into the south side of this zone. As we see,
my lord.
Goodness, that is, that is the best built pagoda in all of Tago right there.
One more and have it come in like a yard shorter, and that's a triple kill.
Goodness gracious. All right, we'll change the game now and to make their push off into the west. You see Navi, they got blessed with a little bit of a loot infusion, and they'll build off of it. Ferris, nice spray, will find the knock onto Ares. Winbo has to drop that smoke down. We'll see how aggressive Navi decides to play this, as they know the change the game's still out in the blue.
बुराई क्या करूं? साले ठीक है अब मैं करता हूँ ठीक है बुराई नावी वाले इतना दल हैं साले उठा ही नहीं पाएंगे अपने बंदे को.
Not come through. I think they're going to think twice about trying to push into Navi. Even if Agatori is down, the remaining 3 boys can definitely pack a punch. And it's either you doing that or going straight into T5, who's also sat here ready and waiting for you. So, well, you get to pick your poison here for Myth. They're doing the opposite. They're sneaking their way ever so much closer.
Pero वाला भी बहुत अच्छा खेलने वाले हैं यहाँ पे.
Thrown up this hillside. It finds the first one too. It was a fight for the hillside, but Scappy got there first.
Quick trap sprung by Scappy. Will get the knock on the Chewy. Now the rest of Myth putting their full attention towards Petrichor Road. Nan and Ming Ming still on that northern side. Ming Ming will spot out Baron. That's a good shot from him. We'll get the knock. He will get the flush. Scappy getting another angle. Finds AZ. Scappy doing the most from this high ground position.
Definitely waiting for his teammates to get up and join him as well. And where normally your teammate, I mean, the kind of lone front player would lay low and wait for his teammates. He is being aggressive on all fronts. Olympus setting up a flank on one side. You can see he's trying to do the same thing on the other. Look at Akan. Nice wrap around players. Akan, they're stealing points away from both of them. Petrichor really trying to get the safety, but getting shot at no matter where they play.
Oh, Scappy finds another one. Scappy is just a beast right now. And Akan steals it away again. He is yoinking everything out of Scappy's pocket. Nan and Petrichor Road are down to just one. As Myth, they have got to be angry about this whole Akan situation. He is still out in the blue. Nan will go down to the blue himself. And Akan is just sitting here laughing. 7 kills for the Begopah boys.
They got all of them. Scappy got 3 and got rewarded with a grand total of 0 points for it. Because Akan was there, taking literally all of them away. And all VP can do is laugh and go, well, I guess he's not our problem anymore. So good luck to you guys.
That has got to be absolutely infuriating. Well, Pio managed to make his way into the zone, but he's going to go down. BL Mount Kamo will be the one that spots him. Rock once again in good position. Now they've got Team Liquid just off to their west, so they do have to be careful about how they approach this. As Akan,
he's waiting. Scabby wants revenge for this.
Oh, Scabby wants, Scabby wants this so bad. You can see his little Dorito on the map. He's not looking anywhere else right now. He is just eyes lasered out onto the blue zone, but it looks like Olympus is going to call him back, so they're going to go ahead and make their way off to the north, where they're going to try to take a fight with game start win, it looks like.
Well, he really wanted that one. You take 3 from EO1-1 in return, but not quite. Speak Hiss now, the spearhead of this one. Oh, good connection, but not enough to fight the initial knock.
Okay, the boys have arrived, and the fight is on. CC108 has been able to pull away and remain alive for the time being, as Made in Thailand continue to just place their hard cover down, work around the edges. Tiggleton going to find the knock on a Xiaotong, so that is going to be Myth. Will steal one away after having 3 stolen out of their pocket. They'll try to return the favor here.
Fights on both sides of the circle right now, but on the north side, it's Myth, game start win, and Falcons trying to take control up there. But in the south, it's VP, who again, they didn't want to be part of the Akan show any longer and couldn't really wrap into the side of the compound. They have opted to take the fight to 3rd on 5, who's down to just 2.
Well, you can see Rock, they're finding some knocks and flushes here from that compound location. Do still have to be careful about their west, because Team Liquid is still over there. Looks like they might be making a push here soon as we check in with Theraton 5. They've got eyes on Change the Game, but they are down to just a duo, so they don't want to get loud unless they are absolutely sure that they can finish that off quickly, as they've got Virtus Pro breathing down there next to the south.
अबे वो जिंदा है, कान जिंदा है अभी भी, बुराई किया था ना उसका, देखो जिंदा है वो। भाई एलो भी गया, मेरा टीममेट एलो भी गया, बहुत घटिया परफॉर्मेंस बाय एलो।
He's got 12 first aid.
I was just going to say he had all of Petrichor to loot, so he should be okay in the blue for a bit.
Okay, we'll see if Akan can make his way in as check in. Navi still has their high ground, and okay, Theraton 5 gets deleted by a combination of Extends and Correxy. So Virtus Pro now have to make their way into the zone from the south side, change the game, still have a little bit of Cubby to work with. So do Copenhagen Wolves. As the Pentagram on the north have to worry about Falcons pushing in, and then there's just every other team on that northwestern side, including that solo snake of Akan.
That is a C4 here. The beats of Doom as Shrimsy now pointing his vehicle forward, letting the timer go for a bit. As Pentagram, this one is coming your way. Christmas might be going early, but no! He accidentally held a break. Shrimsy, you cannot jump out like that.
We're gonna grease the bearings on those wheels or something, man. He hopped out and it just stopped like nothing. Oh my goodness. Well, as a Pentagram now in a little bit of trouble as the blue zone grenades fall on top of them, on top of Molotovs, as Team Liquid will get taken down to, I believe, Sparking and Purdy Curtis still in it, and now Virtus Pro and Copenhagen Wolves are fighting in the open.
Akan just found one more on the side of Liquid as well. He's not given up at all just yet as Falcons try to throw teams off on one side. Copenhagen Wolves now realizing too that they have opponents in their midst, trying to stay alive and doing so successfully with utility.
Oh, Beamy now the last player up for Virtus Pro, and he is nowhere near Nixie as Nixie continues to bleed out. That's a nice grenade from Ming. Will find Hammer as game start win. Not out of it just yet. The trade, though, as RBN will find him. Biel Malcolmo going to find Purdy Curdy. So Rock now up to 5 kills, and they still have everybody else up. But Santastico gets knocked right there as the push coming through from Falcons. They'll try to finish off Asla Pentagram here.
Good shot around the corner. Somehow not finding the knock with the first one. Able to do so with the second, though. Tick trying to run up on his own. Kickstart, though, there, ready and waiting for the flank to come around. Pentagram down and out. They go. Liquid eliminated as well. We are in placement points as Wenbo.
Wenbo with the eyes in the skies. Will take Wolf down to just one as Beamy will get spotted out. So that'll be Virtus Pro getting taken out. Falcons, it may not have been pretty and it may not have been how exactly it was planned, but they do end up taking down most of game start win. BagelPod gets finished off. Rock tries to make the wrap around to the north side, but Falcons is ready. They find Souls. They find the other one, but no, Rock was going to get some trades here as well. Tiggleton and Kickstart now still up. H-Win will bleed out as Navi has sent Fairest up to the north side, and he is taking shots from range.
Exactly. As soon as they try to make a play into the compound proper, as soon as you realize they've sent all their players down the hill, go up and take what they left behind, which is a good high ground position. Now try and contain H-Win.
Oh, don't show the replay.
Let's do it. Are we getting the slow-mo as well?
Oh, man. Well, if slow-mo was real life, wasn't it? Oh, no. We're doing this man dirty. Look at that. It just, the brakes just slapped. Whatever, man. That guy's got more kills than half of this lobby. He's doing just fine for himself. We'll see if Falcons can find their way in from the north here as Navi is just spread around. It's mostly just Fairest keeping all of them. He managed to keep Falcons from getting that revive onto H-Win, so it's down to just Tiggleton and Kickstart. A lot of duos as Rock. Oh, nice.
मैं अभी बोलने वाला था Santastico भागेगा पे मेरे को याद आया कि किसी का player है मैं बोला नहीं.
I mean, you see, Navi is the strongest team left in this lobby, and they've got 3 up.
And while Santastico made a big name for himself globally early in the year, it's been Biel today who's been able to really step up, rise to the occasion, get a lot of points in for the boys, and well, they're still alive, and even more so with the Rich to play on that eastern side, inside circle as well. So potential top 2 waiting for them. As I kind of wish Navi was down to 2 for just for your sake.
I'm liking this from Navi. As Hangy did peek over that hillside, managed to get a few shots in, but Biel will trade him back. And now Wenbo all by himself. Not really anything he can do about Hangy either, as he is just kind of caught in no man's land. And we'll take the spray over back towards Navi. He's got at least a nice little fort to play around, but it is right on the edge of the zone, as you can see.
And I was just going to say he's outside. I don't even think the left side of the rock is going to get him inside either. So I think for Navi down there, he's revealed himself down there. I think you wait. There is no point in trying to aggress more.
रवि कल जब तुम टीम बनाओगे ना तुम्हारा उसमें 100 पॉइंट भी नहीं आएंगे.
Aggressive and get potentially knocked with it too. Lob a molly, maybe even better. Does he spot it mid-air? No, he doesn't because of the deployable cover. It bounces a bit far. Yeah, nope, not going to do it. Same thing with the molly.
He's dug in there like a tick. Yeah, that blue zone grenade I thought might be enough, but it ends up bouncing away and bouncing just far enough to where he's able to stay in. And nice shots from Extends, getting that knock on a kickstart. Falcons have already sent Tiggleton towards a more centralized location. He'll try to take the spray. He's going to find one, but runs out of bullets and will get taken down in the end. But Rock, they still have eyes on this.
Biel 600 damage and Tastico, 700 damage and Castro at 600 as well. These boys popping off, trying to make this one.
Get those kills, Wembo. Get your points, boy.
Yep.
Heck yeah. There you go. Change the game. Going to collect a few more into the bag. And now you've got 2 solos and the duo from Rock who are outside of zone. What do they have left? 5 smokes. So they can maybe find their way in here if they're lucky.
This is the thing. They're going to be able to get inside circle with the util alone, but then you're working with, you only have as much time as our smokes are going to last us, right? They have the vehicles down below. They've fallen. Actually, this dip from where Wolves died should be in as well, so if they can get down there, their smoke should be able to access this position.
I'm not going
to use any smokes, I'm just going to run down here.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, they're barely in, yeah, but they are in. So that is all that you really want.
Yep.
As Extends will continue to use that vehicle as cover. Does have more ammo to use, so should be good. Got a level 3 helmet as well. Wenbo not inside the zone either. He's got this rock, and unfortunately, he's going to have to make a move here shortly.
Yep. He needs an opener. He can run up on the ridgeline a bit ahead of him. The issue is that as long as Fantastic was up on the hill, which is we're on right now, he has eyes on Wenbo. So this is what he's waiting for, the fights to happen on the other side. Then he can reposition, stay up on the rock. That tree should be just inside.
Ooh, Wenbo has a little angle down in there. Rock needs to be careful as he continues to move around, dance around, see if he can find something. Just going to go all lie prone. That's about all you can really do.
He saw both of them on the low ground. That's what allowed him to push forward. Like
Absolutely. Absolutely. Extends with that FAMAS. Sending shots down range, and fortunately for him, he's got more than enough ammunition to just keep sending it over. 12 flashbangs. We'll see if he gets close enough to use them. But look at this. Biel has managed to get a little bit closer to Wenbo, and Wenbo is going to get spotted by Extends. So now it's a 2v1. Extends versus Rock. Biel will spot him from the side. Good spray will take him down, and that is a win for Rock.
Not just that, but one with a boatload of kills to boot as well. Great turnaround game here for them. They were placed pretty decently on the leaderboard overall, but we were waiting for that one flashy performance, that big hit home to drive their momentum, get them rising to the top.
We were talking about it. We've seen them kind of had that good performance that put them in the center of the conversation, but they've been since kind of dropping down to the point where before this game going in, they were right above that bottom 3 cut line, but this win will jump them right back up, and they will feel comfortable and confident now going into Rondo.
Hope they will with what we saw right there. Give us more with the games to come.
Get the pillow, yeah.
Of those, and then over towards Erangel. We're halfway through. Koopy, stay around. 3 more games left to play today.
चुप रहने के लिए अभी देखो कितना कुछ बोलूंगा अभी सबका प्रोफाइल अभी जाऊंगा ना सबका वो खोलूंगा उसके बाद देखूंगा मेरे को जिसको नीचे करना है मैं बोलते जाऊंगा अभी RBN 777 फैंटास्टिको फैंटास्टिको जिंदा था क्या लास्ट में किसका है ये
Rock flies high for game number 3 of the day as they take down Extends. They take down the threat that is Wenbo over on the other side as well. Actually, by the by, they were able to negate that angle and get themselves the victory. It's a big one here for America's pushing on up.
If the story of today is that
किसके लिस्ट में था फैंटास्टिको किसके लिस्ट में था चिकन डिनर हुआ है
gotten themselves chicken dinners to get back into the race. That for me has been looks very, very impressive. We go into the highlights.
भाई यहाँ पे मैंने बोला था पीरो बहुत अच्छा खेलेगा पर पीरो वाइप हो गई यहाँ पे रायन के में था
It was just absolutely chaotic. I think starting from the moment that Shrimzy dropped the ball in that C4, it was sort of wheels off.
Oh no! Will we see it a third time in these highlights? Is the question. I can't believe they played the replay.
This spot, everyone wants in on this spot. They had the perfect. They didn't put it in there.
No, they didn't.
Perfect chance to try to take it. They dropped the ball, but they still managed to make it into the top 4. And for me, it comes down to I think Na'Vi played this really, really well. At the start of the day, we said Hakatori is wearing a Na'Vi-shaped backpack. Well, it wasn't the case today. So far, Hakatori's been going out early, and his guys have been salvaging far more points than he has.
No, definitely, especially in this one, of course, with Extends doing very well for himself. With that FAMAS, lasered down Wenbo. Like, he was gone in an instant here. Yes, Rock will take the majority of the points from that endgame scenario. That said, though, already as much as, Shrimzy had the slight mishap and stuff like that, Falcon still had quite a few points on the board. I think Tiggleton 5 for himself.
They did, and Tiggleton would have had even more. He got that double, the double on Na'Vi as they were crashing towards him.
Yes.
G very smartly came over and took those kills away, but that would have been 7, I think, for Tiggleton, and a big climb up as well. So these guys, despite what happened, you can see at least they're laughing. Well, he's laughing about it. Shrimzy's laughing about it.
No.
That,
I'm sure we'll give. I'm sure we're going to give him grief at some point. I mean, the thing is that actually in PUBG, the handbrake on some of these cars is a bit finicky. And if you're in kind of like a desperate situation where you want to make something happen straight away in the moment, sometimes it can go away from you. So
maybe seat swap first.
Maybe. Well, Rock though doing fantastically in all of that as we have the numbers pouring on in. 22 points go the way of Rock for Brazil. Na'Vi with the 14 for a little bit of a climb back after really nothing in the first 2 games.
Absolutely. I have big shout out to Rock. And
नहीं सर तुम लास्ट में तुम टॉप में रहोगे टॉप में मेरा प्रेडिक्शन है.
It was almost a 2v2v2v2 there for a minute. We saw TG get knocked down, but those are the 2 that you want to go into that scenario. They played it really well. Also, the fact that CTG sort of had to go head-to-head with Na'Vi at the end of that meant it was a very comfortable endgame for Rock.
Yeah, one of my favorite teams to watch, Rocket, in terms of them just enjoying the tournament whenever they're here. They're always having a really good time of it, and especially, obviously, when we saw them popping off at EWC, that was really an awakening for a lot of people on the international stage to watch this team do well. And it will be 56 points for them in 6th place, just shy of where that cutoff is for top 5. But we're only halfway through. There's still 9 games to go.
Yeah, I mean, again, it still stands. There's only 20 points between being eliminated from the tournament forever and getting an auto bid to the grand final. Forever. It is true. Like, your biggest goal in life is to get to this PGC, to dominate, to go to the grand finals, to set your name in history.
Yeah.
And the fact there's only 20 points at the halfway point between going straight through and going home is actually flat.
Halfway through, yes, as much as we do have a few Chinese teams down there in the bottom 3, that's a bit rough here to say the least. For me, anyone's legend. I think there was a lot of hype around Himas and the boys coming to this tournament, qualifying through, not by their own means necessarily, but it's really not gone their way just yet.
You know, I think that's the difference between
like them and Rock. Both teams
struggled on day 1. You see Rock keep a happy face, sort of keeping themselves jovial.
Zero Bluetooth बहुत अच्छा है KZ से बहुत ज़्यादा ही अच्छा है. KZ जार से भी बहुत अच्छा है वो. At least for gaming तो बहुत अच्छा है.
They're making some of these sends through. They're losing Hemat, they're losing Destroy, they're losing members straight away when they try and make for these big sends. Maybe go back to an edge style play and just shoot at everything that moves.
I think that might be the problem. They're trying too hard to play the system. They need to break the system. That's what they've always done best.
Maybe. Thank you very much, Toffees, for the breakdown. It is time to get into our next game for the day. Game number 4 as we head on over to Toronto for Group B. Get those points on the board.
अरे जब तक ये हो रहा है हम लीडर बोर्ड देखते हैं गाइस.
Half of the group stage is over and 1 half left to play. BB still sitting at the top in the king's seat, but how long can the king remain on that throne with so much movement happening up and down this leaderboard, Toby?
Yeah, it's a lot going on, and for BB team, it's by no stretch of the imagination been as flashy as was yesterday. This previous game struggling to find their way inside circling, getting caught up in some of these unpredictable rotations.
323, same.
From Bago ended up taking them out. So hopefully for the likes of
BB
team, they can set things here and get into the next one. Issue is they are landing alongside Rock, our previous match winners, down inside of Hongshan.
We saw this happen the first day as well. It ended up being a little bit of a lukewarm drop as neither team really took it to each other, but they did end up running into each other later on in the game as they took the same rotation pass. You can hear the shots already being sent between the two. No knocks or damage to be found yet. It looks like this might be the only scrap taking place on the map so far as we wait and see where our circle takes us.
Kind of do the math on who has more
ROC को टारगेट करें कि बीबी को टारगेट करें.
I mean, A, we don't know where the circle is. We will now.
सिर्फ बुराई. बीबी वाला भी मरने वाले हैं.
That's for sure.
They sure do.
बहुत बुरी तरह से.
Even then, I mean, for Rock, there's part of me that wants them to kind of dip. The issue is they have 2/3 control of this right now, and I think for BP, they're the ones looking to get out of here.
They do. They do indeed. Well, it looks like neither team really too terribly interested in pressing the matter, as they both have pretty clear paths of escape, as well as we see the numbers from that last game, that big chicken dinner from Rock, 866 damage and 7 kills from Biel Mount Calmo. And he will be your man of the match for match number 3.
Biel
Big stuff, big numbers up against a tough lobby. Love seeing LATAM represent when it comes to individual prowess. So many good players come from down that southwest side of our world. As looking at the leaderboard right now, I mean, FaZe sat in 13th place. I know we talk about how well Europe, quote-unquote, is playing right now, but FaZe ain't really part of that discussion. What has for so long been the one
F1 की
kind
बुराई
of
करो. F1 कहाँ कौन सी टीम है?
skill set of the FaZe with this roster
F1
has kind of become their issue. I feel like when they're fighting up close, they just seem disjointed. They're very rarely the ones to get the first knock in a fight, and when they do, they're not able to finish fights fast enough that other teams don't come third party. Now they have a game here where they're on the southwestern side by themselves right now, and they'll kind of get to dictate the order in which they up to play into this circle. So hoping to see the boys from FaZe Clan get something on the board with this position in this first circle.
I'll tell you what, if the first 3 games are any indication, being in the bottom half of the leaderboard is a little bit of a good luck charm right now, as we've seen with Theraton 5 make a jump, Rock make a jump, as the Pentagram make a jump, as all those teams were kind of flirting around with that bottom 3 cut line, and now they find themselves in better seas through 3 games.
So to paint the picture, they effectively needed to pull the sling all the way back the bottom of the leaderboard just to yeet up into the top 5. Maybe, just maybe that's the case. I never knew that was a strategy, but hey, man, if it works, I'm not going to be the one to call it out.
It's not always a strategy, but tell you what, it seems to be working today as Phil First gets caught out a little bit. Won't go down, but he will take some damage there as BB team maybe getting a little bit too close to Rock.
Yeah, bola tha na Phil First.
See Biel Macalmo and Solds still just holding that line at the road, making sure that nobody makes a pass on him.
It's a very natural cutoff for you take south, we take north, but of course you always want to peek on over and see if there are any freebies waiting for you. What could potentially be a freebie in a team that's just been also struggling with, oh, that's a pop back tire. Luckily that vehicle is okay to go with 3, but I mean, honestly, for both these teams, for Anyone's Legends and Team Liquid, they've both been running into issues so early on, and rarely have either of the 2 teams been the ones out victorious in those early shenanigans. So I think for neither of them, fighting early is should be on the top.
Doc Adi, welcome to the stream.
Yeah, it's definitely been a slow start for Team Liquid after beginning the day in the top 5. They've found themselves now down in 9th place. As there's still 3 games left to play, and I believe that was the later half of the day was where they found more of their success on day 1. So hopefully we'll see that repeat here as BB team continuing to just loot up, make sure that no pressure is coming through. I think everybody here realizing that that line of demarcation being the road, just don't play around that. Don't be too aggressive, and you'll be all right.
Exactly. Well, a little bit of quiet time now, so let's hear from Pio from Bakeoba.
일단 오늘 1일차를 했는데 좀 긴장도 되기도 하고 또 팀원들한테 민폐가 끼칠까봐 걱정했는데 그래도 라운드 수가 좀 쌓이다 보니까 좀 괜찮게 적응하고 있는 것 같아요. 일단 그 점은 첫 1일차의 소감이고요. 좀 오늘 그래도 6등을 하긴 했는데 아쉬운 라운드도 많았고 제가 조금 더 잘할 수 있었는데 그런 거에 좀 많이 못해줘가지고 팀원들한테 미안하지만 그래도 이제 이튿날에는 제가 또 잘할 거기 때문에 경기가 끝나면 제가 완벽하게 캐리할 수 있을 거라 생각합니다.
Good to see our man back where he belongs on the stage here at PGC, and they've been doing all right for themselves right there in that 8th place spot. They are secure for, well, maybe not secure just yet, but they're looking pretty good for that last stage, if nothing else. We'll see if they can pull off something special in these final half of games that we have to play.
Yeah, plenty of time for that leaderboard to change up, though, as we now look up towards change the game. They have T5 rotating in right behind him, but obviously,
that's a fun angle.
Do they know about that as FaZe they make their way across. James in the sky as per usual, trying to clear the path for his teammates down below. They will be running into Virtus Pro territory momentarily. Question becomes whether James is going to get shot at and be able to feed that info across, or if FaZe are going to be driving into this blind, because as far as I can see, Lukaruk's now in a vehicle. Yep, they see the glider on the other side too, and with them obviously being used to playing against VP, they should know who they have next door.
Absolutely.
They're diverting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're used to this in their own region. They should be used to this from day 1, where they found themselves in a similar position. But we'll see how far away they pull away and divert from that Virtus Pro spot as we check back in with Bagopod, south of Jadina City camping. I'm not sure if this will pay off any dividends, but it depends. It depends on how long they decide to stick around, because Theraton 5 is still coming down this direction, so has changed the game.
And you know what? I mean, if they're going to get into the circle late anyway, pick a bridge.
Why
and
not?
commit, you know? I mean, might as well just sit there and wait it out. And who knows? Maybe today's your lucky day as well. Yeah, James in this guy before not getting shot at. Correct, takes this guy. Looked like he was getting shot at by
I was going to
not
say,
sure exactly
what that was.
Taking shots at his own
Bro, I told you to land your glider. I'll shoot you out of the sky if I have to.
Be like all my buddies. Hey, is there friendly fire in this game? Plop, plop, plop. Well, Nixie gonna take some unfriendly fire towards FaZe, and he gets absolutely destroyed by Vard. And now Virtus Pro, they've got FaZe right on the doorstep, and they've got to do some serious defending.
And this might be why Beamy wanted his teammate down on the ground, because they need him here active in this fight. But Corexi is still gliding up above, maybe able to catch FaZe with their backs turned on this. Again, I'm very sure FaZe knew who they were going into. They have space to play around this, but they really wanted to take this fight. Jeem's still in the air as well.
Jeem's coming down from the side, from the high ground, see if he can spot out anybody. Corexi, the Air Force coming through, and they're going to run into each other right on time. Jeems will get his side. Oh, he doesn't know that the guy came down. Oh, Corexi will take him down before getting traded out by Vard. Vard finds two, as now FaZe is running through Virtus Pro.
What is going on? We talk about EMEA as being so calculated, but now you throw all the sticks in the air, no clue what's going to happen around you, and just like this, Beamy is on his own in a 1 versus 4 FaZe. Looked like they were in trouble halfway through that fight, but able to get it going successfully so as well. Beamy goes for the first one, but not able to get him in time. As a matter of fact, FaZe will be crawled back on into safety. We talked about FaZe and wanting to see them out successful, and indeed they do here, but it comes at the loss of VP.
Geez, Beamy got a little bit distracted there, I think, from long-range shots being sent their direction from BB team off to the north. You could see you could hear the bullets kind of pouncing around him, and he looked around. Did manage to get that knock, but could not get the flush. So FaZe coming out ahead in that one. Pops, and it's going to go hard southwest. 2 E pickups immediately pop.
Glider ke piche glider.
It's going to be Navi on one side, Song Yang on the other, already going through his Falcons, and as the pentagram cross paths, should be all right to continue. Having said that, Falcon seems like they're on the hunt, but nope, Strimzy thinks better of it.
Look at the northeast side of this map. It is just brutal rock. Kind of the only team that's staying still as everybody makes their way past. They'll take a few shots towards Petrichor Road, get the damage in, and force Petrichor Road to pull right into Asla Pentagram's path here as well. As you see, the last few remaining members of Pentagram going to be coming in a little bit late. So Pentagram very split on the rotation, whereas Petrichor Road is right on top of each other.
मेरे लिस्ट में जो है सब मरेगा.
Seeing how many teams are currently rotating, I love the fact they're all
पहले मेरे वाले मरेंगे, फिर मैं जिसको बोलूँगा वो मरेंगे.
I mean, if we kind of reverse posted, went back and watched, you can see the pathings come through. Pretty much none of the cars coming through here were visible to the compounds around them. Very, very wise in the rotations coming into this. And I say that.
कौन मर गया? एजला का मर गया क्या? हैमर? ओ भाई हैमर बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा था यार.
Early on, who I mean,
हैमर मर गया.
Hammer and Red Zone, they've just been on fire today.
Yeah, man. Again, it's the trailing man.
Yep.
The
FaZe को बढ़िया 4 kill मिल चुका है guys.
Taken down by GSW. Navi there in the friendly skies right now, looking for a place to call home as we check that replay. Beamy just Corexi rather dropping down. Jeems just not even expecting it. Vard was right there. Gets the first one, gets the second one. And that was huge from the man.
And you know what? That's, I mean, hold that thought for a second, because here comes Navi trying to make landfall. Vex already here, though. Jeems there to join him as well, but there's just the 2 of them on this north side position. One spotted over the top. That's Ferris down to have HP. He's going to be taken out by Tickleton. Up on the roof still, though, is 2.
Hiding out on top of the pagoda as Hakatori continues to lay down those friendly, the flashbangs, trying to see if they can get him, but doesn't matter.
7 kills, let's go.
7 kills. What did we say, Toby, at the beginning of this game? They're hovering around 13th place. Apparently, that is where you want to be, because that is where all these teams are finding success. But Team Liquid are coming over to get a little piece for themselves.
You better capitalize on this. You see them eliminated. You see FaZe down to 2, realizing they're in that split as well. Both of them now knocked on the northern side. Liquid sitting where they are currently on the leaderboard and not really having had, again, that show-off match. This could be a start to get that ball rolling, but seemingly not too eager to aggress. There's too much to lose, and Purdy should be able to attack with this one.
He does manage to survive a little bit longer, but Fex will go down in the end here.
But that phase बहुत अच्छा खेली भाई.
Arrive via their E-pickup, and wouldn't you know it, where are they going? They're going to go right on top of Vard. Does not have the support of Gustav. Gustav off to the north, so Vard just has to hold the line. He's waiting for the crowd to push through. Doesn't even get a chance. Third on 5 wipes him out.
He must have been out on the balcony early because they seemed very, very specific in trying to go directly for Vard. So good read on T5 that one was occupied, and they're able to clean this one out. And for FaZe, of course,
FaZe का एक बंदा जिंदा है तो रिकॉल कर देगा शायद. कर सकता है, मतलब 2 को तो कर सकता है. जो ऊपर मरे हैं वो जगह खाली हो गया है.
With 1 alive and 7 kills
जो
this game.
क्या था हिल के पास वाला.
PUBG is going to take us down towards the water.
ये क्या कर रहे हैं गाड़ी?
Been a good game for FaZe so far, although a very active game.
Yeah.
Gustav's still alive, but it looks like he's driving right into the midst of Falcons. We'll see if Falcons decides to do something about that, or if they're just going to continue going on. It looks like that's going to be the case. So Gustav might have blue chips in hand. I think that might be where he's going.
He has 2. He has both James and he has both James and Fex driving into the blue now, trying to get the reses. And with the entirety of Na'Vi dying there just moments ago, he should have first stage enough to be able to go out into the blue, get the reses, and come back in safely.
We'll keep an eye on that, see how he plays it out. Meanwhile, Copenhagen Wolves trying to make their run through GSW and what's left of Pentagram. Looks like they'll survive for the time being. Team Liquid also set up as Wolves just looking to try to find a place to call home, but nothing is showing itself. And now they're going to push just onto the footsteps, the doorstep really, of anyone's legend, as trying to find some place where they're not getting shot at.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're just going to send it over the hill to Rinjan proper, even if you know that this circle is going to be shifted away from the water. And there he is, Gustav. Safety precaution, of course, even though we're 1.5 kilometers outside circle, you never know where there is a sneaky snake, so might as well be wise about it. We'll get 2 players back in the game in just a short moment.
Do what you got to do. We'll see where they go as well. Now, the fact that Rinjang is in right now means that the FaZe boys might have a place to go. But right now, BB Team, they're going to take their E-pickup in, and Bagopa is already on top of it. They're going to take shots down at Azuzi. Guyon will get taken out, and one more. Filfer so low, but he will manage to make landfall.
2 games in a row. Bagopa has been the issue the BB Team has not been able to overcome. Of course, this can still go both ways, but 1 down before they even make landfall, and 1 down to low HP. Able to get the heals on up, though. But again, Circle's going to shift off of water, so you'd have to imagine that for the time being, Bagopa is going to be in the better position.
We got the 3-man vehicle. Rejoin with RBN, who is just on the base of this hill that anyone's legend has still been holding on to. Nobody taking shots at him just yet, but all the anyone's legends boys looking off in that direction. They're expecting the push to come through, as Pio has now secured himself an arm and a nice ghillie suit to go along with it. Rock now rotating around, and we'll see how close they get to AL.
And you better go active on this one. When you see the 2 cars coming around you like this, and for AL, you're set with 28 points halfway through this group stage. You need something going your way if you don't want to be eliminated from this tournament. But where are the teammates? I don't think they saw Haisaki, but they saw a vehicle over the top, and now they're aware. Element of surprise gone.
Yeah, Rock saw something, and they are fully aware. And nothing coming out from anyone's legend just yet. Haisaki will spot out by Biel Malcolmo, and that's going to be 1 going down. As you said, the passivity from AL proving to be their undoing here. We'll see if they can pull something out with just 3 as the flashbangs come back. The grenades will do some damage. Sold,
zone के बाहर वाला घर पे जाओ, single घर पे.
And all of this going to have to come to a head as the circle is pushed.
They just seem so disjointed, and it's crazy to think about the fact that you have the likes of Destroy and Himas in this server, and also I gotta say it, you have Tycon here in the arena on the bench. When is it go time? When do you say he is one of the best mechanical players in APAC after all? Maybe we should get him back in the game. Well, that's not for us to decide. That's for them as James and Fix. Well, they made it down on the ground, but that's also about it.
Did James really make it down to the ground?
He made it down onto the roof, okay?
Well, they try to go back and retrieve their gear, and unfortunately for them, that place was already occupied. So now Gustav will truly have to make his way forward as a solo, as he is getting shot at by Baron. They'll push him right on the other side of the street of Theraton 5. So Gustav should be safe for the time being. We'll keep an eye on that. Change the game just off to the south of T5. They've got to find somewhere to go as well. As we see Rock will now pull away from Anyone's Legend. Anyone's Legend looking off to the north, maybe pulling into that area where Game Start Win may be looking.
Exactly. Big rotation here for Anyone's Legend. They lost one before. Haisaki down as we go for a full-on kickflip with the vehicle to come on through. Safe across though as they make their way inside the circle. But
कैसा rotation ले रहे बे?
setting up shot, they collapse.
Oh, घर खाली है.
Liquid hurt them coming in and they are gonna disengage. So
कुछ जगह मिल गया.
move away and
Wow.
great push there, great understanding. But here's another one come through. They're going to be joined by Copenhagen Wolves.
They do, and Copenhagen Wolves smartly don't go directly in, but they're going to walk directly into some pre-nades as they will get knocked low. Bizzler will go down to the one from Destroy. He's at least staying alive on the wall. Destroy will hold the line, playing around the door. Snakers gets him low. Hoodat finishes him off, though, as Anyone's Legend doing a great job of securing this spot, but now Rock is arriving as well.
That's exactly it. When you have pretty much the only proper high ground position in the circle and a lot of teams hungry for a new spot to play from, give a third-party opportunity and they will come claim it. Rock might not even be the last team to join this party unless if it comes to a close really soon.
Bagopa still looking off in that direction as well, so they might get hungry. Rock doing their best. They know that their backsides are clear. They've left Biel off to the west, so they can play this hill, this little foothill here free and clear. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road and Falcons are going to square up. Kickstart will find AZ after H-Win was taken down, so the trade has come through. But Tiggleton not really a part of this fight. He's off in the distance. He's not involved, so it's all down to Kickstart.
Exactly, big fight for Petrichor to come out victorious of as well. If they can dislodge Falcons, even just force them off their shoulders, they have a lot of room to maneuver up in that northern side circle, though shifting away not going to make matters any easier as Made in Thailand try to stay alive now, but they're going to be suppressed by T5.
And that's good news for Falcons, as Made in Thailand was trying to make that push up to third party onto that fight. Unfortunately for them, that grenade is right on top of his head.
Just short.
Oh my goodness. Stood up and looked at a grenade square in the face. You hate to see that. Tiggleton, though, will at least flush out Scappy with another grenade of his own. Tig, now the last player left up for Falcons, will try to turn his attention back. It looks like Petrichor Road has gotten everybody back on their feet. Meanwhile, BB team going to take the fight with Change the Game.
Why is Change the Game opting to aggress towards the northwest here? They were set underneath the bridge, technically still inside circle, but they're looking in the direction of BP, and that might actually open up a path for BP to wrap outside the city. In the meantime, on the northern side, these fights are continuing. Petrichor down. You want to get him back on his feet as fast as you can, but for AC, I mean, there's a lot of decisions to be made. Do I hold the angle or do I go for the rest?
All right, BB team going to push out and take this fight square to the jaw of Change the Game. Wenbo will get a few nice shots in. Phil first has to stop down to heal up in the smoke. Tiggleton still alive, does go down in the end of the Molotov cocktail from Non. So Petrichor Road will clean that up, and now they've spotted out Gustav as well.
Bagopa has a chance at an amazing backstep here. The issue is they're inside circle already. I think it's too risky for them to try and go for it. But they shift gear and see
let's go.
BB team in full aggression mode towards CTG.
That's for BB team trying to get a little bit closer, trying to get into that grenade range. Meanwhile, Game Start Win took a long wrap around on the north side, and now they are right in the midst of Petrichor Road. Game Start Win, FaZe Clan will go down. Game Start Win going to lose 2 as Petrichor Road collapsing on top. BB team, meanwhile, taking that same fight would change the game. They're going to finish off Hangi, and that's down to 3 for CTG.
They're opening up the door for BB team to get inside the circle, but it doesn't come for free. 1 down, 2 down, 3 down already. Just 1 more left alive. Wenbo headshot connected down to just 1 HP. Gets him taken down, and BB team. While there was a path for them to maneuver out their shutdown, look at now the immediate reaction from Bagopa. They didn't get there in time to engage on BB team, but they know they have a wounded CTG.
I think वो उठ गया गलती से.
By Bagopa, knowing when not to go for it anymore. The window has been closed.
Yeah, they were wounded, but they weren't wounded enough.
Exactly.
So let's go ahead and pull back. They've got PO still on the close side of the mountain. Ears open for this Rock and Anyone's Legend
खाली PUBG वाले नहीं उठाएंगे, सारे टीम वाले उठाएंगे.
A little bit more utility left in the bag for Anyone's Legend.
मेरे भी गए.
Continue to drop those smokes. Rock has breached the compound though.
अब बाबू उम्मीद नहीं है मेरे को. छोड़ दो अपने छोरे. पच पेट कल कुछ खाए हैं, पेट खराब करके आए हैं, इधर हग रहे हैं.
Goes for too many targets, can't find anything. Muscle memory gets the better of him. Thought he had him, but didn't get none. Ming though is down, but Olympus falls as well. Now just Kiss left alive. Look at their health bars. They're all at under half. A couple of bullets could be down for one. Kiss! Can he get the third? No! Just short, and Myth fall in 9th.
Chewy the hero, and he's going to run and escape into the blue zone as Kiss will collect 3 kills off of that for his trouble. Meanwhile, Anyone's Legend, they are holding the line. Bago-Pa has arrived as well, as they are kings of the castle for now, but the castle is under attack.
From multiple angles too. Underdogs कोई नहीं है इसमें मैच सब now he ran out there, found souls with it as well. Again, look what Bago-Pa is doing here, sending 3 up to try and see if you can engage, but Xiangyang is still sat on the southern side containing.
फिर भी मेरे को लग रहा है ये lobby बहुत easy है ये वाला lobby compared to
and then running up the hillside is simply too dangerous for them to try and make that play happen. So nice disengage once more from the Korean team.
Smart veteran plays coming out from Bago-Pa. We'll see how they get into this late game. Santastico will spot out Himas on the high ground. He's down to low HP. He's got to stop down and heal up while that smoke continues to bloom. He's going to drop and Destroy will come over immediately. Got Biel pushing with the shoddy, but Hudat doing his best to hold that door, the one door that he knows could cause them problems. So Himas will get back on his feet. Meanwhile, Pentagram will try to send something in here, but they are just pinned down. Lost too many tires as Team Liquid had the compound on the high side. There you go, Himas finally showing up as he will finish off Rock.
He's finally made his presence known. Most damage of the players currently alive here on the serve. I think most kills as well. They're trying to make something off of this position as they now got the kills. Now, honestly, if this fight happens right now, Anyone's Legend might be in a perfect position to third party this. Wenbo finds one, the trade goes back the other way as well.
And look at this now, Anyone's Legend doing what they can to start third partying that. You can see him in the kill feed as Bago-Pa Guyon's going to go down. Pio and Akan, the last 2 remaining alive. Change the game down to Wenbo. He's off in the distance, but Bago-Pa has to be worried about Anyone's Legend coming in from the north. So the knock on Himas, they clean it up with the help of Team Liquid. Pio with that looming large.
Yeah, able to find the final one, and importantly so. Down just to Akan and Pio, trying to hold what's left on this side of the road to themselves, but they still have Wenbo to deal with. Pio try to take him out. Wenbo down to under half HP, and they will find him in the end of it. But now a tricky road crossing for them to try and make Glass here raiding on one side, but that's for Team Liquid over on their side to try and make it out.
I'll tell you what, man. You look at that leaderboard on the left. Look how many teams on the lower half are sitting. They're dead, but look at 7 kills, 7 kills, 7 kills. And now you got Team Liquid and Azla still in it. 7 kills for Bago-Pa. So all these teams that needed to find some footing, start to make things happen here in the second half of this group stage. They're finding it now. We'll see who manages to pull this win out. As they're top 5, they're looking good. In the Southeast, they've got all 4 up. Team Liquid, if they can finish off Glaz, oh boy, this sneaky snake, they have no idea he's over here. And Team Liquid has been bit in the past by snakes.
Oh, yes.
You can see them. They are being very, very careful.
At this point, they should have developed some sort of immunity to the venom of these snakes with how many times they've been bit. But, well, Evolution doesn't always want that to go their way. So we'll see if Glass can get something done here. I mean, it's effectively the only way for Liquid to go. They want to grow up that hillside. You can see it right there where the Glass is. They want to get at least one guy up there to get the overview position. But how many is it going to cost to try and claim it? As I say that, though, actually, no. Hell no, that's way too open. I didn't realize the hillside was this exposed to the south.
Yeah, they might just hop in the vehicles and try to find a foothold in.
They do.
Yeah, that's going to be Purdy Curdy going to go ahead and send it first. While Theraton 5 keep good eyes out.
Kiska player zinda kya abhi?
Bago-Pa. Pio with that This is giving PTSD from anyone who was around in 2019, 2020. Sparking going to try to heal up as Glaz will get a little bit sneakier.
Oh, he saw PO as well?
Only thing Liquid's got going for him is that he doesn't have a single grenade to his name, so all he can do is really spray him down. And Pio's going to get popped out, and he's going to get the he's going to get the flush. He's going to find Luke as well. Purdy Curdy, the last one. He's got to switch over to the mini. He's getting shot at from range. Team Liquid going down to the snake. once again as Glaz will get taken down by Explosive.
Glaz down, fat-fingered it hard enough to even whip out the smoke grenade launcher, but still able to reign supreme. Bagopar will fight with tooth and nail to claim extra points today. They're thriving.
Okay, Pio, let's see what kind of magic you got left as Akan is having to hold the line against the push. Pio's going to spot him out. He's going to swap over to that M4, but he's going to, oh man, the old man still got it. The sprays are just ridiculous. And Akan now going to be the one to make the push.
Yeah, definitely.
Akan आज मार रहा है भाई, आज हैशटैग 2 ले आया है हरामी साला. कल जब मतलब उस दिन जब गया था तो हम नहीं मारा था.
Looking to claim even more. They have util to work with, still 12 nades, 10 smokes. They have everything in their arsenal to bring this one home. Full circle control to this is just going to be a waiting game.
There it is.
First one down already. That's Pio out. And there you go. Akan is going to try and deny. There's no other way.
Akan runs into the blue, the deny comes through, and Theradon 5 get their second win of the day, much to the delight of the crowd in attendance.
Didn't have to do overly much halfway through this game. All the fights take place around the compound they found themselves in, but they came in early. They jumped on opponents, took it out of their hands, and got themselves a swift victory in the end of it.
Man, what I mean, great stuff from Theradon 5, but what a wild game that we saw there. I mean, FaZe Clan going through so many things at the beginning of that one, picking up a bunch of kills. You saw such a lot of the players on the lower half of the leaderboard starting to find some points. Exactly. So we're kind of bringing the lower half of the leaderboard more in line as the top half has really just not produced a whole lot today.
21 points split between 3 teams, all set outside of the top 10 is going to make things even tighter than they already were. 2 more matches left to play here today for Group B. Back to the desk and then a break before we head on over to
last 2 matches. कब हैट्रिक कमिंग इनकमिंग और व्हाट पता नहीं भाई कर सकती है.
It's the second of the day for the hometown favorites here as we've got Theradon 5 getting themselves yet another victory on the board. They're pushing up those leaderboards here as we had a rondo from all of these teams charging into one another. I could not believe my eyes in this one.
You know, it's like the opposite of the meme. Instead of dad checking in, it's like Razada Jr.'s here and he's saying, "How's it going in there, Dad?" And he gets to say, "I'm dominating." 2 chicken dinners on a day is wild. These guys look so good, and again, you can hear the crowd in their pocket the entire time cheering them on.
That small child, very eloquently spoken.
Well, you know, you develop fast. Your dad's that good of a fragger. You got to get ready to be on his team in the near future.
Yeah, future pro gamer.
I'm just saying.
For sure. That's what I'll be forcing my child to do. Anyway, never mind. We've got ourselves...
I already am.
Theradon 5 with this victory. There was actually a lot going on throughout this game. Himas might be back. I don't know yet, but he might be because it's not really been very good for them so far. But at least he got himself 5 for this one.
Right, I'm uncomfortable saying he's back already, but that was a great game before. Because honestly, even before the end game, we were talking about like Destroyer's really been sort of carrying things for these guys, and then Himas just unlocked. But I think part of that is they made it to the end game. That's when Himas is best, when he is fighting in confined areas, when there's not 16 other teams shooting at him. That's when he makes his moves.
Trimsy's still sad about that C4.
Still sad about the C4.
But as we take a look across all of the faces from these teams, I mean, as you fall down on a circle like this, all of these teams trying to kind of cut up a little bit of the pie for themselves. Theradon 5 just had full control of the spot that they had, right, for a long time during this. You can even see in the crowd as well.
She's not a Theradon 5 fan in the front.
Actually, no, not like that. All right, we'll pick another tight team for... Oh, wait.
Who's that for? I gotta know. That's fun. I'll tell you who's been the biggest surprise for me that I'm super like hyped for today, and that's Asla Pentagram. Like,
mates,
what? They came in, they won a game, or had a dominating game, still didn't make it out of the bottom 3, and then have 2 more after what they did day 1. This is a totally different team.
that showed up here today.
Red Zone was smashing everything in this.
Red Zone's taking his name seriously.
Very much so, yeah. Explosions everywhere because he is just hitting shots constantly. I have been particularly impressed. And the thing is for them is if they'd had even just a middling day on day one, they would have been in contention for top 5 right now. The fact that they've had 3 insane games today with another 11 points going their way and they're probably not. Well, they might actually be now.
I think they should. If I guess right, they're going to be around 7th place at this point.
You think so?
I think this is one of those. If they do 2 more games of what they've done in the first 4, they could be in a position to advance straight to the grand final.
Well, 17 points with Third on 5, and at the same time, Begopa is also challenging for the top 5 now here with Pio. This is all topsy-turvy.
From a hot drop into resort with a super feed,
which we hated,
right? Which we absolutely hated, into a 2nd place and a continuing climb up the leaderboard. It's absolutely bananas how shaky Lucid is. And honestly, the craziest thing for me is how all the top teams coming into today have not been the top teams today.
EMEA वाले लोग बहुत मार रहे थे.
Real strong mix up here.
अमेरिका रीजन वाले बहुत मार रहे थे. एशिया वाले कुछ नहीं कर रहे थे. लेकिन डे 2 को दोनों जगह पे देखा मैंने. एशिया वाले मार रहे हैं भाई भर-भर.
Okay.
Because yes, we still have EMEA up there. We have Team Falcon still looking strong at that 2nd place spot. They're on 5 with their 2 wins today. They jumped completely into that top 5. And we're still surprised as La Pentagram after such a good day. This is still only in 9th.
It is. I will say this. When we watched the first day of play, we saw a couple of our high teams and some outliers make good moves in the first half of the day. And it was the second half when we hit a wrangle that we saw some of our EMEA and America's teams make these big comebacks and push up towards the top. We're about to make that transition back into the grassy pastures where, again, with a lobby that is so system dependent, I do think that's the map where a lot of those guys have a chance to put their points back on the board.
And with that chance comes the fact that everyone 15th and up can still make pretty decent strides, pretty decent jumps. I think for Game Start Win, though, they're in a realm of their own right now. Somebody sent them to the Shadow Realm. They're only on 19 points here down at the bottom. They've got to make something happen now and quickly.
If they don't do it now, it's going to be Game Start preparing to fly home because they are not looking good and something huge has to change.
I was going to go with Game Start Bin, but anyway, we'll see how that all unfolds in a few moments. We're going to go to a break. I'm so sorry. And then when we return, we have got Erangel on the cards.
आओ गाइस हम लोग चलते हैं थोड़ा सा स्कोर देखते हैं. $486 मेरा 486 हुआ. रैंक हो गया 2300 भाई. खत्म हो गया भाई. अबे भाई आज तो कुछ भी नहीं हुआ है भाई. पॉइंट सब जी है. सब जी. ठीक है गाइस. अच्छा लीडर बोर्ड देखते ना. 486 534 486 478. विकी भाई रॉकिंग. रायन भी एकदम रॉकिंग. अच्छी ब्रो थोड़ा सा पीछे हैं बट स्टिल क्लाइंबिंग. जर्नल का बढ़ा नहीं बे. जर्नल का तो वो था ना हिमास. मारा तो बे तेरा कैप्टन. रैंक कितना है सबका रे. कैसे पता चलेगा. S2458. अच्छा जी ऐसा यहाँ नहीं दिखाता है. क्या करे यार. मैं आता थोड़ा वॉक करके. मेरे को नींद आ रहा है. अच्छा भी है 3 मिनट है. इस 3 मिनट का ब्रेक ले लो. तुम लोग भी चिल मारो. फिर होगा एंगल में बूम बाम. तो देखते हैं कौन से टीम को मरवाना. बोल देना. मेरी टीम तो पहले जाएगी. फिर उसके बाद किसका बाउंटी उठाना है मेरे को बोल देना. I'll help you out.
Find adventure in every direction.
Hello, PUBG and PUBG Mobile fans. Thanks to your passionate, unwavering support, we've been able to grow tremendously on the battlegrounds of PUBG and PUBG Mobile. To give back to our fans, even in a small way, and to present you with a brand new experience of the #1 Battle Royale, we are bringing together PUBG and PUBG Mobile and uniting them under one stage, PUBG United, launching in 2025. PUBG United's journey begins in Siam District, Bangkok, where the tournament will be held this November. Around Siam Paragon and across the city, you'll discover PUBG experiences that you can't take your eyes off. You can also experience the PUBG United Fan Zone, where you will find booths dedicated to PUBG and PGC, as well as PUBG Mobile and PMGC. There will also be special collaboration pop-ups with global brands. A variety of PUBG-themed events and hands-on activities are waiting for fans to enjoy to the fullest, so be ready. For online fans, a special website will open, bringing together every moment of PGC and PMGC so you can enjoy PUBG United anytime, anywhere. For the first time in esports history, PUBG Global Championship and PUBG Mobile Global Championship will unite on a single stage. Starting with a grand opening ceremony on a massive scale, each day brings new and exciting moments. With that energy building up, the intense grand finals of PGC and PMGC will come together for the first time in history on one united stage. On this one-of-a-kind stage, the world's top players will battle in back-to-back grand finals, offering an experience like never before. One world, two champions coming together in a truly historic moment. November 24th to December 14th in Bangkok, Thailand. Come and experience PUBG United to the fullest. We will continue striving to be a PUBG and PUBG Mobile that never stops working hard for our fans. Thank you.
अच्छा बाय द वे गाइस, ये अभी वो आएगा, विजेट आएगा, कोड एंटर करना होगा, सो अपना लॉगिन कर लो सब कोई PUBG स्पोर्ट्स में, ठीक है? PUBG स्पोर्ट्स में लॉगिन कर लो और न्यूज़ टैब में जाके आएगा ये ब्रॉडकास्ट कोड आएगा, इसमें एंटर करना होगा ना, तो तैयार हो जाओ. आज कौन फोड़ा है भाई? आज रेड जोन फोड़ा है.
Welcome back, everybody. We have 4 games in the books, 2 more left to play, and it has been a story of the bottom half of the leaderboard getting back involved, and the top of the leaderboard kind of letting them in as we are back for our final 2 games of the day.
Actually, आज नीचे वाले लोग बहुत मार रहे हैं.
Source joining me is the name is Toby, and we have 2 games left to play. Toby, our teams that were kind of in the hunt are finding their footing.
I think so. I mean, the momentum alone that some of these teams have got going, Pentagram, perfect example thereof, had they been falling off, that would have happened already. We saw them succeed on Miramar early on. The fact that they were able to take that with them over to both Tego and Rondo, I think that means they should also come off all right here on Erangel. I want to say, though, we talked about FaZe coming into this match. Then they popped off, maybe a bit too early in the game, but were able to get themselves 7 kills in that game. Hopefully, for them, for the likes thereof, trying to climb to the top, they'll be able to maintain this.
There's a massive log jam right there in the middle in FaZe, Petrichor Road, made in Thailand. They're all just on the cusp of it. With 2 games remaining before we go to our final day of play, everybody wants to put themselves in the best position with 6 remaining. So we expect to see some of these teams really find their footing on what has been a very violent and early aggressive map. There you go. It's like the Porsche. Make sure you get your Porsches in, guys. That's coming to an end pretty soon, I think.
That is true. As you can see here, a rare, somewhat difficult playing path on Erangel. Usually they're very forgiving, but in this case, even reaching Pachinki is a stretch, and that's when you know it's a little bit difficult to maneuver through. Also, when you have this lobby in particular, who actually, I mean, for the most part, favors the western part of the map in terms of their prioritized loot spots. So a lot of teams having to ult drop or at least stretch a bit thinner in order to try and reach their landing areas.
Yesterday we saw a circle go all the way up to the north, and then we saw a military island circle. So we'll see if that remains the case here today, as you see Falcons getting a little bit down on the south coast here, getting close to Na'Vi. Surely not, right?
That's vehicles jumping. There's no way Na'Vi would go for any sort of fight here. They're going for cars and they've lost. Get away, guys.
I don't think either team really wants any piece of this. So
you're not winning.
Akatori's going to go for it, though, and he's going to get in the passenger seat. He's going to have to hop out. And Falcons, well, they're good guys. They're going to go ahead and let him be as the circle will pop, and it's going to go off to the east. Another circle today, Toby, with a big portion of it unplayable right off the bat.
I heard the crowd start cheering off the circle. I was like, what's so crazy about, oh, wait, T5 is way up north.
Yeah, there it is.
I only realized that now. I was like, oh yeah, they're driving into Komeshki. Perfect starting position for them in this one.
Yeah, changed the game already on the move.
Yeah.
Trying to get a little bit closer towards center. You see Pentagram also have red zone over there in heaven, so we'll see if the rest of the team decides to join them. Copenhagen Wolves, meanwhile, playing out of Yasnaya. And looks like we might have a little bit of action here over towards shooting range, where Rox Biel, Mount Calmo, has spotted out Olympus.
Got themselves a good game earlier. Biel able to climb up the board within his individual prowess. Now feeling it on the hunt. But Olympus ain't an easy player to take down. I think he is sensed that something is not as it's supposed to be. He's backing off early, actually sitting behind the wall, making a run for it now. So he definitely must have heard something. I think, you know what? Yep, I was just going to say it's Scabby up high. With a red dot SKS able to spot Biel, and Biel has absolutely no clue that there's a guy set up here watching.
He sure doesn't. Scappy, I think, just defending his teammate, but that red dot SKS, that is Scappy. He's like, I don't want to do this. I really don't. But don't make me do this, Biel. But Biel is being, as you said,
he has no clue.
Very aggressive. But the rest of his team is starting to arrive on that the eastern side of shooting range. You can see them starting to drive around, and yes, Scappy. He's going to pull away here.
He's trying to reposition, I think, get a better angle and keep track of what Biel is doing, but he should be hearing and seeing that vehicle come into him. Yep, there you go. Reposition, get behind the tree so that the guys from Rock can't see him up there. Stay unnoticed for as long as you possibly can.
Now, the rest of Myth still in North George.
Yep.
So they're nowhere near this, so they need to play this about as quietly as they can, but you can see Rock is definitely on the hunt. They know these guys are somewhere. Nice spray. Oh, instant headshot onto Biel. Forces him to pull back down. The rest of the team is going to try to provide some support. Can they do it? Biel will be able to get that res off. He's got the Panzerfaust in hand. He's going to peek him over the top. He's going to find him through the fence. And Olympus gets taken down.
Scappy, all he can do is like, bro, it's 4 guys. I have 10 bullets and a red dot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Got a whole lot of nothing.
Nothing more he can do with it. Sorry, Olympus does get eliminated. Meantime, on the other side of the circle, we talked about Asla Pentagram and getting aggressive early on in the game. Here they are already. Issue is they've run into Petrichor, a team who also in the previous game finally started to get something going.
Nice, I think this might have been the case of Petrichor running into them, because remember, Pentagram had stopped here to do their looting, and all of a sudden it's down to just red zone. Petrichor, AZ is very low. Red zone trying to make that push with the shotty. He's going to find AZ, and now it is a 1v1. James coming from the sky to collect points. He gets 4. They get 5. FaZe out of nowhere.
Wow. Still one left to be found, though. Shotgun in hand. That could be 3 knocks, and right now there's only 2 players you need to take out. That's the first one. The second one off the side of the railing as well.
And he's got the flashbang. Oh, he hits the post, though. He's going to try to sleek around, but they spot him out. He gets 2
just one
down,
more.
one more for FaZe. Vard. Of course, it had to be Vard. But now again, have we seen this before? It's like we're seeing the same thing in slow motion. FaZe wins a fight with 1 left alive, but now they've got another team left to deal with.
I know 2 teams left to deal with. VP is coming in here as well. I know we like to call this heaven, but I did not expect expect this to be an express raid to death.
Heaven turning into hell for FaZe as Sosid will find him, and Red Zone will get credit for 3 kills there. So as the Pentagram go down early, but not without getting some points. And now Virtus Pro turning their attention towards Na'Vi.
This is a one stop to the afterlife. Team khatam today. Holy moly. VP, I think, intentionally, you know, pumping the brakes here for a bit, going, okay, that was pretty crazy. If we're Team 5 engaging in this, there might be 2 more to follow. And I think for Na'Vi, they're appreciating the breather here. Not that they had to do too much in order to claim this position, but...
De-escalate kar rahe VP wale log.
And it's the 3 teams we just talked about, wanting to see these guys step up, wanting to see them more aggressive, go out, carry on with that momentum. Issue is, when you have 4 teams carrying that momentum into the same compound, well, only one of them is going to stay alive.
6 minutes in and 3 teams already removed from the lobby in match 11 here on day number 2.
लेकिन यार FaZe का सबसे ज़्यादा फायदा हुआ. FaZe ने 5 किल उठा लिए.
And see what their boys were able to do in that big victory in match
6 kills.
So we'll see if their top 5 can hold on to that top 5 position. 70 points overall, but you can see the logjam right beneath them. They are not done yet. Still a lot of work left to do.
Goes to show the compound they were playing out of and what they were capable of doing. Explosive 5 kills and 200 damage. They were stealing points galore. And you know what? It doesn't matter if it's stolen, if you did 100 damage. A point is a point, and they'll happily take all of them.
Well, fun fact, when you are down to 51 alive when in Circle 1, all of a sudden your circle has a lot more room left to play. So this it kind of helps out, considering the circle we talked about as about 40–45% unplayable, all water. It's kind of nice to have that room to work around with. But we did get a chance to hear what RBN has to say about Rock's big performance today.
And now we're with RBN from Rock Esports. So congrats to you with a chicken with that 12 kills. Yeah. That's insane. But you didn't participate in PGS 9 and 10, right? But finally you made it here in PTC 2025. So would like you to describe yourself now. So about your current form.
Yeah, like it feels pretty good to be back on the big stage. Like PGC is the biggest tournament of the year. So it feels pretty good. And about our form, we are not in the best form right now. We still have a lot of things to improve. I think that we're improving game by game. And we have a lot to show over the tournament. And I mean, yeah, it feels okay. We know that we have a lot to show to our fans, and especially prove to ourselves. So
yeah. All right, everyone, let's cheer Rock Esports.
We love to get to hear from RBN, especially when Rock has been having such a great day. But there are so many fights going on, Toby. Na'Vi still squaring all with Virtus Pro. Meanwhile, on the north side, you've got Rock, Game Start Win, and Team Liquid all battling for control of north of Stalber.
Why?
Oh, wow, that actually went through the window as well. Good thing for Nixie, he backed off a bit further, because that would have had his name on it, had he not. And yeah, as you say, a lot of fights happening here. It's usually a wrangle that plays out more calculated, but this has been a complete flip upside down to this one.
1 HP! Ek girega.
But take it over to a wrangle and chaos ensues.
I'm telling you. We get to introduce a whole new generation to the concept of Game 6 scrims. We see everybody just going nuts right now. Fortunately for Team Liquid, they managed to pick up 2 off of, I believe that was Game Start Win. Yeah, Game Start Win. Actually, they pick up 1 off of GSW, 1 off of Rock. So Liquid's still kind of in the sandwich there between these 2 teams, and this is all out of zone. So this will have to move down south towards Stalber eventually. It looks like Team Liquid's already going to try to send it now.
I would love to hear. You know, I mean, obviously all the other teams know approximately where teams like to land and split out and whatnot. I'm wondering if we were to listen through all the teams' team comms in this game, how many of them would actually say, yeah, this fight is happening in heaven? You know, like how many of the teams that were in no distance to hear the shots fired would have actually figured this was where that fight took place? They'll just be fouled on the western side and be like, huh, I guess 3 teams just died.
Man, I mean, FaZe, if they didn't have bad luck, they'd have no luck at all. Honestly, like, goodness gracious. I mean, they, again, six kills, and then it's just, unfortunately for them, it's just it's the 3rd, 4th party that comes in every time today. That's kind of put a wrench in the works for him.
But at least, if anything, it's not that they go in, die with nothing. They actually get points. Even in the last one, yes, they fall out early, but it's a 7-point game. That could have been a 3-kill 4th place as well, you know? I mean,
absolutely.
It's 7 points, you'll take that any day of the week. And for FaZe, the only issue is they fall out early. And you know that they're like, oh, we got a lot of points. Sure, we could have got way more than that.
Might be in the middle of a scrap with Virtus Pro, but he's still got time to look off to the south and get the knock onto Houdat. Just in case you forgot who he was.
Yeah.
He is just laying it down. And Virtus Pro going to use that opportunity to sneak over there. You can see they can maybe take him. Yeah, they do. Nixie going to find the grenade right on top of Hackatory. So, Virtus Pro will finish off Na'Vi in the end, and Nixie gets back on his feet.
I love the fact that we have a car parked on the top.
मेरे बंदे लोग नहीं मार रहे बाकी सब मेरे बंदे लोग मर रहे हैं especially.
Like on in this. Oh, that is a perfect nade. Time just a split second off. That would have been both, but not quite to be. They do get the rest, but not for long. Down goes Houdat again.
Doesn't even have time to turn the car around. Himas just going to throw it in reverse and get to safety. And the moderate safety of the dip as Houdat does get finished out. Looks like Game Start Win was able to get CC 108 back. Although they are still way off to the north, and CC looks like he's going to be playing all the way to the south of this new circle over by Prison.
I mean, there's so much space.
But there's, I mean, yeah, 46 alive. You got all the space in the world here.
Exactly. The only reason it looks somewhat cluttered is because the same few teams are splitting pretty thin. I mean, under normal circumstances, this would be, I mean, way more congested. As we now see, the only player in the sky being shot at by half the server, Olympus, wants to make it down on the ground, but it ain't as easy as he was hoping for it to be. 40 health. One more bullet could do it, but no more bullets will do it.
He will make it. Good for him. Meanwhile, looks like all that fighting that was going on to the north, Rock able to separate. They're able to get the revive to the revive station in Kameshki, so they'll get their man back here shortly. Myth, meanwhile, has come in from the north side. They're getting a little bit close to Team Liquid, so we'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, Game Start Win have wrapped all the way back down to the south. They're looking to rejoin their player CC 108 over by Prison, but anyone's legend is already posted up around there, so they're going to have to be careful.
Yeah. Again, I mean, as I was saying, teams are splitting so thin here.
Oh my god.
To take Strimsy, holding the entry point to the circle here. I think it was H when they gave the info across. The Game Start Win was wrapping around him. So he posted up halfway through that rotation and got himself a freebie.
Yeah, Shatong breaking the line that was set by Shapian, and he ends up paying the price for it as Falcons continue to play around on this edge. Now, Kickstart is very close to Himas in that BRDM. Himas, you saw, pulling out that Panzerfaust, but Kickstart just going to blow by. But Shrimsy and Tickleton starting to creep over in this general direction as well. Himas going to hop in the vehicle now that the new circle has popped, try to rejoin the rest of the boys.
Yeah, it's, I mean, for both Falcons and all. So, I mean, no, never mind. Anyone's legend has this position in the King went down to the southern side, but for Falcons, where do you up to go from here? You have decent vehicles to, you know,
Red Zone आज बहुत मारा है
and whatnot to kind of linger in the open, but where are they looking to play this one? I'm not sure. I don't think BP team is
अरे यार एक दिन एक प्लेयर चलता है दूसरा दिन वो चलता ही नहीं है क्या करें?
Well, I think you bring up an excellent point there with Falcons having that.
वो एक लौता प्लेयर लगा जो day 1 को चला, day 2 को चला.
They can play around is opened up a lot more since they have that big cover to play with. As we see Therodon 5 trying to reposition. They're going to come just off to the north of CTG. We'll see if CTG lets that stand. Meanwhile, Myth going to pull by them as well. Rock will have their player rejoin them on the north side as they try to find their way in. Myth looks like they're going to go into the forest, make their way all the way over to Mansion, which is being occupied by BB Team.
Wait, destroy. Destroy को देख लिया होगा Kickstart.
I know my buggy is parked right next to
Their vision is based on sight, on movement. Their vision is based on sight. God,
that's how ice work. But we can talk
usually
about that
how eyes work. Yeah. Vision is based on movement. I knew I had it. It was good. We got there eventually. Team Liquid starting to make their way over in as well as we see Rock just trying to scout out the next move. Now that they've got Biel going to loot up a little bit. And RBN Fantastico, they're going to keep just playing around on that edge. They don't have any,
Team Liquid
don't look like they have any hurry in trying to get closer towards center. Team Liquid, though, you can see what they're working with.
the fact that GameStar win, I mean, they're playing this so slow, so careful, because they don't know what they're running into. They're only now coming in from the west side, right? The fact that Xiaopian is running in to the 4-stack next to Press and going, guys, it's free? What? No one's been here. What's going on? I think they're realizing that now. It's a little late, though. One might get caught off. Ming still driving south around Prison, and obviously Liquid would have heard that. Seeing him now as well. If they get enough here, having seen that they lost one just before, and they then opt to pull up in a 4v2 against Xiaopian on the 4-stack, that's a good pathing potentially for Liquid, of course, depending on where this next circle takes us.
See the scouting coming through from Rock. He's going to let him know that Lipovka is completely available. Meanwhile, E-Pickup has been popped, and that's going to be Virtus Pro over there in Heaven, or what used to be Heaven, which we're going to now term Hell after what we saw earlier in this game. We'll see if they decide to take that E-Pickup on this circle pop.
Yeah, not going to be easy for whoever has to rotate now. I mean, we said there's a lot of space, but teams are also dug in pretty deep in the compounds. There's sat in circle, though, centering up. Thailand cheers as T5 gets blessed, being in the lower part of the COD compound.
We'll see where Virtus Pro decides to go.
Forest जाने का सोच रहे हैं.
Looks like RBN and Solds.
Forest जा रहे हैं. Forest 100% Forest जा रहे हैं.
In Lipovka, but not calling the rest of the team down there.
They're going into the woods, right?
Virtus Pro?
Surely, up on the hill. There's no one there. There's no cars.
You play that ridge.
You play the southeast side here.
Yeah, you play the ridge just to the west of Lipovka, maybe? Or, yeah, perfect. That's exactly what they'll do.
Good read.
Okay. GameStar win, though. They're going to see this. And, yeah, they're taking shots, change the game, taking shots. Looks like Virtus Pro will get everybody back down to the ground, safe and sound. But GameStar win, they're going to start heading over in this area because this is basically the only play they really have available to them.
And I was just going to say, the only issue of them coming in from there now is a great spot to be in, but you're going to need cars if you want to rotate out. Well, there's spawn down by Lipovka because no one's been there all game. So Lugoruk's able to get the team a car and wrap towards the hilltop now as well. Issue is that CC108 is actually snug up close, and I say snug up, that's not the case. It already drove up here, so they should be alerted on this side of VP.
All right, Team Liquid using this opportunity to say, let's go back where we came from. They already took some shots from Falcons, so they should know that these guys are over here. But as you mentioned, Falcons have that BRDM. They have the ability to play a little bit more out in the open while Kickstart is scouting by tank, essentially. And Liquid will breeze past and take a few shots from BB team. We'll see if they can find a home here just off to the east, but change the game, have the shots now. Bagopa have the shots. Now Liquid just going to send it right into Myth, and everything is occupied here for Liquid. They just did not have vision on any of this.
Again, it's the timing and the engage here. They're not together in the arrival, and unfortunately for them, Made in Thailand are landing every single shot needed in order to take him down. Purdy's still driving around, trying to find somewhere to call home, but there were 3 checkpoints they passed, and I'm not sure where they were hoping to stop there.
Yeah, just no safe haven really to be found there for Team Liquid.
Wow.
As we see the mortars already being laid out by Mr. Tiggleton, where are they being sent? Right over towards anyone's legend. They're just not going to find the mark here, and they'll continue to just slowly move in, cleaning up. It looks like Virtus Pro will take care of GameStart win. Indeed, they do. As they wrap a little bit further south here.
Yeah, it's Lugarux flanking around the southern side of that one, opening up the angle, finding the first one, and then Beamy there with the element of not so much surprise, more just the fact that Lugarux kind of baited the attention early to then catch them with their eyes facing the other direction. Good communication and execution on that one. Circle, some people cheering, not all of them, because Thailand now on the edge.
Well, Begapa should be feeling pretty comfy, but 40 alive now with 20 minutes left to play, and it might be less as Falcons continue to make this push into anyone's legend, but doesn't look like they completely want this, as Tiggleton will have to stop down, heal up just a little bit.
They just want that BRDM to get the hell out of there. That's what they want. Like, please, just let's do it with guns, shall we? We don't want you just parked over there staring at us.
Team Liquid eliminated.
Like
Tiger just
waiting to take out his
Look at them. They're staring at us menacingly. The BRDM is parked menacingly.
Intimidating.
Yeah, exactly. Rock, they got 3 deep in the dossier. They're going to pull a little bit close here to Therodon 5. We'll see if Therodon 5 is ready for it. As they will hop out immediately. They're going to spread out, though. They expect the grenades to come in, and no grenade finds the mark. So good work on the part of Rock there to expect the response there from T5, and they're immediately throwing down the smoke wall to protect themselves from Copenhagen Wolves.
The upside for T5 is they don't really have to worry too much about Rock because they can only really engage them with utility from up above. You have CTG that can spot them if they're up to run in, and as you say, from Wolves up on the northern side, they're very exposed, so T5 can kind of just wait this one out and let Rock be taken out by other teams if they, or when I should say, they run out of smoke.
And Rock can't afford to stick around here too long as they are outside of zone. Meanwhile, Anyone's Legend still having to deal with the utility barrage from Falcons, but it doesn't look like it's doing anything just yet. Therodon 5 just defending their castle as Wolves will try to send it into the smallest of dips, but now Bagelpa has found an angle on Falcons, and Kickstart's going to go down. And the mortars from Gio. Hopefully he's better with the mortars than he is with the glider. And he is. There's the flush on the Kickstart.
Falcons getting a taste of their own medicine here. Usually it's take in the hands of the mortars, but this time around it goes over to the hand of Bagelpa as they continue to appreciate the comfort of their central compound, which is currently being completely contested. Shrimsy does take it down by Chan, but a rest, I would imagine, should be possible, because that's from the hill way above, and yeah, they do have cover.
And all of this trouble for Falcons coming simply because Anyone's Legend's just not dying.
Yeah.
Like, they're doing a heck of a job just surviving throughout all of this. Meanwhile, now Therodon 5 going to take that first knock on a Fluky, and that's going to open the door for Rock to make their push in. We'll see how much utility Therodon 5 has left in the bag as they are throwing down smokes, throwing down Molotovs, throwing down anything they can to slow this push.
I was just saying it as they came over the hillside, right? They need to engage with util, and luckily for them, Fluky, well, he thought he had a good idea in the shack, but one nade is all it took to take him down. So now a 4v3 advantage. Nades and util still available on the side of T5, but they have gone into hiding again, hoping that your CGGs up above is going to help you out. But as we can see right now, change the game there, hot fix towards the southwest, so there's not a whole lot of help to get from China.
That could be a good grenade, indeed it is. Ranger X will find the knock on a Santastico.
I think ये नेट भी लगेगा. ये नेट bounce हो गया.
It's going to bounce and he's going to find souls. The angles on this man as now Therodon 5, they're going to send the flashbangs over, but that's going to draw the attention of Change the Game. They're going to look over it down here as Biel Malcolmo will play around that. Nicely done by Therodon 5. They lose Fluky, but they will take down Rock in the end.
One from miles away from Venpo, steals those kills away from them as well. But T5 gets to stay alive. Losing Shrimsy once again, take down to low HP too, as they're being shot at from multiple sides. That's a great nade thrown in from behind, and Destroy takes out Team Falcons again. AL able to just survive for this long, ends up being the downfall for the team on the other side. VP now engaging with CG. They got the opening knock. They find the second as well. Beamy with the MK from in the car takes CGG down to just 2.
Just 2 huge knocks there. Onto CTG, opens the door for Virtus Pro, and it might not be inside the zone, but this is looking real juicy as they have 9 kills already. They continue their climb up the leaderboard, secure their top 5 spot.
Talked about the importance of having a vehicle on that side of the map, right? That's the car they got, the one vehicle that was left behind down by Lipovka, and they just, well, they made that the winning play.
Playing pretty nice for them right now, but they have to make sure that they finish this off cleanly. You don't want to lose anybody when you're still 4. Okay.
Did he just hit that Nixie from up high? He did.
Goodness, Virtus Pro. Here we get a replay of what they've been up to recently, which is basically just destroying everybody on that south side of the lobby.
Bottom right, of course, is live, so BP do take out Myth. And BP as well, I mean, it's been a somewhat quiet game for them. Having said that, 6 kills now as they've been getting more active through the mid-game. They've
सुनो ना इनका 13 kill है, ठीक है?
Chill adventure for a while, somewhat uncontested, but now the fight's on the northern side with VP taking control of the backside of this building. CTG knows they have to make aggressive plays come through. Not gonna happen though. Wenbo does get the double. So for VP, they drove off the side. There's no chance for them to go for the play here.
They try to take that Copenhagen Wolf spot.
Kurex का एक भी kill नहीं है, जिसको मैंने लिया है.
Really putting them on the clock there as BB team now in a little bit of trouble. They're going to lose Best of Luck. But they have 6 kills. A doozy Phil first Moloduk, though, still have a lot of area, a lot of real estate on that western side to work with. And I still cannot believe that anyone's legend is still in this game.
Yep. 2 players left alive. Him as just Phil there. Ranger X now. I mean, for T5 trying to come off this hill is practically a death sentence. The entire server sat here waiting for them. It was going to happen eventually. Observers highlighting the central compound because yes, it is in fact the only compound in play and has been for a bit.
And Virtus Pro putting up the highest kill count that we have seen so far. 15 already. And they are looking to get some more.
Circle up.
Still have that compound, though, as PO is going to spot out Haizaki. Everybody trying to avoid their line of sight as much as possible. Aduzi will try to steal that one away, but in the end, it's going to go into PO's basket. As we get to see BB team rocking the bolties once again.
P90 tapping at that distance is not something you see utilized too often, but it is a laser at practically all distances, so might as well try and see if you can hit here flushes with it. It's Destroy, prone down, outside circle. They've been doing such a good job.
Spot कर ले रहे बीबी छिप जा.
Eagerness to stay put in this one has brought them into the top 4, but I don't think there's a whole lot more coming for them. One more bullet should be enough. You can see he's crawling back and forth. Not gonna make it. No, he is gonna fall. Corexi down as well. And he's the eye up high, so I don't think necessarily that VP has a chance to get him back in the game either.
Yeah, I mean, I've been looking at this for a minute. I just don't know what Virtus Pro and BB team can do to get into Bago Pa's little line here. You see Corexi, all he had was a tree. So BB team, this is their best option. They're going to lay down the smoke wall, try to move in a little bit closer with those vehicles and try to find a path, something that they can play, maybe a rock, a dip, anything. And looks like it's gonna come down to the emergency cover. We'll see if that will be enough for them.
First, second place, we're already separated from the rest of the leaderboard. This game is only going to make that even worse. Phil first will go down. PO spots him. Rest might be possible, but as I say that, no, the vehicle's gonna should be imminent to follow after.
Yeah, there's not much really BB can do here. You see, they still got, they only have 1 smoke, and I don't know if you want to spend it to try to get Phil first back, but VP kind of in the same boat. They're laying down the smoke wall as thick as they can. As Bagopa, it's a target-rich environment. They've got to keep eyes north and south at the same time.
The fact that Pierre is playing the roof against 2 of the best teams in the NBA, just casually shooting back and forth at both of them, he plays with little to no care at all. Just like, you want me? Come get me. I'm up here on the roof, and I'm going to keep you suppressed for the rest of the game.
And I'll tell you, I don't think we've seen shots being sent over towards Bagopa in a while.
Yep.
And I mean, you can see where Pio's playing. He's on that far south eastern side of the circle, so he's got a rooftop that's just not really in a place where VP or BB can take shots. And you can see VP, all their eyes are pointed over towards BB team. They're trying to get rid of them, knowing that there's not really anything they can do about Bagopa. But a doozy with the bolty through the smokes. He's going to find 2.
Main priority right now is second place guaranteed, and so far BB is doing a good job trying to secure it. Just Nixie left all this bounce off the tree sensitive. Second one though finds BB, and now Nixie trying to stay alive. There's only 2 on the side of BB team, so it could be possible for him to stay alive through it, but a lot of the utility is being thrown in his direction. And with the last smoke fading, you'd have to imagine these days are counted, and indeed they are.
And Bagopa starting to get a little bit more active now, spreading out. They knew the VP was pretty much dead, and BB team, they know they're done for. They're going to give this one over to Bagopa, and that is going to be a win for the old man.
बढ़िया गेम भाई दो बीजेपी सर्कल लिया मस्त आराम से चिल मार के खेले now out here with a chicken dinner. Great
chicken dinner
of a compound, which in all fairness is pretty straightforward to hold when no one's looking your way, but for BB team 10 kills for the side of VP 15, and that's with none on the side of Corexi too.
You know, we were talking about the fact that the top of the leaderboard has been a little bit kind of slow to show up here today. Well, they waited till they got to Erangel to find their footing, but the boys from Bagopa, they get a little bit of circle love, but this is just going to secure their spot there in the middle there.
It's easier to stay alive in the top when the entire mid-pack kills themselves in 1 compound within the first 5 minutes of the game. Well, there's 1 more game left to play. Let's go to a break before we send it over to Erangel once more.
BegoPa is hungry for more, and they get themselves the victory, but it did feel like a lot of it was robbed away from them. No buffet for BegoPa, because it seemed like Virtus.pro and BB Team just wanted to kill each other, but BegoPa does get the victory here, Toffees.
Rob, Stolen, Smush. We'll go back to them because right now we got to talk about what happened here on Heaven. That was an insane 5-way fight at the start of this map that honestly changed the pace of the entire game.
Yeah.
Because so many players were taken off the board here. Red Zone ends up with 3 of these kills going his way, but this fight was absolutely crazy. The fact that it was Asla versus Petrichor, then FaZe, like Space Marines, death from above comes out of the sky to fight them, and then you see Na'Vi show up, and then VP comes in on the low ground, and Na'Vi doesn't think VP's there. They're just securing the high ground after a win, and VP's like, nope, guys, we were waiting for you, and they managed to transition that into an endgame push, which takes them into the position to help Rob 8 points from being BegoPa, because that to me was the other biggest takeaway. That deny after wiping BB was huge.
Yeah, normally I'd be totally adamant about like talking about a winning team, but you're totally on the money with how important that was, because not only did that cause, you know, huge effects on the rest of the lobby, just opened up so much room for everyone, to the point where everyone was 4 alive into the late game, trying to find themselves some room, and it was very easy to find that room.
There were plenty of compounds as we moved to that 4-5 phase, and then we saw that collapse, you know, but it was a lot of 4v4s, two teams against each other until we get to this end game, and this I think was the right choice. I think BB Team went after BegoPa, hoping maybe Virtus.pro would go, all right, we'll push the other side. Virtus.pro smartly goes, or, hear me out, we wipe you guys and just die to a Molotov.
Yeah, because I think for BB Team and Virtus.pro, I think both of those teams realized that actually shutting down each other at this point might be very difficult in terms of the chase for a top 5.
Yeah.
However, for BegoPa, I think that their results have been a little bit more wishy-washy compared to those guys at the top. So maybe if you're shutting down their pursuit, that could have, again, potential knock-on effects on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, besides that, though, BegoPa has had quite the day today. From a really rough start to all of a sudden just coming out of nowhere, and it feels like in the interview with PO during that game, he actually said, you know, I was worried. I was worried that maybe I was making the wrong choice by coming onto the roster, but I feel like I'm starting to sort of get back onto my feet. I feel like I'm in rhythm again. They definitely looked more in rhythm now.
I almost agreed with him when I saw that glider play from the first day of the group stage.
I did agree.
That was one of my favorite moments of PUBG of all time, watching that go down. But
I've seen some crazy glider stuff too. That was the last game where it was the double glider attack at the same time.
Oh yeah, well yeah, on the Rondo game.
Yeah, that was wild.
That was insane. But anyway, that's 20 points going the way of Virtus.pro. Kind of about time, honestly, for today, considering that both Virtus.pro and BB Team haven't really had much to work with through the day. But as you said, going onto Erangel, they find their footing.
Also, it's got to be really irritating to be BegoPa to see yourself third when all the points that would have given you first were those 2 knuckleheads who took it from you and then denied, a massive deny in the position of VP. So they come out with 20, huge get for them. Anyone's Legend, again, the team that was sobbing, for lack of a better way to describe it, at the end of day 1, has sort of turned it around, and it seems like maybe Himass is waking up, and more importantly, Destroy is looking super strong.
Yeah, I mean, even that one, he obviously got a brilliant nade to get himself some 3 kills going down, but it will be BB Team taking that #1 spot, 103 points. The triple digits has been breached by them, and Virtus.pro in 2nd place at the moment. Team Falcons back to where they belong. Sorry.
I mean, there's one more game. Maybe it'll change, but as of now, Team Falcons sitting comfortably in 3rd place. But you know what? 3rd place advances to the grand final.
Now, yes, they do. BegoPa moving into top 5 is huge. I will say, Na'Vi falling out of top 5 is also kind of huge, because let's be real, it has not been their day today at all. I'm in shambles. I was saying to everybody, Hakatori captain, surely that's the way. It's not been.
I actually went and changed my captain after that discussion, but you're right. I don't understand what's happening with Na'Vi. They look completely different, and I think it does come down to they have so much reliance on Hakatori as their carry that if he's off his game for the day, which everyone has bad days, that means that there's just no options for you, because every time they've gotten points, it's not been on his back. It's been coming from Fairest or Soset or someone else.
Yeah, at least thankfully for any team, of course, if they do have a bit of a kind of a stalemate, as it were, then they've got at least one day to kind of go away, prepare once again with the format that we do have here. But Extents really salvaging some points for them in the previous one, to try and get them a little bit further ahead. But good to see BB Team back on top here.
BB on top, and T5 feeling really good going into this last game, I think.
Let's get to it then. It is time to head on over to our final game of the day here to see who's going to be able to secure themselves that top 5 spot. There is still one day done, but we will get it going right now.
One last game to wrap things up for day 2 of Group B, a day which has seen a lot of change and movement up and down the leaderboard, but in the end, BB team and Bagel just finding a way to put themselves back in that top 5. It is going to be very, very interesting going into our final day of play, especially if we see some of these teams in the middle of the pack, Toby. A lot of these teams that are in that log jam start to shuffle around a little bit more.
It's funny to me how this mid-pack of teams have a cerebral synchronization going on. Like the eagerness to go out and get something done is like, oh, the start of this has not been too great. Okay, now we got to go a bit more aggressive. We got to get some points on the board. Then you see 4 teams doing the exact same thing for the exact same reason and taking that fight up into heaven earlier, right? And we kind of saw it on Rondo earlier too, where teams all try and go aggressive. First it was Na'Vi, then it was FaZe fighting over that little temple on Rondo. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw something similar happen here for a 3rd time, as FaZe jump into military, not something you see too often.
Oh, it isn't, and a little bit of action over by Ruins. This Team Liquid getting a little close to Virtus Pro. Nixie gonna express his displeasure in the way of parting SKS shots, and the new circle will pop, and it's going to center up just on that cube compound off to the east of Georgia Pole, where Myth is setting up shop right now.
See now, a circle swings northwest. If I'm actively looking for any commotion we could see early on, but honestly,
not seeing much.
Well, that's one thing. It's also just like what can we expect to come? I think Liquid is going to wrap further west towards South George proper. VP should be good in the splits they have right now. My only question is, when does anyone's legend leave Pachinki, and what collateral damage or what sort of escalation of events can we see off of a potential rotation out from them? Because I would imagine they were practically going already with a circle like this, but they're not.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that while we check a look at our stats from that last game. Getting that victory, 200 damage, nutty stuff. And there's your man of the match. It's gonna be Pio. Didn't think we'd ever get to say that again, but here we are. And you know what? You're talking about anyone's legend. Obviously, that's something that we do have to keep a close eye on around Pachinki, but we do have a number of teams over here on Military Island, and Na'Vi kind of hugging around the northern part of the eastern bridge. Falcons setting up on the northern part of the western bridge. So any of these rotations for these 3 teams on Military may be a little spicy. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
If you told me that this was just in the previous game, I believe Hugo's Lookerworks was spamming utility all game long, but not quite the case. Over the course of this tournament, 23 nades thrown. That is, he's got to have a sore arm at this point with how much util he's been lobbing over.
That's a hell of a glow up from Virtus Pro.
Yeah,
Virtus Pro ne itna mara. I mean, we always know that they're capable of pulling that out of the bag anytime, but that was a wild one for sure, especially considering how crazy that early game was, and really they weren't really a part of it until towards the end. So
Red Zone has just surpassed Agatori in kills individually. That is insane. You talk about a glow up of VP. This Pentagram roster, their performance from yesterday into today has been, I mean, complete night and day.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, going into this tournament, I was looking at Asla Pentagram, and I'm like, okay, well, these are some players that I've heard of before, in Hammer and Hal, and then there's this Red Zone kid. I've never really heard of him before. I looked at their previous performance. Okay, he was kind of their top fragger in the PWS, but you know, that's PWS. That's not international.
Yeah, true.
Damn, Red Zone got in here, and after what was a very forgettable day 1. Pentagram really finding their footing here in day number 2. We'll see if they can keep it going. It also goes to show you the fall off, the drop off of Na'Vi and Hackatory in particular.
Yeah.
I don't expect that to be a thing that remains the same. I would not be at all surprised to see him come out on day 3 and just show out again. But
sure.
But that's just the kind of the story of Na'Vi this year, right?
Yep, definitely a 48-point day for Asla Pentagram so far today. Set at 12.
अच्छा गाड़ी भी है इन पे तब भी
wild. Absolutely wild.
What a turnaround. Well, we're wondering when our boys from Anyone's Legend were going to make their way out of Pachinki. Now they do 3 in vehicles, 1 in the sky as high as Saki is ripped off the ground and will now have a chance to scout forward for his teammates. Looks like they're eyeing ruins, so the vicinity thereof, but VP is already down here.
Yeah, I don't know if he's eyeing that or he just happens to be flying over it, but the rest of the boys are in vehicles going over towards those yellows, and I think that might be where they decide to play. As yeah, he's going to spot out the other teams in that ice cream compound to the east of Everest, as Corexi will take a few shots over into Haizaki, but not enough to get the knock.
That's another thing that underlines the game that VP just had, right? I mean, they get 15 kills, and usually they split them up pretty evenly. Corexi didn't have a single kill in that previous game. And that's not saying anything against him, because his role was something else in that match. As we watch Soset go down, Na'Vi in trouble. Early game here once more. We've seen it before, and usually with one mediocre game comes another. This one here, of course, the game can still go well for them, but Soset out early is not what you want to see happen.
Yeah, unfortunately, and once again, it's just the last guy that was left to do a little bit of scouting. Actually extends kind of on his own as well, and Tiggleton spotting out that vehicle, so they know exactly where he is. So trouble continuing for Na'Vi on the south side of the zone. Now FaZe just arrived off to the west of this in vehicles. They're kind of slowing down, looking over in this area, but I think the last game might have been enough to deter them from getting involved in this.
I can just imagine someone on the team going, "Ooh, boys, that's a fight." I mean, no, we did it 2 games in a row now. Do not do this.
Absolutely not. Well, BB team, they are going to stick around and wait for the ferry to pick them up from the south side of Sosnovka, and that is a smart play, as we did see those 2 teams camping the bridges on the northern side, but no camps end up coming off in the end. Begopas still sticking around Novo. They might be considering the same thing, although they have Guyon up on the radio tower, maybe doing a little bit of scouting. Ferry will arrive. You guys ready?
That's how patient
Tiggleton का 10 kill था?
That is how patient they are. They'll wait for the ferry.
I love that he's jiggle peeking this just in case. That is the PTSD.
Who would take
at
the
this
ferry
point.
to military?
You know what?
This circle from
could be anybody.
Bye.
Could be
guys,
anybody.
I respect the let's play it safe, but in what world is anyone on board that boat right now?
Look, you know what? If there was somebody, they were going to get absolutely roasted.
You know what? You are right. And given the fact that they're playing one of the biggest tournaments they've probably ever been in, it's fair to say that they should take their safety precautions.
Better safe than sorry. Well, Begopas doesn't look to be showing any inclination of trying to make their way over, although it looks like Guyon finally going to hop in this vehicle.
They're waiting for the ferry.
Yeah, maybe. BB team, meanwhile,
मेरे ख्याल से अभी नावी को अपना टीममेट का चिप उठा के रिकॉल कर देना चाहिए क्योंकि वो हिल खाली हो गया है.
Playing around. They're on the north side of the river, just south of shooting range. Nobody really up there with them. In fact, only 2 teams playing north of or 3 teams rather. Wolves, Rock, and Change the Game are fully committed to the north side of river. Meanwhile, third on 5, they've left Rosseted up there.
Yeah, अंधभक्त है क्या बे? Tiggleton का रायन. ऐसा कैसे बोल सकते हो? 10 किल किया क्या उसने?
It's not like full commit, obviously, because you still have plenty of paths to get down across the river, but yeah.
Safe to say that the vast majority of teams, at least for now, playing the odds, and that is there is theoretically more landmass in circle on that southern side right now, so that is where the circle should go. CGG is already now setting up an E-pick up in anticipation of a potential southern shift.
मेरे को हजम नहीं हो रहा. सही बात है क्या?
They're gonna need to use it or not. Scabby
यहाँ दिखेगा ना.
For DMR, he's running with an M16 as his secondary weapon, which we know that Snakers has as choice. But I haven't really seen anyone else willingly play M16 over other DMRs yet.
Myth has been kind of sneaky with this one. They've got the rest of the guys on the northern side of the river looking down here and spotting out where Team Liquid is. and Scappy's just kind of moving around them, seeing if he can maybe put himself in a position to take them by surprise.
Sorry to interrupt you, but this E pickup is too soon. They're not going to see the circle by the time they have to jump on it. So I guess they just jump up and all jump out if it goes north again.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Oh?
Wolves doing the same thing, a little bit late.
There you go.
And yeah, okay.
But Tiggleton का total ही 7 kill है
Wolves actually take this one, or if they decide to just kind of hang out, as change the game, they're going to elect to go
Tiggleton
down
का
south.
7 kill है आज का total.
Yeah, it's going to be a brutal landing as James will get spotted out by Falcons. He's going to run right through as the last man through, and yeah, Vard going to take a few shots back in return in anger, but Falcons get that one free and clear. 2 kills now for them.
Falcons have been on rotation camp duty through these last 3 matches, I feel like. The previous one as well, they were doing so, and now here once more doing it against Navi.
Highest kill है 9
as well.
Imas और Hammer ने मारा 9 kills.
The EMEA teams, and I don't like it.
We saw Copenhagen Wolves. They're going to send Vox up for a little Vox scout. Another E pickup has been popped as we see change the game, trying to make their landing. Virtus Pro doing the same thing that they did moments ago against anyone's legend. Just letting them know that they're there. A few shots over in that direction. Looks like Vox will go and return to the rest of his team. Meanwhile, Third on 5 have popped an E pickup as well over in South George. We'll see if I mean, I don't see why they would pop it and not take it. They might be doing the same thing that Copenhagen Wolves just did. Send somebody up to do a little scout.
Yeah, I mean, Russet is still holding the back line, making sure that if they are to go in through containers in that way east, that they should be safe and have no one playing in from behind him. We'll see how many up to go. Yep, it's just going to be Floki flying on up to see what's available over on the other side, and curious as to how deep he's actually commit on this fight. Yep, answer's given already. Not deep at all. He's going to go back and get a car.
That's how you do the scout. Yep.
He didn't get shot at. Safe.
Exactly. Well, they knew the Team Liquid was ahead of them in the crates, and they saw Myth drive through. Myth going up to the top of Everest, where they're going to join Falcons and Game Start Win. So Myth is in the dead center. You can see Falcons starting to make their way over here, looking down, and yeah, Kickstart just getting an idea of what's going down in crates, as he's going to keep eyes on Third on 5.
Starting to hear the Thai fans get a little worried.
A little antsy,
with how they don't realize what's happening right next to them. Yeah, scooting around in their seats right now in anticipation of what's about to go down. But Kick, I mean, as much as Myth ain't looking that way, Kick ain't looking towards Myth either. You do have 2 players, though. They are ready and waiting should Myth overstep their boundaries.
Falcons just being very sneaky. No shots taken. They've left Tiggleton on the low side here. They've got 3 up there, and you can see they're just lying as prone and quiet as possible as a Khan will run into Petrichor Road out in the blue zone. Remember, Begopa, they were hanging around in Novo for a long time. AZ just getting left behind, and now Myth getting a little close. There you go. Kickstart gets one. H-Wing gets the other. Baron's going to go down as well, and Myth getting picked apart. Olympus, the last player left alive, takes the shots over towards Shrimsy, but Kickstart will finish him off, and Falcons now up to 6 kills.
As clean as can be. Perfect execution on that one from the side of Falcons, able to not only reset Guilty on up, but also make use of this high ground position, because you did have Game Start Win in a nearby position where had there been kills going back and forth, they could have potentially engaged on it. But this one done with quickly as we shift waterbound once more. Next circle, of course, to be expected going south, but we'll see if that's going to happen or not.
All right. See, looks like Rock's going to send it over. Copenhagen Wolves, meanwhile, we'll see where they decide to cross, and if they will cross. Yeah, if there's going to be anywhere for them to go. Navi playing that very southern part, playing around the edge. They might have company here shortly, as BB team has finally arrived inside the zone after taking their ferry crossing, but the south side of this circle is very occupied right now.
Are we in a world right now where there's not enough space in the southern side that baseball
बाकी एशियन टीम रिकॉल कर दे रही है, लेकिन ये वाले टीम नहीं कर पा रही है अपने EMEA और अमेरिका वाले टीम रिकॉल नहीं कर पा रही है प्लेयर्स को. देख रहा हूं मैं.
I'll leave all the speculating to you guys, and I'll just keep an eye on what's happening in front of me, as Lucarux will take out Purdy Curdy. So Team Liquid trying to make that push in, and they're getting right into Virtus Pro, and they're suffering the consequences. You can see them still hiding around in waves. Corexy, send that grenade on over. and it is going to die just before reaching Alo.
Exactly. Correct. Trying to look up one more. That one is going to be great.
Correct. दोनों मेरे उसमें हैं. आपस में लड़ लो.
With the flash to follow as Pego past PO. Tries to see if he can get something off of that rotation. Not quite to be. Actually, no, I scratched that. They do find red zone.
Yeah, running out of real estate now, so there's a lot of fights taking place across the map as we see Pentagram already losing one. Bagopah trying to fight their way in as they take those shots towards Petrichor Road, who have dropped down in ruins from their emergency pickup. Meanwhile, Sparking gets taken down by the grenade. Team Liquid down to just Luke 12, down to just nobody as Virtus Pro continue their killing ways.
And they're doing so with only 2 guys in the upfield as well. Good job on the side of VP. Leaving
इसमें top 5 का सीन है. जीतने वितने से कुछ लेना देना नहीं है.
Towards Ruins Proper. PO now looking forward. They lost the can early. We saw that against Petrichor in that rotation.
दिन का मैचेस में होगा.
Petrichor, they've said, nope, we're not going to be part of this at all. So a little bit of space for Bagopah to do. Issue is they now have Pentagram set right next to them. You can see here really being a nuisance.
And now both teams have the problem of Copenhagen Wolves taking shots into their backs as they spot out the smokes. They spot out Glaz, has to retreat in the U.S. Copenhagen Wolves just eating a little bit of blue zone as they continue to wrap around. Bizzler all the way down south trying to find an entry point. It's going to be hard to find as Asla Pentagram will retreat down into the boatyard. Bagopah still have the waves to work with.
Yeah, they do. For Wolves right now is please go north. I think that's what they were saying. Like somehow in the world go north because we know it's free. We just came from there. If we can drive back there, we would be golden. Issues don't think it will. Let's see. 5 seconds left to go.
Final में जो top 16 होगी उनका अलग table चलेगा. Points table.
Well, honestly, more water in than I expected. I thought it was going to go straight south, but as we can see, observers indicating it as well. Falcons get to play on the high ground for a bit longer.
They do indeed. Game start win, retreat back downhill. So Falcons get to hold on to that high ground a little bit more. You see BB Team, Anyone's Legend, Na'Vi, all those teams on the edge are going to have to figure out a way to get into this as the Ruins, you change the game kind of in 4 deep, playing around that Ruins. That spot is going to be a rough path to rotate through. FaZe try to get a little bit close, but Game Start Win is ready for it. And FaZe will have to pull away.
Yep, out of the vehicle. Spread out because you know that there's util coming your way. Game Start Win. CC up close. Lops Nate's on forward. Able to get one down to have HP, but Gustav is there with the response. Does get taken down in return though. CC able to find the double. And just like that, it's just one player on his feet, and that's Vex.
Vex having to dodge and dive, and Falcons meanwhile are shooting down onto all of this as well. They're going to try to steal the kills away as those look like easy points. Vex will lay down the smoke wall, try to prevent that from happening for the time being, and it looks like he's having some success with that as nothing has come through, but that one's going to take down Gustav.
EP not wanting to engage in this. Anyone's Legend sat just down below this compound as well. Oh, Vex trying to get to safety behind the cover. The US will be able to get there, but again, as I was saying, a lot of teams on this southern side, and now those fights starting to happen. Adusi already gone down.
Got to go somewhere. Na'Vi going to send 2 in. They're going to leave Extends behind as Anyone's Legend will take down 1, but Hakatori will trade it back, gets Himas, and now Na'Vi will be a little bit more active. Remember, they are down to 3, losing Sosed early, and this is just the duo. Extends still left behind as an insurance policy. Anyone's Legend trying to make their way in, but they're very split. They've got multiple fights that they have to worry about as Haizaki will go down to a Hakatori grenade.
They're coming in here with literally no fear in their life. They know how many opponents they have ahead of them, and still taking the fight to 3 different teams, and doing so in style. No damage taken at all just yet, so Extends is free to play that slow backside roam up towards CTG.
And BB Team, they have lost a couple as well. They've got Molodok and Bestalosh still alive, still trying to wait for the perfect time to strike. If it reveals itself at all, Na'Vi, you see Extends, bring it up on the backside. Hudat is going to spine Wenbo, and immediately the trade coming through is Destroy, and the rest of Anyone's Legend. Multiple fights, 3-way fights going on as we wait for Extends. He finally strikes. We'll get the knock onto Ares.
He sees all of it up to engage late, and maybe a bit too late as Hakatori down. Extends been found now as well. CTG able to clean up on that southern side, despite being surprised with how split out Na'Vi were. Just one left alive on the side of Na'Vi now, and that's Fairest.
And the kill feed just absolutely lighting up as that southern side comes to a head. BB team gets eliminated. Navi will collect a few more, while Ferris is the last one left alive. GSW still taking casualties as Falcons has just been able to stay on that high ground. Third parting, fourth parting, fifth parting, all of this as Ferris will finally get taken down by Tian Tian.
Hanging it down to low HP here as well for GameStar win. This is a must make something of it type game. They're sat rock bottom of the leaderboard right now. They're in a position from where if they somehow clear out FaZe and get out of this combo, maybe wrap the right side rich, they could make something of this game. But only 2 points so far. They will be back up to 4 life. They need to get it done here.
All credit due to FaZe right now. They've managed to stay alive, keeping 2 up. And they will survive to fight another day. VP trying to hold the line against the Navy SEALs coming from across the water. Bagopa, Wolves all coming in. Petrichor Road looking off in that direction. Asla Pentagram still in the ruins as well.
एकदम क्लोज में रहेगा तभी लगेगा
डैमेज
प्रेडिक्शन बताओ गाइस क्या करना है
here shortly. Virtus Pro, they've got a lot of work to do here defending their territory.
Rock's got to be spotting all of Bagopa on the shoreline in just a moment. It keeps creeping further towards the northwest alongside it. In the meantime, the remaining 3 from Wolves, they're going to get out of the bell tower and down into the low ground, run alongside that same shoreline too.
Yeah, Bagopa turning their attention over towards Rock, who has been forced to the shoreline by Third on 5. They're still 4 strong up on that north side. They've been defending that bridge, preventing Rock from making the cross. But there you go. You said it. Vox was creeping along that coastline. Eventually, he was going to spot him. He'll find 1. He'll find 2. And Wolves will collect another point.
It's the only path they can take, too, so they might as well clear it before they start making their way up. Smart on Vox, good on Vox to be able to get the double there as well.
Michael will go down in the process. So Wolves down to 3. Meanwhile, the church is being breached. Asla Pentagram laying down the smoke to protect their entry. You've got Nan and AZ inside. Ming working around the outside. You can see he's got the grenade in hand. The grenade going to fall right on top of red zone. Perfectly placed by Ming Ming.
No chance for response there whatsoever. And off of that, of course, they want to make something happen. 2 players down to low HP already. AC trying to get out the window, help his teammate. To go the opposite direction, so maybe defensive hold here is better for them. Nan just exactly can't get the angle, but Ming Ming is there to trade.
Nicely done by Ming Ming. Good teamwork by AZ and them, but they will go down in the end as CTG. They've got an angle onto all of this as they continue to fight their way in as a duo. Hangi and Tian Tian just making things miserable for everybody coming through this church. Glaz, the last player left for Asla. And 1 up for Petrichor. Meanwhile, Wolves continue to fight their way into this Virtus Pro compound. Virtus Pro giving them a little bit of room to work with.
Rock collapsing the hills up above as well, so making it a little bit more difficult to make your way in. But having said that, for Wolves, if VP and Rock get into a proper fight here, there might be a third-party opportunity for them.
And don't forget about Third on 5 coming in from the north side. They are already third-partying it. They're going to find Bizzler, and there you go. Petrichor Road gets eliminated as Glass strikes from the blue before going down himself. So that eastern side now clear. Virtus Pro can turn their attention over towards Rock. Wolves still pinned right up against the blue.
Only now do we get inside placement points too. Just 5 players inside this next circle. 20 people having to make their way up into the open onto the roadside.
And Falcons still have that high ground. They're up to 7 kills now. You got to imagine the damage is looking pretty good as well. Game start win have to leave their compound. They have to make their way in. FaZe has to be on the clock here. Virtus Pro, they do lose Beamy, so they will defend their territory as much as they can. Nice grenade will force them to move around.
Correx has been playing the south side of this position for a while, so I think he knows and he can feed that in for a cross. They do have space on the back. The only issue is Tian Tian still sat there holding. They're inside circle, no reason to over-aggress right now. If there's no pressure set up on the southern side, let's just chill here and focus north.
And we're going to see how active Third on 5 decides to be here. They know exactly where the Rock is. They've got him pinned down. Santastico leaves his cover, and he's going to get spotted by Excrozit. That will be him going down. Third on 5 still playing around on that high ground. Nobody taking shots at them right now, but they have eyes on everybody. Souls gets the knock on the Nixie.
See, Souls, what more can you do with this position? 2 players, make it 3 almost of T5 opting to engage in this. Floki
make his
way closer, trying to get that off angle, able to find it here as well. Spots are being the open, can't connect the shots.
Third on 5 decided they've seen enough knocks. They want to get involved here and try to clean up what's left as they've got a nice grenade ready for Rock. They're going to send it, put it right in there. Shoulder nicely done. RBN goes down. Soul survives with just 15 HP. More grenades being sent by Third on 5. That's going to do it for Rock Esports. Virtus Pro, though, managed to get their res. They're back up to 3 strong.
When does CTG do something about this positioning? And now they're wrapping around the southern side there, or the eastern side, I should say. They've been seeing all of this, and they want a couple of points off of it too. Rossiter, though, is going to be the one rewarded with the knock there.
The utility on point from Third on 5 as they find another one with the Molotov, and that's going to do it for Virtus Pro. Copenhagen Wolves are the next on the menu as Exgroza will find one, Fluky will find the other. Team 5 wrapping down from the north side.
Yep, climbing up that leaderboard as well. Just 2 points out of top 3, 3 points out of second place, and with BP out already, still a lot of tops to claim.
And while this is all happening, what a spray from Fluky will take down Tian, and now that'll leave Hangi, the only player from CTG left. While this is all going on, Falcons leave their high ground position. They go to the north side. They're going to be backfilling Third on 5, so Third on 5 has to be on time with this. They have to expect the push.
They have 2 wins on the day already. Can they make it 3 for Team 5? This would be, I mean, absolutely insane for Thailand if they can bring it home. Explosive finding Kickstart there is going to open up an opportunity for them as well. Strimsy does find one in return, so they need to slow things down here now, realizing they have Falcons in the north.
Big trades to start things off. The game start win going to be the big beneficiary out of all of this. So is FaZe. They still have 2 left alive, and they are backfilling exactly where game start win pulled away from. So they still have Vard, they still have Fex. They don't know that this compound is empty and clear. Falcons managed to get Kickstart back on his feet. They've left Tickleton on that high ground on Everest to defend themselves. Now that the circle is pulled away, they're going to pull away from this fight with Theraton 5. Make sure that Theraton 5 continues to wrap around on that on the eastern side.
Well, you know what? We sat behind these 3 pieces of cover for 20 minutes. Let's go back there. It wasn't more comfortable in this area of the map. The building, nah, I don't like that. This is my new favorite home. It shows now all of Falcons alongside the majority of
जिनको पिक किया वो बिल्कुल काम नहीं करे मेरे केस में तो बिल्कुल 0 है.
Game start win stand to gain so much.
They have to.
If they can pull off a win here, they have just been absolute bottom feeders for the last 2 days. But one game could change their fortunes, put them right back in the mix as nice shots from Shrimsy will take down Fex. Vard still playing around on that ridgeline. Kickstart keeping eyes on GSW.
And what can GameStart win through this position is the difficult part of it. Nice mid-air connect there from Tickleton. Takes out FaZe. 4th place they go. But again, a salvage game for FaZe here where can't really expect to get too much. 4 points is what's going to be for them.
All right. It's a 4v4v4.
मारो रे, अरे मारो रे, दिख तो रहे, सीसी क्या कर रहे हो?
Sharing spot in the north. And the good news for both, for Falcons rather, Third on 5 can't really push west to engage with them because GSW has eyes on that. And at this point, I don't even know. Okay, Third on 5, they still have a decent amount of utility left. All these teams have a decent amount of utility left, with the exception being GameStar win. Only 1 smoke. We'll see if that ends up playing a factor here towards the end game. But they have so much room really to work around on the south. It may not matter.
This final circle shift is decisive, I think, in who's going to look at the center of it. And you know what, might as well just send it right down the middle. I was just going to say, this center, there's a reason everyone is hugging the blue right now. You don't want to be the first ones to move in to nade territory of your opponents. They don't know exactly how much they have to work with, but as we can see, the majority, I mean, all of these 3 teams have predominantly been fighting at a distance, so they all have util left to work with.
As fair as it can be right there.
टीम में
you see Third on 5 just
सबके सब मर रहे हैं खाली
using the low side. Yeah, we'll see.
चलो देखा जाएगा कौन जीतता है.
I mean, the path forward for Falcons seems pretty obvious. That road
GSW को चाहिए point, उनका सिर्फ 3 ही हुआ है.
It still has a little bit of high ground to work with. They've got the deployable shields. They've got UAS for cover. That might be the best play for them. And it looks like Falcons and GSW are just going to trade shots, and now Third on 5, they might be on the move.
I think the issue for Falcons is they want to play inside the circle, but as soon as they go in, they get backfilled by T5, and that's sense for them too, right? So it's a game of chicken right now, and, well, you don't want to be the first, that's for sure, but here we go. Nate's being thrown forward. Falcons realizing, well, if they ain't going to make a play, we're going to have to try and see if we can.
And None of the utility finding the mark just yet. Kickstart with the spray will find a little bit of damage, but won't get the knocks just yet. K-Twin taking the shots in. He's going to find X, throws it with a grenade. Tiggleton finds Ranger X with a spray. Fluky down low, Rossiter down low. GSW using this opportunity to send Xiao Tong off to the west. H-Win with that M249, and clean as you like from Team Falcons. They get rid of third on 5 before GSW can take advantage.
Falcons eyeing a potential first place after this game with how they're currently playing. First was the fight against Myth up on Everest. Clean as can be this one as well. No one knocked, barely any damage taken. Even if the util is off, their aim was on point.
13 kills now for Falcons, 99 points overall. And they have the north side, but while they had to take that fight with third on 5, game start win, spread out. They have multiple angles of fire. They've got multiple flanks covered. It's going to be very, very difficult for Falcons to take this one down. Game start win, though, they have to be careful. They can't let themselves be caught out one by one. Xiao
Tong has no utils to work with. They have 8 nades on the side of game start win. You better start baiting some attention right now. Force Falcons to make their play, because if they wrap east, all of Xiao Tong's advantage is gone. The nade holders are the ones being shut at right now. But Xiao Tong finally opens up, reveals himself, finds the first one. Ming is there to get the second, and now Falcons are playing on the back foot.
Just beautiful back-to-back knocks. Good trade from Shrimzy to find Xiao Tong. It goes for the flush as well to make sure they secure the point and secure the kill. Another one as they find Xiao Pian, and now it's a 2v2. Game start win. They'll lose CC 108. It's down to just Ming as Falcons fighting for the play. Oh, what a grenade! He only had one, and that's all he needed to get the win.
I thought for a second that they were going to turn that one around. After losing Kick and H-Win in a heartbeat, Shrimzy and Tick clawed back into it, made it a 2v1, but one nade in the end was all it was going to take for them to come out victorious. What a finish!
Oh, just a phenomenal 2 games on Erangel that we just got to witness. Falcons almost come out ahead, but game start win. Is there a team in this lobby that needed a win more than them? They have been hovering around in 16th place since the word go, but now they finally have some points. They finally have some momentum to take them into our final day of play.
And shout out to that game start win fan right there. Been sitting here for 2 days waiting for something to happen, and finally, you can rejoice as they get themselves a win on the final game, day 2 of Group B.
Chalo, finally. इनका पॉइंट ज़्यादा है, फैल्कन का पॉइंट ज़्यादा, फिर भी बहुत अच्छा खेला है फैल से इस बार. हाँ, Falcon कुछ ज़्यादा अच्छा.
Well, a cheeky jab by the host that's going to be eating his hat now after calling them game start bin. They
ये
go
वाला भाई, ये
and
वाला
get
ambush जो था ना,
themselves
जो
a
भी
victory straight away right after it. Good for them here, although
भाई
it got a
एक दो
little
गोली
bit
में
more precarious
बाहर नहीं
than
मारते
it
ना,
needed
पूरा
to be. I think they had
100% hit rate रहता है इन लोगों का गोली का.
They had 8 nades and they waited too long. They had a chance to hard push while Falcons fought T5 and they chose not to. The amount of passive endgame there was wild, but you know what? If it works, I can't knock it. They came away with that.
And they do get the win. We'll see how much that pushes them off of 16th place when we get the overall leaderboards here. As we take a look back at everything that was going on from all of this. Again, though, when it comes to a circle like this, it does pose quite a difficult scenario that you were seeing these teams trying to move around. Never mind the river being in front as it was.
So the river was in forever, which created a really tough split for a lot of teams to finish. We had 3 teams at Ruins in this lockdown trying to stalemate over here. 3 teams on top of Everest that stalemate for a while. There was a bunch of areas where it was just teams locked in spot, and then when we get to this final end game, 0 cover, right? And I think this is where we've seen really the portable shields making
भाई इन लोग का M4 कितना सुंदर चलता है भाई. अपना M4 में तो साला डैमेज ही नहीं होता है.
Get close enough to T5 to engage with some ineffectual grenades, but that opened the door for them to know where they were pushing. They said, if these grenades don't get a kill, we know exactly where these guys are standing.
And one of the big winners for today, I've got to say, is they're on 5, right?
Yes.
We were almost on track to see a triple win coming out from there on 5.
That would have been cool.
Yeah, it really would have. But Falcons here able to mop them up considerably. An absolute execution from them against where they're on 5 was. GSW finally cleaning this up. Again, though, with this one nade alone, never mind, they still had 6 or 7 in hand to make this work. I was screaming in the back. I was like, throw everything! Throw everything!
I don't understand why it took so long to get that first grenade out there, but also shout to the Falcons to be able to pick up T5 with almost no loss of taking damage. No life loss, no anything. They looked like they were just as healthy when they started, when they finished. They started. Liquid.
Concern on the face of Liquid, not too surprising. Concern definitely on the face of Himas as well, as they currently are still in the bottom 3 here.
Yeah. I mean, so we are now 12 games into 18 determined. Top 5 go to the grand finals, 3 go home. And I think some of the teams that we're seeing down towards the bottom, they're struggling, are shocking me. Liquid was looking great when we started the day today. They were up there in the top 6, I believe it was, or 7, and now struggling to stay up outside that 3.
One thing's for sure, though. I mean, at the end of day number 1 for this group, I was like, well, okay, this is like going to be pretty clean cut with how some of these teams are running away with it. However, end of day 2, now so much is open, so much to play for here.
It's been kicked wide open, and I think that's what we're talking about. Even with how today went, when you look at that leaderboard, the teams on the bottom don't have to stress as much because the clear path to the top 5 is still within, I think, 30 points. So that means even those teams that have struggled, because now GSW gets that win, it's going to be super tight in terms of where the bubble teams are tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. We'll get an opportunity to have a look at the overall leaderboards in just a little bit. One thing is for sure that it will be tight, as Toffees has mentioned here. Well, we are ready to head on over to the stage. We have some interviews ready to go here to hear from them at the end of day number 2.
เอาละค่ะเรียบร้อยไปแล้วนะคะสำหรับการแข่งขันในวันนี้นั่นเองค่ะแล้วก็แน่นอนเชื่อว่าสนุกสนานกันอย่างเต็มที่มากๆแล้วก็เดี๋ยวเรามาพูดคุยกับผู้เล่นที่ต้องบอกว่ามี outstanding นะคะหรือว่าสิ่งที่เป็นสิ่งที่ถูกพูดถึงนะคะในเรื่องของเกมของเราที่ผ่านมานั่นเองตอนนี้เราก็อยู่กับ Red Zone จาก Asla Battlegrounds นั่นเองนะจ๊ะ
Red Zone है
Alright, so for the first question that everyone many of them would like to know, you delivered such an impressive damage and being top 2 in both kills and damage today. So how do you personally view about this standout individual stats?
오늘 일단 되게 뛰어난 활약을 보여주시면서 킬이랑 데미지 둘 다 톱 2에 오르는 성과를 보여주셨는데요. 혹시 선수 개인적으로는 이런 성과를 어떻게 평가하시나요?
일단 오늘 보이는 거 최대한 죽이려고
사유 तो बराबर बोल रही है
도와줘서 할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
I just focus on what I see in my front, and our teammates really helped a lot today, so that was the point.
Well, that's nice. And the second one, even though your day 1 standing put you in a dangerous position, but you drop a huge 13 kills game in both match 1 and match 2 today. So, very impressive. And what happened? What adjustment did you make after day 1?
일단 데이 1에서는 결과가 조금 불안했었는데 오늘 매치 1이랑 매치 2 둘 다 13킬을 기록하시면서 되게 훌륭한 경기력을 보여주셨는데요. 데이 1 이후에 혹시 어떤 변화가 있었을까요?
एक महीने के लिए गायब हो जाएगा फिर से.
데이 1에 저희가 최근에 대회가 없었어가지고 살짝 감 잡는 날이었던 것 같고요. 최대한 그때 나왔던 실수들 잘 보완하면서 오늘 했는데 잘 따라준 것 같습니다.
We just reviewed our mistakes, and actually we didn't have that many matches recently, so we are still finding our pace.
Wow, but that's still impressive. And last one, what's your goal in this PGC 2025, and what's the key to reaching your goal?
네, 이번 PGC 2025 목표는 무엇이고 그 목표를 달성하려면 어떻게 해야 한다고 생각하시나요?
일단 급파 직행이 목표고요. 급파 직행하기 위해서 오늘도 물론 나왔던 실수들 최대한 보완해서 3일차 잘 마무리하면 될 것 같습니다.
The biggest goal is, of course, going straight to the grand finals. And to make it happen, we have to review our mistakes and fix it to not let them happen again.
Wow. All right. So we cheer you up as the Pentagram. Thank you so much, Red Zone. Bye-bye. Thank you. ขอบคุณค่ะ See you. Let's take a rest. And now แล้วก็สำหรับในช่วงนี้ แน่นอนนะคะสำหรับคนที่ได้กินไก่กันไปนะคะถึง2 มื้อเต็มๆวันนี้เรามาพูดคุยกันหน่อยดีกว่านะคะกับ Rocket JR T5 Ho wo wo wo
अब इसका ट्रांसलेशन नहीं आएगा हम लोग के पास इसका
โอ้โหให้เขาหน่อยวันนี้สุดมากแล้วก็เมื่อกี้เกมสุดท้ายคือต้องบอกว่าลุ้นแบบลุ้นมากๆเนาะแต่ว่าวันนี้ต้องบอกเลยว่า T5 ของเราทำฟอร์มออกมาได้ดีมากๆนะคะกินไก่กันไปถึง2 มื้อที่เอาปรบมือให้เขาหน่อยสิจ้า T5 ของ
ของเรานะคะทีนี้ต้องบอกว่าแนวโน้มของทีมไปในทิศทางที่ดีมากๆอยากจะถามว่าณตอนนี้คิดว่าฟอร์มของทีมเราเนี่ยมันเป็นยังไงบ้าง
ก็ดีครับแต่ก็ยังไม่ได้เพอร์เฟกต์
ये क्लिप डेल्टा का भेजते हो बता पाएगा क्या हो रहा है
So I'll just ask about like let him describe about the team's current form it's good but it's not perfect like 100% so it need to be upload and next แน่นอนต้องบอกว่าเหลืออีกวันเดียวที่เราจะไปสู่รอบ Grand Finals ดังนั้นเนี่ยวันนี้แฟนๆมาเชียร์เยอะมากๆต้องบอกว่าทั้งที่ชมผ่านทางไลฟ์ด้วยแล้วก็ที่มาอยู่ณที่นี่ด้วยมีอะไรอยากจะบอกแฟนๆหน่อยไหมคะ
ก็ขอบคุณแฟนเชียร์ครับที่สนามแล้วก็ทางบ้านด้วยนะครับที่เชียร์ทีมเชียร์ฮอนไฟพวกเราก็ทำให้เต็มที่นำทีมเข้าไปสู่รอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลให้ได้ครับ
ว้าวปรบมือนะคะ So I just asked him because we have just only one day before we get a direct spot in the grand final. So he's gonna do his best. Thank you all the fans for cheering T5 for those online and offline. And for moreover, he's gonna make a direct spot in grand finals. This is T5. ขอบคุณค่ะขอบคุณมากๆวันนี้โอ้โหทำให้เราได้สนุกสนานแล้วก็ตื่นเต้นกระชุ่มกระชวยแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวตอนนี้นะคะขออนุญาตส่งกลับกันไปที่ analyst I would like to over back to you our cutest analyst
भाई साहब जल्दी में
You're definitely the cutest.
Am I the cutest analyst or is the baby the cutest analyst?
You're the cutest. I'm like a heartthrob. You're just cute.
We were kind of like cheering, bring the baby, bring the baby. But we were unsuccessful. It's ridiculous. But anyway, let's take a look at this game and how it all unfolded. Because GameStar win decided to get themselves a win finally here in the tournament. But it will be Falcons that's really walking away with the majority of the kills.
Yeah, that 14 kills is huge. They're tired of being in third place. Hopefully this gets them out of it as well in the day today. GameStar win though. It was a time when it was desperate. Whether, you know, jokes aside, game start bin or game start to the lot to the
blue zone,
home, it doesn't matter. This is where you got to make that step. They got themselves out of a position which honestly would have been untenable going into tomorrow if they hadn't gotten this win. So they are now in a spot where they can fight to get out of the bottom three, and I think that's a big deal.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we just look at what Asla Pentagram was able to do, right? Yep. Today, alongside some of the other teams that have really risen through the ranks, it will be Ming, though, taking the man of the match for this one by the looks of things for Game Start win. Yeah, it's just, you watch that final scenario go down, there's just some little things here and there that can easily be kind of ironed out, right?
And what actually kind of makes me frustrated about this is the fact that there's a world where when you're in 16th, man of the match, congratulations going to Ming. They really, I genuinely believe, should have pushed that fight against T5 and Falcons because you're looking at it, you're going, that win could have been bigger. And if we didn't make a bigger win, like really, what are we losing in 16th place? It's a chance to put another 8 points on the board and get closer to avoiding that cutoff.
Well, we'll take a look at those points coming on in alongside everybody that's been able to perform quite well in this game. Jeez, Tiggleton. Right. This is just this game alone. He had a good Overwatch spot.
He did. He had a really good Overwatch. In fact, I like what the Falcons did where they sort of left him up on the high ground. They floated the 3 guys around to sort of take a fight if they needed to. They brought them back once they didn't get the circle. But again, it comes down to, I think a lot of those fights, Trimsy was, despite a terrible C4 earlier today, has been man on the spot when it comes to some fights. 1v1s that I don't think he had a right to, and it's really helped him out.
Yeah, and when it comes to that last scenario as well, Shrimsy and Tiggleton being alive there, those are the guys that were really posing a huge threat to Game Start win. But anyway, it will be Falcons at the end here with 59 kills, taking that #1 spot across the group so far here. Good stuff by them, and that, as you say, should be pushing them beyond that third place mark.
14 plus 20 points.
Nice. Very, very nice. Game Start win, though, with 17 is huge. I think that's almost double what they had 2 games ago going into that one.
Yeah.
If it was around 15 to 18 kind of come into that, so that should give them a big glow up here. Therathon 5, though, has been the big fresh air. I don't know if it's having the kids in the audience, having the support of the hometown team, but these guys looked good and almost had 3 chicken dinners today.
They did. It was brilliant stuff coming out from them alongside Asla Pentagram as well. I feel that those 2 are the ones that have really glowed up throughout the day. So that means Therathon 5 is now in 3rd place. Falcons in 2nd. Virtus Pro falls just 1 point behind the boys overall, but that's a big change here.
Yeah, I think it's also a big for BB Team and Falcons to finally feel like they got a little bit of space in terms of wanting to be in that top 3 from the chase pack. So Virtus Pro changed the game.
Basically, 5 के बीच में competition होगा तगड़ा वाला.
The biggest shock today and disappointment was Navi. The fact that they were in such a good spot coming into today, and they have let the 2 that were ahead of them just run.
Navi
कलेशियन
was
को लेना
not
वे
at
लोग
all
नहीं
the
कल
Navi
थोड़ा
that was
स्ट्रीम
here
जल्दी
last
चालू
time.
करूंगा फिर
6
डिसाइड
games
करूंगा
left.
सोचूंगा
I still
किसको
have
लेना है
massive concerns despite
पबजी
them
खेलूंगा
just
स्ट्रीम
getting
से
the win
पहले
here. I
फिर
still
डिसाइड
think
करूंगा
GameStar
किसको
would
लेना
have
है
to be extremely,
तुम लोग आ जाना
extremely
टाइम पे
concerned by their overall performance.
बता देना
Anyone's Legend also has to be concerned. Copenhagen Wolves has now dropped into third here as well.
Copenhagen Wolves is a shocking drop-off. The arrival of Snickers at the event was supposed to be sort of this breath of fresh air. It doesn't seem to be panning out just yet, but it could be getting your feet back under you after not having a lot of time to play. For me, it's about game start win. The fact of the matter is we have played 12 games. They, in that one game, doubled their points from 11 games. So they can't come back tomorrow and get out of the bottom 3 and hope that that happens again. They need to completely revamp what they're doing.
Yeah, with only one more day left, it's looking dire for them. Tomorrow, of course, we have that Group A coming back.
Yes.
They'll have their 6 games to wrap things up as well. That's going to be a bit of a blinder because, again, things got quite even there. There are a few names that I think we're probably quite concerned about down towards the bottom. But there is, of course, 5 spots tomorrow, we guarantee for the grand finals.
And that's what it comes down to. You want to lock that up. It is a very long break, but it's plenty of time to strategize and watch everyone else struggle through the last stage. This is what you train your entire year, maybe your entire life for. You don't want to leave it in the last stage. You want to make sure you get that top 5, you go straight to the grand final, and you fight for your dreams, the cash, and the Porsche Cayenne.
Yeah, you don't... Oh, the car. Oh, yes. Well, absolutely. You just tickled me there for a second. Oh. All right, well, that does it here for the day as day number 2 wraps up for Group B. And we got to thank, of course, all the sponsors for making it happen.
Thank you to our official monitor partner, Zowie BenQ, for making the Vision the best it can be.
We got TT Racing as well, making sure that our official gaming furniture partner, making sure that they've got unbreakable comfort and razor-sharp focus for all of the players behind us to make sure that they are the very best here at PGC.
And again, a big thank you to AWS, another official partner here at PGC 2025.
And finally, OP.GG. You can overpower your game if you head on over to OP.GG. Check out all the numbers, all the stats, all the breakdowns here for PGC, as well as the PGSs that have been going on prior. And that does it for today.
मतलब मैं कास्टर्स को बोल रहा था कल मिलते हैं हम लोग तो कंटिन्यू करेंगे स्ट्रीम माउस में कितना बैटरी है 70 ही है ठीक है चल जाएगा आज का गेमिंग हो जाएगा चलो कुछ खा वा के आता हूँ और क्या अभी नो पबजी खेलूँगा अभी डिनर करके आऊँगा फिर खेलूँगा कौन कौन अवेलेबल है पता नहीं विकी भाई तो कॉल पे रहेंगे अभी आज मंडे है ना गेमर्स लाइफ का इम्पॉसिबल है आता हूँ मैं डिनर करके थोड़ी देर में तब तक के लिए गाइस हाँ डिनर कर लो सब कोई और स्ट्रीम को लाइक नहीं को तो लाइक कर देना चैनल में नए तो सब्सक्राइब कर देना बाकी मैं डिनर के बाद मिलता हूँ चलो BRB हेलो एवरीवन, वेलकम बैक। स्वागत है स्ट्रीम में। आई होप सबने डिनर कर लिया। क्या हो रहा है ये फोन को? ठंड तो है रे। गेम चालू हो रहा है, थोड़ा सा वार्म अप करेंगे फिर खेलेंगे। ऑडियो क्या हुआ? ऑडियो ठीक करना है। यस यस यस। अरे गेमिंग का कीबोर्ड का प्रोफाइल भी चेंज करना है। चला वाइट कितना चुभता आँख में। खुल जा रे। हाँ प्लीज लोड हो जा। अबे ये क्या बकचोदी है? हाँ हुआ। अच्छा नेट कट रहा है क्या? राउटर स्टार्ट कर ले क्या गाइस? नेट कट रहा है। कर लेते हैं नहीं राउटर स्टार्ट, क्यों फालतू में रिस्क लेना है। कर लेते हैं राउटर स्टार्ट। ठंडा है भाई ठंडा। हो जाओ भाई राउटर स्टार्ट की तरह। हाँ क्या बोल रहा रे? अरे यार ये स्लीव भी ना लूज हो गया है भाई, दूसरा स्लीव डालना पड़ेगा। एक सेकंड गाइस, स्लीव लेके आता हूं दूसरा। तो भाई इतना ठंड है आज, समझ नहीं आ रहा। किस्मत ही पांडु है ऊपर से। पीजीसी में अपने को पॉइंट नहीं मिला ज़्यादा आज, अपनी टीम परफॉर्म नहीं करी। थोड़ा सा वार्म अप करते हैं गाइस। किरे मतमान बढ़ जा भाई। अभी स्पोर्ट्स देखने के बाद अपना गेम प्ले तो नूब लगता है बे, मतलब अपने को तो कुछ भी नहीं आता फिर तो। एक चीज़ नोटिस किया, बहुत प्लेयर अपना माउस पैड 3x4 टेबल पे रखते हैं, थोड़ा सा नीचे वाला पार्ट झूलते रहता है। पता नहीं, मैंने नोटिस तो नहीं किया। एकदम 3x4 नहीं बोलेंगे भाई उसको, थोड़ा सा निकला हुआ होगा वो, इसलिए क्योंकि तुम्हारा हाथ जो है ना टेबल पे ना घिसे, ये भी होता है। समझ रहे हो, ऐसे जब मूव करते रहते हो ना टेबल पे, वो टेबल के एजेस होते हैं ना उस पे ना घिसे बोल के। हाँ टिगल्टन का देखा 3/4 है बस. ये जो फैजल ब्रो. आज बैकग्राउंड लाइट ऑफ. बैकग्राउंड लाइट. बैकग्राउंड लाइट. बैकग्राउंड में मेरा लाइट भी रहता है. यो मयूर ब्रो, वेलकम बैक.
हेलो.
हाँ फ्री फायर जल्दी से इंस्टॉल करो, मेरा तो चल रहा भाई. साला मिस हो गया. आ सकता हूँ. तुम आ गए क्या?
हाँ बस इनिशियलाइजिंग पे.
वीडियो बनाना स्टार्ट किया? नहीं रे, समय नहीं हो रहा है. आज तो जाके एडिट किया मैं शॉर्ट्स. आज अपलोड किया हूँ शॉर्ट्स. देखना था अगर समय मिलता तुम लोग को तो शॉर्ट्स डालने के लिए समय नहीं मिलता है. फिर वो आयरन ग्राउंड्स वाले चैनल पे भी वीडियो डाला हूँ आज. अगर देखना तो देख सकते हो. आज उसी में मेरा दिन चला गया. तो देखने ही फ्री फायर आया था, आज तक देखा नहीं कभी, है ना सिमरजलाई? दिखाना पड़ेगा हमें. एनर्जी ठाकुर. यो बॉय मलिक फैजल. आज साले पबजी के कुछ कपड़े क्राफ्ट किए थे, वो बेच के मिल गया 100 रुपये स्टीम में. यो ठाकुर भाई. तो चलिए शुरू करते हैं. आज कौन सा डे है? आज है मंडे है. कल पैच नोट्स डे है. बैलेंसियागा का कुछ तो भी आउटफिट आएगा पास में. भाई ब्लॉक करके रखा, जाने नहीं दे रहा मेरा. जाने दो भाई. ठाकुर भैया आपने अपना रियल नेम नहीं बताया। बताइए ठाकुर जी कितना कहाँ जा रहे हैं? चार्ली आ जाओ। ये बेलो नोट सो ओपी ठाकुर जी बेलो नोट सो साहब क्या बोल रही है?
नॉट सो
ठाकुर फैजल भाई को झूठ बोल रहे हो तुम?
सच तो बोल रहा और क्या बोलूं?
वो झूठ बोल रहे भाई।
बंदे आपके साइड उतरा है।
ब्लू पे था रे, ब्लू पे ही है सीढ़ी पे।
ब्लू पे ही है। पूरा नॉक्ड। ऊपर एक नॉक किया मैंने, जो ब्लू वाला आपको बोल रहे थे ना आप।
बाहर से भाग रहे हैं।
मैं हीलिंग लेके आता हूँ।
इसके अंदर बंदा।
होल्ड होल्ड मेरे पे हीलिंग नहीं है।
अच्छा दो बंदों का फुट आ रहा है।
थोड़ा सा होल्ड कर।
ये कौन आ रहा है?
बस मिल गई हीलिंग, आ गया।
दोनों घरों पे मेरे सामने, ठीक है, ब्लू और उसके राइट वाले में।
कॉपी। एक पे पैंजर मार सकता हूँ, बताओ कहाँ मारना है?
ब्लू पे है। ब्लू पे कहाँ है?
कोई नहीं है ब्लू पे। राइट से एंगल मिल गया उसको।
कैसा एंगल मिला रे?
पता नहीं।
बैंडेज देता हूँ 5। हेलमेट उठाओ, हेलमेट। तो कहाँ से उसने मार दिया? इतने छोटे से गैप से तुमको कैसे मार सकता हो?
ये तो वही बता सकता है।
बच गया। जाना पड़ेगा ओपन पुश करने। अरे भाई बैठा है वो, अभी भी बैठा है।
ओ माय गॉड, क्या कैंपर है भाई। अंदर छोटे रूम में।
अरे भाई गया मैं, नेट नहीं छोटा ना भाई, एनिमेशन में तो छोड़ दिया था भाई।
आजा बाहर।
बैठे में दल्ले साले वहां पे फेविकॉल लगा के। हाँ 100 रुपए जीपे कर दो, ठाकुर का नाम बता दूंगा।
अच्छा ये भी चल रहा है क्या?
हाँ अभी लिखा हुआ है।
कौन
100 रुपए जीपे टू नो ठाकुर फुल रियल नेम मैथमैन।
मतलब इसमें भी तू पैसा कमाने आ गया भाई। कुछ तो काम अच्छे काम कर ले। चलो कोई आ रहा है? कोई नहीं दिख रहा।
मेरे तो कोई नहीं दिखा पीछे। ठीक है गाइस, सिर्फ 100 रुपए। बेसिकली जीपे में आएगा, वो जीपे में पैसा आएगा, वहीं पे रिप्लाई मिलेगा। 100 रुपए में बिक जाओगे क्या? अब तो डील मिला है तो लेवरेज तो उठाना पड़ेगा ना भाई। ये बताओ गाइस, ये क्या चीज है? व्हाट इज दिस? दिस
फैजल भाई के अंदर तू लुट गई है।
मेरे पास जीपे पैसा होता तो फेंक देता। गया फिर तो फैजल भाई। नॉट टुडे।
इन चॉकलेट
नेल पॉलिश रिमूवर, कोई की रिमूवर। बचपन में चिप्स के पैकेट में निकलता था वो टैजो का स्पिनर। अरे मैं वो एक आइटम दिखाया फेस कैम पे। ये है, ये मेरे कीबोर्ड का एक्सेसरी है। ये की पुलर है और स्विच पुलर है, प्लास्टिक वाला।
नेल पॉलिश रिमूव कैसे लगता है?
विकी वाली क्या बताने?
मिलियन से बोल रहे हैं। सामने ट्रिपल पे बंदा है। टॉप फ्लोर उसी है उसके पास।
अरे अपना बंदा। मैं अपने बंदे को नॉक कर दिया।
कुछ फेंक रहा है वो।
प्लीज वेट I'll revive you। अबे भाई दिखा नहीं भाई। रिपोर्ट इनकमिंग। रिपोर्ट तो आएगा भाई। अरे उसके सामने रेंग रहा, उसको प्लस नहीं कर रहे हैं, लूट रहा भाई।
लेट्स गो इरांगल।
नहीं अभी होगा, अभी खेलेंगे थोड़ा। ऐसे नोबड़ा बंदा साला। टीम मर गई भाई। भाई उसका काम बनता है ना भाई, जब उसके सामने नॉक पड़ा तो फ्लश देने का, उसके सामने लूटेगा थोड़ी ना। बेचारा उसको मार के उसको ही गाली दे। हमारे यहाँ ऐसे ही होता है मेरे दोस्त। बाय द वे गाइस, आप लोगों ने शॉर्ट्स नहीं देखा तो आज वाला शॉर्ट्स देख लो, अपलोड किया है मस्त वाला शॉर्ट्स। भाई मैं तो हनीमून मना रहा हूँ। हाँ भाई मैथमैन।
Hello guys, drop finance guys.
बोलो बोलो, once again बोलो।
This time we'll conquer.
हाँ, we both conquer the city.
वो भी आ रहे हैं भाई।
क्या लिखे हो फैजल भाई? मारिते मारिते गिरा दी, नहीं मालूम क्या।
पोर्श इधर जा रहा हूँ ना, ग्रीन।
अगर आ रहा हूँ मैं, मेरे को कुछ मिल नहीं रहा।
Need incoming. Help me.
एक नॉक है।
एक अंदर। देख कैसे? वर्ड करेगा ज्यादा बार। अभी हिल गया था मैं। लूट नहीं मिल पा रही।
अरे भाई दूसरा वड्डा आ गया। अरे ये कहाँ था भाई? मेरिट गिर गए। अच्छा मेरिट गिर गए क्या? गिर गया होगा। आओ एंगल चलो। चेंज किया भाई, चेंज नहीं हुआ। हुआ तुम्हारे स्क्रीन में?
हो गया।
पांच ही वैसे तो मेरिट अभी भी गिरेगा नहीं इतना जल्दी। 10 बंदे भी रिपोर्ट मारेंगे तब भी नहीं गिरेगा।
Let's go here. एक प्रोजेक्ट जीरो सुपर लाइट टू डेक्स आएगा।
क्या है?
जीरो लॉजिटेक सुपर लाइट टू डेक्स करके एक माउस आया है।
2 डेक्स क्या है उसमें?
डेक्स मतलब राइट हैंडेड नहीं होता है, ergonomic नहीं है।
अच्छा मतलब डेथ एडर की तरह।
हाँ डेथ एडर की तरह, मतलब सिर्फ राइट हैंडेड लोगों के। उसका शेप बड़ा अच्छा है, मैं सोच रहा हूँ लेने का।
12-13 हज़ार का होगा।
हाँ लेकिन ऑफर में 8,500 का मिल रहा है अभी।
ले लो भाई, मेरे को लेना है वो 80K का। पैसे नहीं हो रहे। नहीं चाहिए भाई, मैं नहीं खर्च रहा भाई पीसी में, और जीपीयू लेना है।
डायरेक्ट अब वो लेना सीधे।
हाँ
डायरेक्ट बड़ा कार्ड लेना, वर्कस्टेशन कार्ड।
राइट में क्यों? बस आज मन क्या राइट में आने का है। डायरेक्ट बड़ा कार्ड क्यों लूंगा बे? कितना बड़ा कार्ड लूंगा बे? ऑलरेडी इतना बड़ा कार्ड है। कौन सा 2K खेलने वालों में। नीचे बंदा है अपना।
उसके पास एटेक्स मार के ले लूं क्या?
चाहिए तो मेरे को। अबे सही में मार दिया क्या बे? अच्छा नहीं, कोई और मारा। हेडशॉट दिया हूँ।
ऊपर लेवल 2 हेलमेट पे पड़ा हुआ है।
ऑग और M4 है नीचे विद एमो। सागर क्यों नहीं लिया वो टेबल के पीछे?
नहीं चाहिए। चला एटेक्स देता तो मैं मार देता। रिवाइव दूं इसको? मार दूं?
हाँ
कुछ कर रहा है क्या? बहुत क्लोज है, लो है।
उठा।
नॉक हुआ, दूसरा भी नॉक हुआ बाहर।
ब्रो यू हैव मेडिकेट।
बॉडी का यहाँ हील कर रहा है।
सैड बॉय 2K। लेफ्ट है। पिन हटाना ना ठाकुर, दिख नहीं रहा।
पीछे चला गया वो, पीछे विंडो पे चला गया।
इस बॉडीड। $50 $90 लेके क्या करोगे भाई? फीलिंग 5 बैंडेज है।
ओके
वहीं रुक, आ तो देता हूँ। चले एटेक्स दे। चल पीछे चल देता हूँ। पीछे चल मारो। चलो बैंडेज उठा।
एटेक्स रखे बैग में भाई वो।
इसको नहीं उठाते।
है, चलो पुश कर जाते हैं। मार दूंगा सीधे।
दो हैं
तो उठा देता हूं।
कैसे बच गया भाई? कैसे बच गया भाई ठाकुर? वो मैंने मारा यार।
ऐसे तो हम कुछ कर नहीं पाएंगे।
अरे यार
कहाँ पे? कहाँ पे?
मशीन रूम।
भाई पागल है क्या बिल्कुल?
मरने दो
ना दे रहा, पता नहीं क्या ही।
मरने दो मरने दो।
पुश किया पुश किया।
अडवे
अरे
2 है ना?
आ गए।
एक और आ रहा है, पास आ रहा है। हो गया। एंटी
दिखाई नहीं मेरे को।
चलो ब्लू जोन कर दिया। मर गया वो तो चूतिया, मैं भी मर जाऊंगा।
तो ऑटो मैचिंग ऑफ कर दो, नहीं खेलना।
ऑटो मैचिंग ऑफ कर देते हैं साला। उससे तो डुओ ही खेलते चलो ना।
हाँ डुओ ही खेल लेते हैं जब तक कोई नहीं आ रहा।
मैचिंग मिल नहीं रहा है तो। अरे जब तक वो होगा ना अपना का वो पीजीसी का टूर्नामेंट, तब तक फेस कैंप राइट ही रहेगा।
लेट्स गो।
जब तक कोई नहीं आता अपन डुओ खेलते।
लो बोलते ही विकी भाई आ गए बीसी में।
हाँ तो उनका तो ऑफिस होगा ना। हेलो विकी ब्रो।
यो अरे विकी ब्रो का ही ऑफिस है, वो कुछ भी करें उसमें।
क्या सीन है आपका?
बटन तो दबा दिया।
हाँ तो हमें भी बटन दबाने बोलो ना भाई इधर। चला बोलते नहीं है आके यो।
विकी भाई
तो यार ये तो सेंस कॉमन होती है ना।
सेंस कॉमन क्या? ना मैं तो आया हूँ, मेरा ऑफिस चल रहा है, ऐसा बोल दोगे फिर?
तो वो तो मैं बोल देता।
मेरी तो कॉल है।
कैंसिल कैंसिल करना तो आपका
रुको गाइस, माइक म्यूट कर रहा हूँ।
माइक म्यूट कर रहा मतलब?
वो तार ही निकाल दी भाई ने। भाई टेप वेप निकाल रहा है भाई ये तो।
अरे भाई साहब डेल्टा आया है भाई, इम्पॉसिबल।
हाँ डेफिन पे आया, गाली भी नहीं दे सकते।
अरे यार फिर खुल गया यार, रुको रुको।
विकी भाई ऑनलाइन नहीं आया अभी तक आप।
भाई अब
किसने
गेम
बोला था
जितनी
रैम
देर
लेनी
लगा
है?
रही है। मैंने।
विकी भाई जितने में आप अभी रैम लोगे ना उतने में पूरा सिस्टम बिल्ड हो जाएगा।
हाँ तभी तो मैं तो सोच रहा हूँ वो i9 वाला ही लगा
अभी
दो वापस और
अभी
फुल लो
जीपीयू,
पे खेल लो।
अभी जीपीयू की जगह रैम ले सकते हो आप।
भाई साहब क्या ही बोलूं भाई।
ऑलमोस्ट 2.5 टाइम्स हो गया प्राइस।
हाँ अच्छा मेरे पास DDR4 की किट पड़ी हुई है, किसी को किसी को खरीदनी हो तो।
नहीं नहीं मेरे पास भी पड़ी है,
नहीं
चाहिए तो बताओ।
नई नई की नई किट है मेरे पास।
36
हेलो हेलो
GB guard
ओडे चेक गाइस, आवाज आ रही है? चैट बताना।
आ रही है, हमें आ रही है तो उन्हें भी आ रही होगी।
विकी भाई ऐसी भी कोई स्कीम है क्या कि मैं मतलब DDR4 बोल के आप DDR5 भेज दो, ऐसा भी कुछ है क्या?
नहीं ऐसा
अच्छा
ऐसा तो हो नहीं सकता भाई।
नहीं अगर हो तो मैं इच्छुक हूँ लेने के लिए।
देखो नहीं AMD वाली भी दे सकता हूँ
आ रही
72
हो
वाली जब मेरे को
उसने
नहीं
किया
मिली।
लाइव।
क्या हुआ उसमें, हुआ क्या है?
भाई मेरे AMD वाली इंटेल स्पेसिफिक रैम है ना, तो वो मतलब वही कर रही है, उसी की वजह से मेरी ये
माइक
दिक्कतें
इज
हो रही है जो
वर्किंग।
कुछ हो रही हैं।
ओके ओके ओके।
मैं दिख नहीं रहा क्या अभी भी?
दिख
गेम
रहा।
चालू करके पहले ऑफलाइन ऑनलाइन करना पड़ता है।
चलो रेडी करो, जब तक आएगा डेल्टा तब तक आएगा। ऑटो मैचिंग ऑफ कर दो। इसको
अरे अब तो एक ही था, एक ही तो आने देते।
सायु भी बोली है कि डिनर के बाद आएगी, पता नहीं देखो कौन आता है।
सायु से पहले अगर डेल्टा आ जाएगा तो डेल्टा खेल लेगा, वरना सायु आ जाए।
डेल्टा तो बैठा ही है
बैठा ही है वीसी में। हाँ
डेल्टा तो अपना पैक बता के वापस गायब हो गया था।
मैंने क्या बोला था, अगले महीने का बोल रहा था, अगले महीने आएगा, अगले महीने आएगा। देखो अगला महीना होते ही आ गया।
अगले साल भी बोल सकता था वैसे।
भाई उसने 1 महीने बाद बोला था अगले महीने का, अब मेरे को तो अगला महीना याद है।
पहले इस स्लॉट डेल्टा सर को। हाँ डेल्टा सर ने स्लॉट ले लिया।
मैं चले जाऊंगा।
अरे मैं ही चला जाऊंगा यार, तुम लोग खेलो ना यार, स्लॉट मैं ही बना दूंगा।
BTW 11 से 12 मेरी कॉल है ऑलरेडी, डोंट वरी।
तो सही है ना, सब चले जाते हैं।
जेन्युइन केस है,
सायु खेलना
मेरा जेन्युइन केस है। भाई मैं तुम्हें स्केड्यूल की फोटो भेज देता हूँ भाई, मानोगे नहीं तुम।
नहीं तुम्हें बोलता हूँ सब चले।
आउटलुक का कैलेंडर भेज देता हूँ भाई।
मैं आ सकता हूँ पर आपकी तरह खेलना नहीं आता है। नहीं चौथा बंदा है वीसी में बैठा है।
नहीं एक्चुअली 5 बंदे हैं, ज्यादा लोग।
हम लोग ज्यादा लोग हैं अभी।
ये हमसे अच्छा खेलता, कह रहा हमारी
यो आवाज आ रही है इन गेम?
कौन?
हाँ आ रही है भाई। इन गेम क्यों बोल रहे हो तुम?
क्लियर है क्या पूछ रहा हूँ, इन गेम वाला बताना खाली सुन के।
हाँ एकदम क्लियर, मतलब अगर कोई तीसरा बंदा आया होता तो वो तो फैन हो जाता तुम्हारी वॉइस का।
इसी बात पे मैंने आपको म्यूट कर दिया है।
नहीं मेरे को जानना है एक्चुअल में स्टैटिक आ रहा है कि क्लियर है।
नहीं आ रहा स्टैटिक।
चलो ठीक है हटाओ उसको।
आपको स्टैटिक ऐड करना
नहीं आ रहा।
ओके ओके विकी ब्रो थैंक यू।
गो।
मैं आजकल सोलोस खेल ही नहीं पा रहा हूँ, इधर पीजीसी का मैच देखते देखते टाइम निकल जा रहा है। उसी टाइम तो खेलता था मैं।
शूट अच्छा है, हमारा शूट अच्छा है।
आओ फिर।
पर मैं फिर भी छत पे नहीं जा पा रहा हूँ। अरे आदत पड़ी हुई है, वो ड्रॉप दबा के छोड़ दिया।
एक ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे
छत पे एक बंदा है बे।
एक ग्राउंड फ्लोर
भाई आ जाओ बहुत डाउन है मेरे पास।
वेट बोल कर रहा बार
इसका बंदूक नहीं है।
दो है
बंदूक नहीं है।
ऊपर चारों को एक बंदा ठाकुर ऊपर वाले क्लियर करते हैं। ऊपर एक बंदा है।
एक्सप्लोसिव लेके आते हैं एक्सप्लोसिव। हां ठीक है, उनके पास ज्यादा वो नहीं है मूवमेंट करने की।
मैंने एक्चुअली स्पेक्टेट वाले पे ही हूं ना इसलिए।
मेरे जस्ट ऊपर बंदा ठाकुर रे, ऊपर वाले क्लियर कर दे। चल ऊपर सोलो है।
बैरल और एस दोनों
लेफ्ट साइड इसी कमरे में
मैं देख के आया हूं सर।
2 बंदे हैं, 2 तो मैंने मार दिया।
बोला तो कहीं है बंदा ऊपर।
ये एमो मेरे को दे।
चलो
30 दे दो बस।
ज्यादा दे दिया।
30 दे दो बहुत है।
इधर रखो ना।
दूसरी गन भी है।
एक स्मोक ग्रेनेड है बस।
म्यूट हो गया आयरन भाई आप।
हाँ
राइट
लो म्यूट कैसे हो सकता हूँ?
अभी आई आवाज।
अब आई है।
अच्छा गलती से वो कीबोर्ड दब गया होगा।
फेंको
थ्रोइंग स्मोक।
वो लेफ्ट पे दिखा। बाथरूम की साइड
देखो इस पे सेकंड नेट वेट
नहीं
सामने तो वो है
लेफ्ट साइड है
अरे
लो है ज्यादा लो नहीं है लेकिन है 25 एचपी कम होगा लेफ्ट साइड
तुम जाओ ऊपर जाओ अरे भाई मैं क्राउच क्यों किया
गेम ने मार दिया भाई
क्राउच क्यों किया भाई क्राउच नहीं करता मार देता उसको पहले ही बोला डक करता मैं शायद गोली नहीं लगेगा साला वो तो खिसक गया भाई
अच्छा मेरी दोनों को लगी हैं इसलिए नहीं हुआ देखो 130
जा रहे
मैं वही कहूँ
कि भाई ऊपर क्यों नहीं उतरे आप ऊपर उतरो ना
I didn't see this
मैंने
match
वो शिफ्ट दबा रखा था उसके चक्कर में मिस हो गया
कोई बात नहीं दोबारा करते हैं
ऊपर जाता ही नहीं कभी मेरे को ऊपर तो मैं इससे पहले मर जाता हूँ इसलिए मुझे डर लगता है ऊपर
अरे जब हम सब उतर रहे हैं ऊपर तो आप ऊपर उतरो
अच्छा ठीक है
नहीं तो फर्स्ट
डेल्टा
नहीं तो फर्स्ट फ्लोर इज ऑलवेज देयर
आ रहा
आएगा तो बता देना
अगला महीना आ गया डेल्टा एक तरीके फाइनली एन बंद हो गया
डेल्टा आज हम लोगों ने तेरी बंदी को देखा भाई आज क्या 3 दिन से देख रहे सॉरी 4 दिन से देख रहे हैं हाँ
बढ़िया भाई खेल रहा है ना उधर
नहीं
अच्छा खेल तुम रहे वहां पे कैसे खेल लेगा क्या बात
हाँ
खिलाड़ी आदमी तुम हो
कहाँ देखा
पीजीसी में
अरे तो इधर का क्या सीन है तुम्हें
क्योंकि तुम ही बात कर सकते हो उससे
भाई वो लैंग्वेज तो तुम्हें ही आती है ना
हाँ तो तेरी बंदी हुई फिर
मैच में होते
या आ रहे ड्रॉप एंड डाई सॉरी ड्रॉप एंड किल करके
क्या बोल रहा है अरे बोल भाई साफ साफ बोल
एक बंदा आ गया विक्की भाई के पास जंप कर गया नीचे वो दो नीचे उतर गया सामने भाग रहा है यहाँ चला गया विक्की भाई लूट लो आराम से
अबे उसके पास गन थी यहाँ पे उसने गन देखी ही नहीं अच्छा किया
फ्रंट हाउसेस में भी उतरे हैं एक टीम उतरी है
मैंने एक को देखा है येलो पे
नहीं है क्या
अबे येलो मार्कर कहाँ लगा है यहाँ पे
हाँ वहाँ पे 2 है
आ रहा मेरी तरफ है अरे बेंचो ये क्या हुआ क्या है ये पेंजर उसके मुंह पे मारा हूं मरते ही नहीं है भाई ये लोग
निकाल लिया।
थर्ड पार्टी हो गया।
थर्ड पार्टी नहीं, उसी ने मारा, उसका टीममेट ने मारा। मैं मुंह पे पैंजर मारा हूँ तो भी नहीं हुआ है भाई। मेरे साथ कल भी ऐसे हुआ था, पैंजर मारा था उसके मुंह पे, 2 को लगा था लेकिन मरा नहीं था। लेवल 3 वेस्ट उठा लो गेमर जला सामने से।
उठा रहा हूँ, अभी तो यहाँ आया था, लेफ्ट से बंदा आ गया।
वॉल पे है क्या?
बाहर है, यहीं पे
वॉल पे।
किधर से आया? ये कहाँ से लगी मुझे?
आपको फुट नहीं आ रहे क्या आजू बाजू का?
हैं?
नहीं, उसका तो कब से फुट आ रहा था। आपके पास 2 बंदे थे।
नहीं, मुझे इस वाले का फुट नहीं आया, इस साथ वाले का तो पूरा आ रहा था, तभी तो मैंने उसे बाहर निकल के मारा।
नहीं तो फिर आपका कुछ हियरिंग में इशू है
भाई। हियरिंग में कैसे इशू है? एक का आ रहा है, एक का नहीं आ रहा।
2 बंदों का क्लियर फुट आ रहा था। और ऐसा नहीं कि
वो नॉलेज का इशू है।
आपके जस्ट बाजू में था वो बंदा। मैं वही बोलो, आप कैसे इग्नोर मार रहे हो? एक को ऐसे ओपन से कैसे होल्ड कर रहे हो? वही मैं सोच रहा था। पूरा दिखा रहे।
रिवाइव हो गया साला।
ऊपर चढ़ सकता हुआ। हाँ, बस क्या
रिवाइव करने जा रहा है।
वहीं आएगा, सामने ही आएगा, राइट साइड आएगा। देख वही है, उसका टीममेट आ गया। दूसरा भी कूदा। राइट से देख रहा, राइट वाला देख रहा है। चलो यहीं से शुरू हो जाओ तुम वापस से।
वो तो मर जाएगा, मर गया ना अब तो।
नहीं मरा है, उठा दिया।
उठा गया क्या?
हाँ उठा गया, पुश आ गया। यो मलिक भाई, लेफ्ट लेफ्ट। अबे ठाकुर, कमरे में 2 बंदे थे, तेरे को पता नहीं चला?
अरे हाँ, कमरे में 2 थे, लेफ्ट में ये भी तो आ गया था, इसी को तो मार रहा था पहले।
वो तो ये तो बाहर था, वो तो घुस गया था भाई। वो तेरे पीछे से। हाँ
पिछले रूम में मेरे। नहीं वहां नहीं।
हाँ अरे था ठाकुर, कसम से। वो लेफ्ट टू राइट भागा, ठीक है। अब तुम इधर
मारी उसी रूम में
जहां पे तुमने शॉटगन मारा ना।
हाँ।
पहले तो वो बंदा था, उसके जस्ट ऑपोजिट, मतलब तुम्हारे पीछे वाले कमरे से वो दौड़ के गया सामने वाले कमरे में।
अच्छा ऐसा है?
नहीं
हाँ
नहीं
मेरे
मेरे
को
को
भी
नहीं
नहीं
आई,
दिखा।
फुट नहीं आई। नहीं
रिप्ले किसी का चालू है, रिप्ले किसी का चालू है, देख लो। मेरा रिप्ले चालू नहीं है,
चालू है रिप्ले।
देख लो। ठाकुर का मौत देखो।
यार इतना ब्लंडर नहीं हो सकता है।
नहीं ठाकुर, अरे हुआ है भाई, मैं बता रहा हूँ। विक भाई देखो ना भाई, या फिर मेरा हियरिंग गया है, कंफर्म हो जाएगा। चलो
जरा प्ले करना, पीछे रूम में
स्क्रीन शेयर
कोई नहीं
दिखाना।
है, मुझे पता है।
ओ भाई
बिल्कुल एंड में चले जाओ, बिल्कुल एंड चले जाओ।
अरे टैब कहाँ है? अपने बंदे का कैसे आता है? हाँ
हाँ बस यहीं रुको।
आओ
बर्ड्स आई व्यू कर दो। हाँ बस ऐसे रख दो। बस छोड़ दो ऐसे छोड़ दो।
देखो पीछे बंदा आया है।
वो देखो, वो वही तो बोल रहा हूँ। हाउ डिड यू, मतलब उसको इग्नोर कैसे किया? तुम बाहर वाले पे फोकस करो, मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है।
फुट लिटरली फुट नहीं है।
अबे
मेरे को
क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई, कितना क्लियर फुट था भाई।
ये PUBG का नहीं, ये PUBG का बग है।
नहीं कोई फुट उस लेफ्ट रूम में अगर फुट होता तो मैं उसको देखता।
क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? मैं विकी भाई का भी ऐसा ही सीन हुआ था, विकी भाई ने भी इग्नोर करा, मैंने कुछ नहीं बोला, इसमें भी कुछ नहीं बोला, लेकिन जब रिएक्ट नहीं किया ना तो मैंने तभी बोला।
मुझे इनके वाले पे आया, वो वाला साउंड, पर मुझे लगा कि वो बाहर वाला है, मेरे को शायद गलत आ रहा होगा।
देखो
बट मेरे वाले पे मुझे नहीं आया।
अगर लेफ्ट में अगर बंदे का साउंड आता ना कि वो इतनी पहले घुस चुका है तो मैं ऊपर चले जाता, नीचे से खेलते ही नहीं।
गेम का बग होगा। हाँ सनक चले क्या?
ये नोटिस किया है, कई बार ही नहीं आता।
और स्पेक्टेट में ज्यादा साउंड आती है।
चैट वांट्स टू सी, दिखाया तो चैट को दिखा ना गाइस? मतलब दिखा ये वाला पीओवी जो मैंने दिखाया डिस्कॉर्ड का?
हां डिस्प्ले कैप्चर तो दिखा ही होगा।
नहीं किया था डिस्प्ले कैप्चर ऑन। जब दिखा ठीक है,
लेकिन आपका तो कैप्चर कार्ड डिस्प्ले कैप्चर
नहीं मैंने ऐड किया जस्ट अभी अपना डिस्कॉर्ड वाला डिस्प्ले कैप्चर।
सेकंड पीसी
भाई दोनों केस में मैं बोलूं क्या कर रहे भाई? ठीक है गेमर लाइव करे, ठीक है उनको कभी कभी हो सकता है वो एफएक्स साउंड यूज करते हैं, लेकिन तेरे केस में भी वही हुआ।
बात नहीं है, पर ये PUBG का ही बग है।
मेरे को लिटरली पीछे रूम में अगर फुटाया था तो मैं ऊपर जाता, क्योंकि फिर एक्सपोज हो गया ना चारों तरफ।
नहीं क्योंकि बहुत देर, मतलब ठाकुर ऐसा भी नहीं कि वो उसी टाइमिंग सब ऐसा हुआ है, वो पहले घुसा है तो उसने उसको इग्नोर कर रहा है। मैं बोला क्या हो रहा वही।
एयरप्लेन वाओ, आप बैठोगे? मम्मी से बोल दो, मम्मी बिठा देंगी। हां
डेल्टा कुछ बोलिए,
बिठा देंगी।
हेलो
हां डेल्टा कैसा रहा? मून
खाली हो गए? मतलब खाली हो गए काम खत्म?
और डेल्टा वो शादी की पार्टी कब दे रहा है?
हां एग्जैक्टली होगा जरूर होगा।
नहीं यार शादी तो नहीं हुई होगी यार, मैं कंफर्म
हो गई है।
गेम पे नहीं आ सकता था ना।
टाइम भी तो देखो।
अरे एक महीना हनीमून मनाने का समय कम था क्या?
शादी के तुरंत बाद इतनी जल्दी कैसे?
अबे एक महीने बाद आ रहा है विकी भाई।
एक महीने बाद क्यों नहीं आ रहा भाई? 14-15 तारीख को
बोला तो एक महीना बोला था।
मेरे आते ही मेरे पे
सायु बोल रही है गाइस फिर से परेशान मत करो गेमर डेल्टा भाई ठीक हो।
ले भाई डेल्टा तेरे लिए आवाजें उठ रही हैं भाई।
डेल्टा के सायु के इस डायलॉग ने डेल्टा को परेशान कर दिया। डेल्टा खांसी वासी होने लग गया भाई।
और हमारे यहाँ पे दो बंदे छत पे।
वो तरफ गुंडा है मेरा।
जंप करके
कूद गया।
लेवल 2 वेस्ट। चारों तरफ गुंडा है।
कुछ तो बोला भाई, कुछ तो बोला। चारों तरफ गुंडा है, तुमने सही को गुंडा बोल दिया।
यार ऐसे जोर से मत बोल।
क्या मतलब आने के लिए बोला
नहीं
तो आप ये स्टेटमेंट वापस लेते हैं
हो गया
हाँ टॉपिक चेंज कर दो
अभी तो हुआ नहीं वैसे
अरे यार मिडबैक चला गया एक बंदा खुले से हम लोग क्या कर रहे थे
राइट पुश करते आ जाओ राइट पुश करते चलो डस्टबिन मिला
भाई मैं ऊपर से नीचे आ रहा हूँ
ऊपर से नीचे करो छत से ही जंप कर जाओ
अरे तो मैं ऑलमोस्ट 20% ही ऊपर था ना
मैं तो नीचे से ऊपर जा रहा भाई मैं अभी नहीं आ सकता
ये पेटी पर है पता नहीं बंदा कहाँ
ऊपर भाग के क्या है
हाँ टेप गया
गैस कैन फेंका
गैस कैन
काउंटी आया गैस कैन फेंका
मिंडो घुसा एक बंदा मिंडो ग्राउंड
डेल्टा तो प्लस कर
विंडो से घुसा एक बंदा
ऊपर राइट साइड आ रहा है
उठा
ट्राई हो रही थी उठने नहीं देते
नीचे से काई
और कहाँ है
3
आ
ओए लूटो बाद में हटो छोड़ो रास्ता छोड़ो
अरे छोड़ो क्या मैं तो कुछ का ही नहीं
गन दिलाओ रे
साउंड कैसे कम है
मेरे को लेफ्ट लो से मार रहा था भाई एक ऑटो गन दिला दे
बंदा छत पे ऑरेंज पिन अगर किसी पास बोल्टे वोल्टे तो जरा तोड़ो उसका हेलमेट बहुत ही स्टेबल पिक दे रहा है
मेन आ गया वो वैसे
नहीं कोई और आ गया कोई और मारा मेरे को
मेन 2 वाला मेन पे आ गया
बैल कहाँ से मारा
कहाँ हो गया कहाँ पे
अच्छा
कॉपी मेन पे है कोई
अब देखना और रियल देने आएगा
कुछ करें क्या आगे
हाँ चलो छत पे ही होगा ना नॉक हुआ मेरे नेट से नॉक हुआ भाई कॉम्प और 5 का एमओ छोड़ा ग्राउंड में
भाई ये देखो ब्लॉक है
जो तूने किया था ना ठाकुर
नहीं किया
एटेक्स है
भाई कॉम पड़ा है यहाँ पे
ठीक है विक्रो मेरे को कोई मार रहा था इधर से स्कूल साइड से
बोलते हैं वैसे पे
नहीं लॉन्ग रेंज ढूंढता हूं मैं जरा
हां भाई उधर कुछ प्रॉपर्टी में है क्या पोल्टी वगैरह
नहीं वो थी दुगनो थी जो मैंने अभी उठाई है भाई
ए यहाँ पे कहीं पे टॉप फ्लोर पे येलो पिन पे टॉप फ्लोर पे कहीं पे लेवल 3 का वेस्ट है पूरा फ्रेश
आप बताओ पहले 7 के एमओ अच्छा इस पे सबसे ऊपर वाले भी थी जाना पड़ेगा ए बंदा
पिन देना पिन
घर के बाहर
गाड़ी आई
देखो आपको देखना होगा उसको
कि मैं होल्ड कर सकता हूं तो होल्ड करो क्योंकि हम आ गए
नहीं कर सकता होल्ड
नहीं
गेट के कोने से लग गई
कोई बात नहीं सेफ हो ना
फ्लोर बोलो
मेरे पे फर्स्ट फ्लोर सिंगल है
ऊपर भी स्टन है
टॉप गया दो हैं देखिए एक ही है।
गाड़ी वाला रुका था, ठीक है।
एक बाहर है शायद, एक नीचे था शायद, और
नहीं डायरेक्ट गया है।
डायरेक्ट हुआ।
गाड़ी वाला लोग रुका था।
किस तरफ रुका था?
5 का 150 एमो ड्रॉप किया।
मैंने गलत साइड से वो नोटिस किया, मैंने गेट तोड़ा था ना, साइड से लग गया गेट की।
किस तरफ सुना था साउंड? दे दो।
क्या
साउंड? ऊपर गई, हिल पे गई थी।
हिल पे गई ना?
यहाँ रुका था वो लोग, ठीक है। ये ब्लू पे
कॉपी 3 दिखे थे मेरे को गाड़ी के अंदर। सेकंड में पुश कर सकते वो लोग ऐसे। जब उठा ली?
हाँ उठा है, अभी उठा है।
फर्स्ट एड चाहिए तो मेरे पास है।
फर्स्ट एड तो है। बंदा दिख रहा मेरे को 150 वाले शैक पे बंदा। बॉडी खाया। बॉट है शायद।
नहीं बॉट नहीं है, हीलिंग लगाई उसने अभी जस्ट।
बॉट भी लगाते हैं ना।
बंदे हैं ऊपर ब्लू पे। गाड़ी रुकी है, यस। गाड़ी में बैठा हो। चैक पे उसी का टीममेट है। एक शॉट खाया वो।
चैक के अंदर?
चैक के पीछे बाहर। नेट कर दे, लग जाएगा।
नेट नहीं है।
हाँ मॉली ठीक है, लेकिन लगेगी नहीं शायद उसको। लग जाएगी।
बढ़िया लगा था मॉली।
उठा लेना उसका, चुप उठा लेना।
एक बंदा मारा।
मैं हूँ M24 वाला।
तो बंदा ऊपर में रुका होगा।
वो बंदा ऊपर पोटैटो गया है। कच्चे उठा लेना डेल्टा।
हाँ मारने देते ना, तो बंदा आएगा। नेट कहाँ पे मेरे बैग में? लो
आ जाओ, पोटैटो जाएंगे साथ में। बंदा ऊपर ही होगा वो। फाइट हो रही है।
आओ रहा हो गेमर्स लाइफ।
हेलो अच्छा ब्रो, अबे टी से काम नहीं कर रहा तू? चलो।
मैं वर्णन कर रहा था वो ऑल।
नेट पर आए। नेट ले लो, नेट
उठा ले। चलो डेल्टा बैठो।
नया बंदा था, लेकिन वो बंदा जो शैक पे था।
हाँ नया था।
न्यू भी ओडी पहन के आया था।
गाड़ी वाला भी ऊपर में गाड़ी में बैठा हुआ था। एक हेडशॉट ही लिपटा है।
इनका ही बंदा था क्या टीम? एक
जैमर पड़ा रहे, जैमर।
कौन जाना पड़ेगा अपने को? ये कंपाउंड लेते हैं, ये वाला। वहीं
हाँ चलो।
लाइव आ जाएंगे।
24 सेकंड है। बूस्ट देना, बूस्ट अगर है तो।
दे रहा हूं।
0 उठा रहा हूँ, ये भी उठा रहा हूँ। बहुत ज्यादा है मेरे पास। डेल्टा 2 दिन बाद आया, पता नहीं बंड की तरह गाड़ी चला रहा है।
ऑरेंज जाएंगे, ऑरेंज
चल ही नहीं रहा ये भाई।
पहुंच जाओगे ऑरेंज।
ऑरेंज पहुंचना मुश्किल है। आओ इधर, इधर कहीं आओ ना, हम लोग आते हैं इधर, आप ट्राई करते रहो।
पहुंच जाएंगे, ऑरेंज तो है रेंज में।
गाड़ी दिखा मेरे को ऑरेंज पे।
क्या करूं, मुड़ जाऊं? ये दिख रहे हैं आपको कि नहीं? ये लेकर पे उतरो, ऑरेंज पे उतरो।
आओ ऑरेंज आओ, विक आओ, क्लियर आओ। गाड़ी ये वो रोड वाला दिखाता है।
अच्छा जल्दी बताओ क्या करूं, नीचे उतरूं कि नहीं?
ए लूटा हुआ है वैसे बाय द वे।
कोई नहीं है। बॉट साला जब उतरना होता है तब नहीं उतर पाते यहाँ पे। रूटेड तो है वैसे। गाड़ी आई। बिग भाई को देखते हो यार। आजा आजा आजा। बहुत लो है।
अबे 2 बंदा है, 3 बंदा, 1 2 घेर लो, पुश कर दो बे, मार देगा वरना। बस कितना नॉक किया मैं? एक ही हुआ क्या? हट उठाना रे भाई। लेवल 3 फाड़ दिया, मेरा हेलमेट उड़ गया। मतलब सोच लो कितना गोली खा लिया मैं इनका।
ये भाई के लिए लूट अरेंज कर दिया भाई। साला गप्पा 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 लोग। ठीक है भाई, मजा आया।
साला इसको सर्दी हो रखा है भाई, बक्का बक्का खास दे रहा है।
पूछ मत भाई, पूछ मत, मजा ही आ गया। 6x छोड़ा है यहाँ पे मैंने।
भाई का कैरेक्टर देखा, बक्का बक्का ऊपर नीचे हो रहा है।
रिपेयर किट है क्या किसी पे?
ना 3 बैकपैक है और 2 फर्स्ट एड है।
अरे हट तो दे, मुझे तो निकलने दो।
अरे जब लूट मिलेगा तो क्या कर सकते हैं, लूटेंगे ना।
मॉम जा चुका है, इधर आ जाओ।
यूएमपी थी मेरे पास।
6x है इधर।
तबड़ कोतिया मारा भाई। मेरे पास 8 है भाई।
तो गरीब समझ रहा है।
अब मुझे गरीब समझ सकते हो तुम। 9mm दिलाओ यार।
मेरे को थोड़ा सा एक वेस्ट दिलाओ यार।
गाड़ी अबे इसलिए बोलता हूँ जंप अलग कर ले। अलग है, घंटा अलग है। अबे ये जा रहा। बम कट गया, बम जाते यार। रुका है?
नहीं रुका है।
भाग रहा है। अरे पानी पानी, लेट्स गो विद बोट।
अबे मेरे को वेस्ट चाहिए एक।
वेस्ट है ना इधर। यू गॉट 24 गाड़ी खड़ी है भाई। गाड़ी से कुछ कौन उधर है?
फाइट हो गया उधर।
आ जाओ, उनको काट देंगे इस पे। यहाँ चलते हैं, चलो ना। कैसे चल उधर? बोट पे गाड़ी चला सकते हैं क्या?
चला सकते हैं।
PUBG मोबाइल खेल रहा था इतने दिन।
गलती कर दी, चेंज कर लेता गन।
नॉट PUBG।
अरे
ज्यादा एमो नहीं मिला मुझे।
एमो क्या करोगे?
Arn bhai, are you coming?
Yes, I'm coming bro. I'm just looking for a vest.
I'm late.
No vest.
We are so fucking late.
No vest.
Sorry?
हॉर्न नहीं है।
अबे वेस्ट मिल नहीं रहा भाई। अबे हाँ ये रहा। वेस्ट नहीं है। पूरे कंपाउंड में एक लेवल 1 का वेस्ट भी नहीं मिला।
अबे एचपी तो थोड़ा सा भी बचा है।
नहीं कुछ नहीं है, चिरा हुआ है।
हाँ तो वो सामने तो वो जो ग्रैनी है ना, ग्रैनी में मेरे को वेस्ट था। डेटा इधर लगा 70% डाउन। ऑरेंज लगा, ऑरेंज। कहाँ?
पूरी टीम है, लगा रिच पे लगा। बॉट की टीम है, लगा डर मत लगा। अभी यहीं पे लगा ना रिच पे।
क्या कर रहा था?
पता नहीं। बॉट की टीम में मारो, बॉट की टीम में।
बॉट है तो
ईपी हाँ जो भी होगा उठा लूंगा मैं। अरे
अबे स्मोक हुआ इधर, क्या है ये? इस पेड़ के पीछे बंदा। ब्लू पेड़ के पीछे बंदा।
कॉपी दैट। ब्रिज पे भी हो रहा, ब्रिज पे।
इन बॉटो पे 8x था।
पक्का बॉट ही थे फिर।
हाँ
बॉट ही।
कोई नई टीम आ गई थी।
इधर एक डेल्टा ब्रिज के ऊपर पैराशूट।
ब्रिज के ऊपर
पैराशूट।
M4 से क्या ही उम्मीद करते हो?
ऊपर ही उतरा है वो।
जब बैरल चलाने वाला बंदा M4 चलाएगा तो क्या ही होगा?
वो ईपी वाला है। ये रहा एग्जैक्ट ऑरेंज। कूद गया नीचे।
बहुत खराब चला है भाई।
आज उठा रहा है।
चलो रे,
आ जाओ।
इधर जाएंगे, मारेंगे।
ये बंदा था, स्मोक हुआ था।
ब्लू पे।
चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं।
भाई साहब।
चला गोली ढेर सारा, लेकिन एक ही मरा है।
गाड़ी वाला ही मरा है। तो बीच से आ रहा था ना।
गाड़ी आई है ऊपर।
हाँ
बाइक।
एक बाइक है, एक यूएस है।
मैं लेट गया। कार के पीछे। साला। आओ। पूरा स्क्वाड है। लेवल 3 है शायद।
एक नॉक है यहाँ पे, और एक पेड़ पे बॉडी खाया नहीं, बॉडी खाया। येलो बोलता रहा हूँ। नेट करो, चलो डेल्टा पुश कर। मरा लेवल 3 वाला यहाँ पे मरा होगा।
एक टीम और होगी 18 नंबर।
ये मैं जा रहा हूँ। वैसे 37 है अभी।
ये लेवल 3 वाला।
नेट वगैरह पड़ा है?
यहाँ पे गाड़ी घर पे आ रहे ऑरेंज पे आ रहे। जल्दी आ जाओ पीछे। बंदे घर पे आ रहे पीछे। 2 बंदे दिखे ऊपर में आते हुए। ऐसे
देखो
ठाकुर, ऑरेंज क्लियर है, बंदे हैं बोल।
रिच पे आया होगा।
देखा बंदा।
गाड़ी आ गई मेरे पे। नहीं मेरे पे नहीं, आयरन के।
अरे यार
लेके जाते हैं रे।
हाँ आ तो तू उठा सकता है।
मैं रिच पे आ चुके हैं। ये रहा
तू देख। अरे मार दिया। डेल्टा आजा, बैठ जा।
स्मोक भी नहीं किया यार। एक
घर रेल सकते हो, घर क्लियर है वैसे, बट रिच पे भी आ सकते। 2 बंदे हैं सामने रिच पे।
अरे बहनचो, क्या कर दिया मैं?
दूर से
आजा भाई गया। अगर 2 थे हाँ वहीं पे एग्जैक्ट। मर गया तू? नहीं। लूटोस कर रहा है। दूर है दूर है। स्मोक तो कर दो कोई इनके लिए। मैथमैन लिख रहा है। वो देख रहा है। खाया हेलमेट खाया जा पुश कर जा। किल कर लिया होगा। क्लिप फार्मिंग हो रहा है गाइस, क्लिप फार्मिंग।
ये 2 मिनट पहले बोलते हैं जोन।
अरे तो तभी पुश करने बोल रहा था, तुम कहे नहीं तो फिर मैं बोला छोड़ो अब।
जा नहीं रहा था तो मैं बोल।
हाँ वही मैं भी इसलिए नहीं बोला। पीएनसी याद आ गया मेरे को। हो रहा दिख रहा सामने।
राइट हाँ।
उसके लेफ्ट पे कहीं पे घास में कहीं। साउंड तो लेफ्ट का लगा। यस देखा लेफ्ट में।
सेकंड जोन।
भाग जा सोच मत। प्लेयर वाला मार रहा। भाई साहब लिंक्स
से मार।
पता क्या मिस किया।
वो डब कर रहा है इनके। एक गोली नहीं लगा
भाई करने में मारने में।
उसका एक गोली नहीं लगा। 100 एचपी नहीं था ना तो लिंक्स ले गया।
मिस किया है साला।
पहला गोली मारा था जो ठाकुर जब स्नाइप कर रहा था तब कनेक्ट हुआ था।
उसके बाद एक भी नहीं हुआ।
988 का डैमेज ये कब हुआ भाई? एक सेकेंड। चलो और 12 डैमेज
हो जाएगा।
नहीं इस बार नहीं हुआ।
उसका क्या जरूरत है?
हाँ उसका क्या लेना।
ऑरेंज वाला क्रेट मिलता है उसमें जी कॉइन मिलते हैं।
अरे वो नहीं, फिर से दूसरा कोई गेम आ जाएगा।
नहीं वैसे चालू करना है मेरे को। ब्लैक बजट भी आ रहा है मेरे को वैसे। डेल्टा फोर्स चालू करना कि मेंडल ब्रेक फार्म कर रहा है
तो हो जाएगा। 4 और 5 चैलेंज पूरा कर दिया तो एसटीआर हो जाएगा।
नहीं माइनस हो जाएगा विकी ब्रो।
नहीं होगा ना इस बार एसटीआर हो जाएगा।
होने के बाद माइनस में आप सही हो जाएगा। 4 माइनस होता है
इस बार हो जाएगा एसटीआर।
इस बार हो जाएगा क्या?
एक बढ़ता है ना हर बार।
हाँ हर बार एक बढ़ता है।
एक ही बचा हुआ है। तो आप खेलोगे रेड वाले तब कवर हो जाते हैं, तो इस बार हो जाएगा इसमें वापस।
तो फिर क्या करना है मिशन में? क्या करना है रे बताओ? थोड़ा हो ही गया होगा, जो भी होगा हो ही गया होगा। हम लोग खेले तो हैं अभी। अबे विंस्ट्रिक खेले हैं? जवाब दो। हेलो हेलो,
क्यों नहीं?
एनीबॉडी इज देयर?
यस।
चलो जवाब आ गया यस।
क्यों नहीं?
मैं नहीं।
अच्छा इनका कॉल है।
मैं भी डिनर करने जाऊंगा लेकिन देखते हैं।
ओह बोलो ना, गायब होना मेरे को।
ठाकुर डिनर करने जाएगा तो मैं भी बंद करके चला जाऊंगा।
डेल्टा कैसा बोल रहा है? वही मेरा लास्ट। मेरे जगह सायु फिल कर लेंगे।
आता।
अरे
मैं भी चला जाऊंगा भाई, वीडियो एडिट कर लूंगा।
मैं तो इसी मैच के बाद चला जाऊंगा क्योंकि मेरी कॉल है 11 से।
मेरे को नींद आ रहा है।
भाई सब टेक यस अजिंक्य ब्रो, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। ऑल गुड ऑल गुड।
ऐसा क्या किया तुमने?
अब नींद आ ही जाएगा, क्या करें? मजदूरी बहुत तेज हो रहा है।
डाइट में थोड़ी नींद आता है।
मजदूरी ज्यादा ही हो रहा है। रे मर गया मैं।
पूरा घूम के आ रहा है भाई।
ओए
बहुत अच्छे।
अरे यार, अरे बंदे का लग रहा था यार।
क्यों नहीं? नीचे बंदा है। वो नीचे रुको मैं कूद जाऊंगा। ये भोस नीचे रुको। अबे नीचे रुको। अबे साला बोल रहा हूँ मैं, नीचे रुको। अबे मैं बोल रहा हूँ नीचे रुको।
ये कुछ नया देखने को मिला मेरे को आज।
कूद गया रे मैं ला। बस तक तो बचा।
डबल बैरल शॉटगन पड़ा हुआ ठाकुर, दो
नहीं शॉटगन तो है, वो चले भी गए ले।
हाँ उनका कॉल है ना। और उनको सबसे शॉकिंगली लगा है कि तुम बोल दियो ना मैं जा रहा हूँ, बस तेरा।
कैन वी पुश?
वी कांट। पीछे से पुश कर रहा है बंदा, पीछे पुश कर रहा है। क्या सुना पता नहीं मैं। भाई लाल लाल लिख दिया मोनिका डार्लिंग। ठाकुर क्या चला रहे तुम? 7-5 क्या?
9 छत पे।
अरे कुछ, अबे क्या हुआ ये? खुद पे
यहाँ पे लेटा है। क्या गने कुछ करेगा उधर।
अरे कहीं से तो मार रहा बे, स्कूल से भी चिपका रहा है, स्कूल से भी मार रहे बे इधर।
राइट पुश कर जाते हैं।
आ जाओ राइट ही चलते हैं। टीफो लगाया कोई।
नीचे
तो कॉर्नर में बैठा हुआ है।
क्या ठाकुर कहाँ पे जाएगा?
कैसे बैठा था भाई?
मैं तो उड़ते उड़ते मारा हूँ उसको।
हेलो मदरफकर।
मैं बोला ना एक बंदा यही था वो ठाकुर। है बंदा है वहाँ पे। हाँ वहीं पे बंदे हैं और भी बालकनी में है।
अरे इस पे एक और C4 है भाई। इसको टाइम ना 2 लगाता है।
डेल्टा को सॉरी मेरे तरफ। हाँ विक्रो कोई बात नहीं। वो तो कुछ डेल्टा को सॉरी बोल रहे विक्की भाई मेरी तरफ से। तेरे तरफ से मैं अबे मार दिया था ना तेरी तरफ से बोल दिया। कोई दिक्कत नहीं बोल दिया।
नहीं सॉरी से नहीं होगा।
अरे नूब गया शायद बंदा। बीरे पार्टी के लिए पैसे भेजना पड़ेगा।
बालकनी में है शायद।
हाँ सर लेफ्ट है राइट है।
राइट चला गया। पुराने को देख।
कौन मारा? कौन मारा बे?
नीचे राइट से।
वहां से अच्छा
नूब ऊपर नूब।
ठीक है समझ गया। स्ट्रेट मारा होगा है ना। फर्स्ट फ्लोर से मारा होगा सीधा गोली आ गया होगा।
लेकिन विंडो टूटी नहीं नीचे बंदा है अपने।
हाँ तो सिगरेट रूम में होगा। क्लोज साउंड था वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ। स्ट्रेट कमरे में। मैं गया था मैं वापस आया हूँ। अरे यहाँ से मारा था। क्रॉस येलो से मारा था। अब मैं कुछ भी करने को रेडी हूँ ठीक है। तुम बोलोगे लेफ्ट लो बजाने के लिए लेफ्ट लो चला जाऊंगा। मिड बैक बोलोगे मिड बैक चला जाऊंगा। चलो M249 उठा लिया। आप क्या कितनी ठंड कमी है लाइफ बट है। आज वो हुआ ना
खाया।
डेल्टा तेरे उधर आज वो था धूप हुआ था मॉर्निंग। पुश किया हम पे ठाकुर नूब से।
साथ मिड बैक में
मार्कर हटा रहा हूं मैं।
इधर आया लेफ्ट में ही है बेबी।
लेफ्ट में है स्ट्रेट आगे वाले सेक्शन में ना।
हाँ लेफ्ट हिट तो सही है। वो इधर वाले रूम में चला गया। लेट के अगर गया नहीं तो वहीं पे। नेट किसने खींचा? राइट भाग गया।
चला गया
स्टेज पे नेट कर दो।
नहीं चला गया छोड़ो।
मेन पे कोई आया होगा क्या?
पता नहीं।
C4 लगा क्या उसको बिल्डिंग पेटी उठा लिया।
हाँ ले आया थोड़ा सा लूटेंगे ना भाई। 6 है ओके। स्टन ग्रेनेड मिला है। पुश करना तो कर सकते हैं। इसमें 5 किया है मैं बहुत सारे M4 के साथ। हाँ क्या बोला? स्टन ग्रेनेड है पुश कर सकते हैं। अरे क्या फुट आए तो बताना खिड़की अगर आ रहा होगा तो। अरे भाई कहाँ से मारा थे जर्र? अगर हट जा वहां से नॉक हो जाएगा भाई। HP नहीं तेरे। अरे भाई आना पड़ेगा मेरे को।
फर्स्ट हेड लग गई थी। बाहर है। हील कर लो हील कर लो। पुश किया साहब। राइट रूम में
अरे भाई नहीं, अरे हट, पहले बार में क्यों नहीं मरा?
नहीं भाई, he was immortal।
ये देखो,
गोली उसके आर पार हो गई भाई।
हाँ स्क्रीन में के हिसाब से तो वही हुआ। उसने मार दिया था क्या?
आप चूकते तो मार देता आपको।
अरे उसने भी चूका, मैं भी।
मेरा चिप बाहर है।
देखा है कहाँ पे। हाँ वही उठा रहा। ओके, नीड दो स्मोक। चलो
एमो कम है आपके पास?
बहुत है 100। ये है ना तुम?
यस। डेल्टा का चिप तो
नीचे 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 गिरा था।
ऑरेंज।
ये रंग वाले स्मोक में हीलिंग बढ़ता है क्या? अरे बच्चू
देखो कहाँ से कौन सी टीम कहाँ बैठे आके।
आगे बैठा मैं मैं डर गया साला कहाँ से निकलते हैं भाई बंदे, एकदम से उसका फुट आया भग से मारा।
मैं डिनर करके आता
हूँ। डेल्टा हो गया क्या?
जा रहा हूँ और नहीं आऊंगा ऐसा बोल के जाओ।
399 रुपीज का डैमेज।
चलो मिलते हैं अब फिर कभी।
ठीक है। हेलो सैंडी भाई। मैं तो बढ़िया हूँ यार, गेम डरा दिया भाई मेरे को भी। समझ गया, रंग वाला स्मोक से हीलिंग तो नहीं बढ़ता, बंदा जरूर मरता है। नहीं भाई कुछ नहीं होता भाई। कस्टमाइज क्या करें हम? चलते हैं फिर। अकेले रह गए ब्रो, सब गए। हाँ सब गए। एक्चुअली आज मंडे है ना, मंडे को देखो गेम विकी ब्रो का ऑफिस रहता है, उनका 12:30 बजे तक का कॉल चलता है उनका, ठीक है। और एनएसजी बोल दिया है कि वो रात को खेलेगा नहीं, ठंडा रहेगा, ठीक है। यू कैन प्ले सोलो। सोलो अभी रात को बॉट लॉबी लगता है, वही है सीन। रात को बॉट लॉबीज लगते हैं, वरना मैं खेलता। जैसे आफ्टरनून अगर रहता तो मैं खेल लेता सोलोज एक बार को। रुको एग्जिट लैग लगाता हूँ, वो बाहर का सर्वर सब खेलते हैं। छोड़ो रह जाता हूँ, मैं अभी सो जाता हूँ। तो मेरे को थोड़ा एक्चुअली वीडियोस पे काम करना, तो सोच रहा हूँ आज ले ही लेता हूँ रेस्ट, है ना। रोज तो स्ट्रीम हो ही रहा है, कभी कभी रेस्ट ले लेना चाहिए। एग्जिट लैग फ्री है क्या? नहीं नहीं एग्जिट लैग फ्री नहीं है। मेरा सब्सक्रिप्शन है 14 दिसंबर तक का है, उसका सब्सक्रिप्शन ले रखा था उसको साल भर पहले। होता क्या कि दिसंबर में थोड़ा बहुत पैसा हाथ में आता है मेरे, तो ले लिया था। कोई वीपीएन फ्री है क्या ब्रो? नहीं पता दोस्त। देखो अगर फ्री होगा तो उसमें आप गेमिंग नहीं कर पाओगे, बहुत ख़राब होगा क्वालिटी। मैं अभी आया 2 मिनट पहले। तो भाई कैंपर से मरा हूँ और कुछ। किसने रिक्वेस्ट डाल दिया रे? जानते हो क्या कोई इसको? प्रोटोन से करता था, उसमें 200 प्लस पिंग, 200 प्लस पिंग प्लस लॉस भी आएगा। प्रोटोन वीपीएन फ्री है शायद, बट फ्री वाले में आपका पिंग विंग खराब ही रहेगा। पहले चेक करता ब्रो कि मेरे लेवल का है। नहीं वैसा नहीं, मैं देख रहा था एफपीवी प्लेयर है कि टीवी प्लेयर है, बस वही देखा मैं, और कुछ नहीं देखा। प्रोफाइल लेवल तो देखा ही नहीं, क्या था वैसे उसका। ठीक है ना, छोड़ो। क्लैन में स्लॉट्स बहुत हैं, इसीलिए मैं कोई टेंशन नहीं। जब मेरे को ज़रूरत, जब लगेगा ना कि फुल हो रहा है, तो फिर मैं निकालना शुरू कर दूंगा। जो जो खेलता नहीं है, बहुत लोग इनएक्टिव हैं, देखो ना यहाँ। मेंबर रैंकिंग में यहाँ दिख जाएगा तुमको, यही लोग खेलता है। बाकी जो 0-0 वाले हैं, खेले ही नहीं है, मतलब खेलते हैं कोई कोई, देख रहे हो। एक्टिव सिर्फ थोड़े से ही हैं। भाई कुछ मोटिवेशन हो जाए। और मोटिवेशन तो एक ही है, रुपया ही मोटिवेशन है हर चीज़ का। बाय द वे, कल तुम लोग पता है कि नहीं गाइस, जो भी चैट में है, सब जीरो आ रहा है, एंगल सब जीरो। बेसिकली विंटर हो, मतलब कुछ तो होने वाला है रैंगल में, बर्फ जमने वाली है रैंगल में। कल उसका पैच नोट्स आएगा, कल हमें पता चलेगा क्या हो रहा है एक्चुअल में। अरे आर्यन भाई कैसे हो? हेलो आदित्य किशोर, मैं बढ़िया हूँ यार, स्वागत है स्ट्रीम में। सोच रहा हूँ फैंटेसी बना ही देता हूँ अभी। फैंटेसी बना दे। अपडेट नेक्स्ट मंथ शिफ्ट कर दिया क्या? नहीं नहीं, अभी आ रहा, कल कल आएगा पैच नोट। 4 तारीख को आएगा अपडेट। पहले क्लैन मेंबर फ्री वाली कैटेगरी में था, अब एक्टिवेटेड प्लस में डाल दिया। नहीं नहीं नहीं, क्लैन हमेशा से एक्टिवेटेड प्लस वालों के लिए है, बट आप मेंबर बन सकते हो। इफ़ यू आर फ्री यूज़र आप मेंबर बन सकते हो, बट क्लैन क्रिएट सिर्फ एक्टिवेटेड प्लस वाला ही कर सकता है। मोटिवेशन नहीं, डिसिप्लिन चाहिए। हाँ, डिसिप्लिन तो हर चीज़ में चाहिए गाइस, देख लो हर चीज़ में। तो वार्निंग दे दिया ना, ये लोग नहीं खेलेगा कल। और एक किसको लें? कल है ग्रुप, कौन सा मैच है अभी? ग्रुप ए का है ना, डे 3 है ना कल, ग्रुप ए का डे 3। ग्रुप ए का डे 3। तानवू रहेगा मेरे में, 100% फिक्स है। फैल्कन टिकल्टन नहीं, कल नहीं है उनका मैच, परसों है उनका। तानवू रहेगा। कल कौन कौन मारा था? कल टाइप मारा था। टाइप को लेना है कि नहीं लेना चाहिए गाइस, बताओ। एग्जाम्पल मारा है तो टाइप तो सस्ता है वे। एग्जाम्पल लो कि परफेक्ट टेक्स को लो, रुको 34K का है ये, 32 का है, इसको लेते हैं। ये मारेगा मारेगा, भरोसा रखो, खुद के टीम पे भरोसा रखो। और डिफेक्ट्स तो हक दिया था, किसको ले भाई, बजट में कोई है ही नहीं। हाँ एग्जाम्पल भी बढ़िया प्लेयर है, पर ये दोनों ऑलमोस्ट ऑलमोस्ट बराबरी के प्लेयर है। देखो वे, हाँ बे, मैंने इसको लिया था, परफेक्टिक्स को लिया था 38 पॉइंट, एग्जाम्पल 45 पॉइंट। ठीक है 13 किल किया है, इसने किल किया 9। अबे 13 किल ज़्यादा अच्छा रहेगा ना। ठीक है बजट के हिसाब से अगर ज़रूरत पड़ेगा तो मैं, बेटिंग है क्या ये, नहीं नहीं नहीं, देखो होता क्या मैं बताता हूँ, ठीक है। आप पीजीसी, ये है फैंटेसी लीग टाइप का मान के चलो, ठीक है। जो ड्रीम 11 में होता था, ड्रीम 11 में आप एक्चुअल पैसा लगाते थे, इसमें पैसा वैसा लगाना नहीं है, ठीक है। कुछ नहीं लगाना, कुछ नहीं करना है, ठीक है। पैसा तो दूर दूर तक इसमें नहीं लगाना है, ठीक है। इसमें बस आपको डेली बजट मिलता है, ठीक है। पबजी वालों का है बाय द वे, पबजी की तरफ से है। इसमें आपको क्या करना है, आपको डेली बजट मिलता है ये $1 लाख का, ठीक है। जो कल मैचेस होने वाले हैं उस बेस्ड ऑन द प्लेयर स्ट्रेटेजी आप चूज करते हो, जो जैसे ड्रीम 11 में होता है आप चूज करते हो, लेकिन आप उसमें पैसा लगाते हो ना, इसमें वैसा नहीं है, इसमें पैसा नहीं लगाना है, ठीक है। ये फैंटेसी वाला लीग है, इसमें आपको बस ऐसा डेली बजट मिलेगा 1 लाख का, आप लगा दिए। अगर जीत गए आपके प्लेयर्स, अच्छा परफॉर्म करे तो आपको कुछ पॉइंट्स मिलेगा, पॉइंट्स से आप खाली जी कॉइन रिडीम कर सकते हो इन गेम के अंदर, और कुछ नहीं, और कुछ नहीं, बस उतना ही है। बस वही है कि आपका नॉलेज कितना है क्या है, बस वो टेस्ट होगा और कुछ नहीं। बट खुद का पैसा नहीं लगाना है, इसलिए मैं कर रहा हूँ, वरना मैं तो नहीं करता भाई। अगर जहाँ पैसा का बात है तो मैं पीछे, क्योंकि फिर वो अगेंस्ट अपने वो हो जाता है। हाँ ये लोग भी अच्छा खेल रहे थे भाई, ये कल खेला था, बहुत अच्छा खेला था। डीएल कल मारा, देखो मैं परसों लिया था डीएल को, परसों मतलब डे 1 को लिया था, मारा ही नहीं था इसने। बूस्टिक को ले क्या, बूस्टिक है क्या, बूस्टिक मिलेगा, 8 मिल रहा है। बूस्टिक महंगा है यार, 18K का है। चलो फिर से घूम फिर के वैसे ही, इसको ले क्या, और अरन भाई आप इंस्टा पर हो क्या? हाँ, एग्ज़ाम के कारण गेम खेल नहीं पा रहा, बट मन करता है खेलने का। इंस्टा पर हूँ ना, अपना इंस्टा है ना, इसमें मिलेगा आपको, लिंक ट्री वाले पे मिलेगा। कहाँ क्या, डिस्क्रिप्शन में होगा एक लिंक ट्री वाला लिंक होगा, सोशल करके उसमें मिल जाएगा आपको। क्या ही करना है इंस्टा में, मैं रहता तो हूँ लेकिन उतना ज़्यादा एक्टिव नहीं रहता हूँ उधर में, टाइम पास के लिए खोल लेता हूँ, जो कि कोई पिंग कर देता है तो देख लेता हूँ। एक बंदा समझ में नहीं आ रहा किसको ले, डे 1 का भी देख लेते हैं थोड़ा सा। ये अच्छा मारा था डे 1 को, इसी को लेते हैं भाई, ख़त्म करो, अपना टीम हो गया फाइनल, ठीक है। ये हो गया टीम। अब कैप्टन सिलेक्ट करेंगे एज यूजल, मैं हमेशा तानवो को ही कैप्टन सिलेक्ट करूंगा, मेक कैप्टन। फिर बेंच प्लेयर होगा अपना, कहाँ गया बे, एक्स लेफ्ट कहाँ गया, एक्स लेफ्ट खेत नहीं हैं, ठीक है भाई, ले लेते। यू CLID प्लेयर भी है, रुको देखते हैं। नहीं है कोई। चलो गुड नाइट। हाँ ठीक है मयूर ब्रो, गुड नाइट। क्या थे शंकर भैया, आप वैलोरेंट बिल्कुल छोड़ दिए क्या? अरे वैलोरेंट में मेरे को पिंग नहीं आता यार, मुंबई सर्वर पे पिंग नहीं आता। मैं एक्चुअली जब से बैंगलोर छोड़ा हूँ ना, तब से मैं वैलोरेंट नहीं खेल पाता हूँ, क्योंकि इधर जहाँ पे रहता हूँ मेरे को पिंग नहीं आता, और मेरे को 75 पिंग आता, और डीसिंग के साथ चलता है वैलोरेंट। 2-3 बार इंस्टॉल करके देख लिया हूँ। मेरा PC अच्छा है, मेरा नेट अच्छा नहीं है वैलोरेंट खेलने के लिए। मुंबई सर्वर का राउटिंग, जो मैं जहाँ रहता हूँ यहाँ से मुंबई सर्वर का राउटिंग अच्छा नहीं है, बहुत बेकार है। एग्जिट लैग में ट्राई करके देख लिया, बहुत बेकार है। यू CLID इधर नहीं है, इसमें नहीं खेल रहा। अभी होगा बट इसमें नहीं खेल रहा। इन टीम्स में नहीं है, इन टीम का पार्ट नहीं हो। चलो गाइस, अपनी टीम बन गई है, सो मेरी टीम ये है। अगर आप लोग भी टीम बना रहे हो तो बना लेना, कल जैसे PGC स्टार्ट होगा उससे पहले बनाना टीम, ठीक है। और 45 को मैच टाइम है, बट 4:30 को चालू हो जाएगा। और ये रहे हमारे पॉइंट्स। सिरजो गेमर्स लाइव, मेरा ये रायन का, गट्सी ब्रो, जर्नेल, रवि, हो हाउस, सायू, वेट है, चल रहा है, ठीक है। 30 पॉइंट मिला है, क्या कर सकते हैं। देखो यहाँ पॉइंट पे क्लिक करने का 1000 जीकॉइन मिलेगा जब आपके पास 1160 पॉइंट हो जाएंगे, ये वाले पॉइंट, समझे, ऐसा होता है। या फिर ये 740 TP से 1500 जीकॉइन मिलेगा, ये है रिवॉर्ड्स, बस ये 500 जीकॉइन, इसलिए जीकॉइन फ्री में मिलेगा। चलो गाइस, आज की स्ट्रीम यहीं पे बंद करते हैं, थोड़ा रैप अप करते हैं, क्या ही करेंगे। बाय द वे शॉर्ट्स डाला हूँ, अगर नहीं देखो तो देख लेना। बाकी मैं मिलता हूँ कल की स्ट्रीम पे, ठीक है एवरीवन, मिलते हैं कल। हाँ मैथमैन, बाय बाय, बाय बाय एवरीवन, गुड नाइट एंड टेक केयर। हाँ आज थोड़ा सा चिल मारते हैं, चलो बाय, गुड नाइट।